The Nuclear Umbrella Volume 1. Strategic Doctrine and Historical Foundations. Pakistan's Muslim NATO Leadership. From Badr to the Nuclear Age. Quality defeats quantity. The strategic transformation of 2 billion Muslims from divided to united by Zahir Ahmad Mir, constitutional and corporate lawyer.
Introduction. Beyond. Population, the true determinants of power. How many a small company has overcome a large company by permission of Allah? Quran 2:249. Throughout human history, the struggle between quantity and quality has been a recurring theme in warfare, statecraft, and civilizational resilience. In an age obsessed with numerical strength, GDP figures, and demographic forecasts, the fundamental insight offered by this Quranic verse remains a profound and counterintuitive truth. This introduction lays the conceptual foundation for a 6-volume vision of Muslim collective security, centered on Pakistan's unique position as a military, ideological, and geopolitical nucleus of the Ummah. This introduction is not merely rhetorical. It frames the philosophical and strategic core of the nuclear umbrella, Pakistan's Muslim NATO leadership, and sets the stage for a journey across 6 distinct yet interlinked volumes. Volume I explores Islamic strategic traditions and military doctrine. Volume 2 examines Pakistan's strategic capabilities and positioning. Volume 3 diagnoses internal and external threats to the Ummah. Volume 4 outlines the structural design of a Muslim NATO. Volume V maps its operational implementation across regions. Volume 6 provides transformation case studies and the long-term vision. Note on implementation. This 6-volume framework is envisioned as a 5-year strategic plan, open for adoption by the current regime of Pakistan. If embraced with sincerity and resolve, its implementation can elevate Pakistan and the Muslim Ummah to the ranks of a true global superpower. If the present leadership is unwilling or unable, the vision remains preserved for a future government, whoever that may be. The one who realizes this vision will alter the trajectory of the Muslim world, just as Quaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah changed history through the creation of Pakistan. The Quranic foundation: quality over quantity. The Quran emphasizes that triumph does not depend on numbers alone. From the victory of Talut, Saul, over Jalut, Goliath, to the Battle of Badr, the consistent Quranic theme is that faith, discipline, and divine sanction convert smaller forces into strategic titans. This concept is not a dismissal of material power but a call to optimize it with moral force and ideological clarity. This perspective resonates with Islamic military history, from Khalid ibn al-Walid's campaigns to Salahuddin Ayyubi's disciplined resistance. Each illustrates the divine law that victory is a reward for preparation fused with moral commitment. Historical validation: from Thermopylae to Kargil, civilizational history affirms the Quranic insight. Spartans at Thermopylae, Vietnamese guerrillas resisting the US, or Finnish soldiers halting Soviet advances in the Winter War, all show that 1. Leadership trumps numbers. 2. Innovation disrupts mass. 3. Cohesion beats fragmentation. 4. Morale multiplies combat power. Pakistan's own record, from 1965 to the surgical parity established in May 2025, exemplifies this principle in modern strategic theatre. Pakistan's unique qualifications: Pakistan is not merely the only Muslim nuclear power. It is the most battle-tested, ideologically consistent, and strategically autonomous Muslim majority state. Key qualifications include credible nuclear deterrence, operationally effective armed forces, resilient intelligence services, geographic centrality to MENA, South Asia, and Central Asia, sectarian inclusion and Islamic constitutional foundation, strategic partnership with China, ironclad axis. These features uniquely position Pakistan to lead the proposed Muslim NATO initiative with moral legitimacy and operational viability. Why 2025 marks a turning point: multiple converging trends make the 2025 to 2030 period decisive. Abraham Accords fragment Ummah, diplomacy, technological revolutions increase capability gaps, proxy conflicts and hybrid warfare intensify, sacred sites face heightened threats, economic coercion and sanctions proliferate. Pakistan's May 2025 performance during Operation Sindoor demonstrated strategic maturity, digital warfare readiness, and credible restraint, a prototype of Muslim strategic leadership in action. A preview of the Pakistan-led Muslim NATO. The proposed architecture comprises 1. Collective Defense Treaty modeled on NATO. 2. Extended Nuclear Umbrella for Muslim States. 3. Joint Military Industrial and Intelligence Fusion Centers. 4. Integrated Crisis Response Units for Occupied Lands. 5. Sacred Sites Protection Forces. 6. Economic and Cyber Defense Cooperation Frameworks. This framework is not utopian. It is designed with legal safeguards, operational protocols, and phased implementation tailored to real-world geopolitical constraints. 6 problems this architecture solves. 1. Occupation and liberation, Palestine, Kashmir, etc. 2. Sovereignty against military interventions. 3. Protection from economic coercion. 4. Technological independence. 5. Defense of Islamic sanctities. 6. Unifying fragmented Muslim foreign policies. From mass to weight, this book argues that the 2 billion strong Ummah lacks not potential but structure. By converting mass into weight through disciplined institutions and shared doctrine, we can create a defense civilization aligned with both divine guidance and strategic realities. Let this introduction mark not just the beginning of a book but the start of a long overdue realignment of power in the Muslim world. The subsequent volumes develop each element of this vision with scholarly rigor, practical proposals, and moral urgency. Pakistan has the deterrent. The Ummah has the mandate. History has issued the summons. What remains is unity, discipline, and strategic design. Part 1: Historical Foundations, the Triumph of Quality over Quantity. Section A: Islamic Military History. Chapter 1: Prophetic Precedent. Muhammad's military leadership. It is not numbers that matter, but the quality of one's faith, the quality of perseverance in one's adversity, and the quality of strategy and action. The first model of quality defeating quantity. The military career of Prophet Muhammad provides the foundational paradigm for how quality can systematically defeat quantity through superior leadership, spiritual fortitude, strategic innovation, and tactical excellence. Over a period of just 10 years, 622,632 CE, the Prophet transformed a numerically inferior, resource-constrained community into the dominant military and political force across Arabia. This transformation occurred not through numerical growth alone, but through the development of qualitative advantages that consistently neutralized the superior numbers of opposing forces. Unlike purely secular military leaders whose achievements might be attributed solely to tactical genius, the Prophet's military leadership integrated spiritual, psychological, and material dimensions into a unified approach. This holistic model established the template for Islamic military excellence that would continue through subsequent generations and remains profoundly relevant to contemporary security. Challenges facing the Muslim world. The 3 signal engagements of the Prophet's military career, Badr, Uhud, and Khandak, provide the clearest demonstration of the quality defeats quantity principle in action. These battles, despite occurring nearly 14 centuries ago, contain insights directly applicable to the modern security architecture proposed in this book. When properly understood, these campaigns reveal not merely historical events but a sophisticated approach to asymmetric warfare that transcends its historical context. The Battle of Badr, 624 CE. The definitive demonstration. The Battle of Badr represents perhaps history's most compelling demonstration of quality defeating quantity through the integration of spiritual, psychological, and material factors. In this engagement, 313 Muslims faced approximately 1,000 Quraysh fighters, an imposing 3:1 numerical disadvantage. The Quraysh force also held substantial material advantages in equipment, with more horses, 100,300 compared to the Muslims' 23, more armor, and superior weapons. By conventional military calculation, the outcome should have been decisive defeat for the numerically inferior Muslims. Yet the battle concluded with remarkable Muslim victory, approximately 70 Quraysh killed, including numerous leaders, and 70 captured against 14 Muslim martyrs. This outcome represents one of military history's most dramatic reversals of numerical expectations. Understanding how this occurred reveals the qualitative factors that can neutralize numerical superiority. Strategic positioning and terrain utilization. The Prophet's first demonstration of military excellence came through strategic positioning. Upon learning of the Quraysh advance, he personally reconnoitred the terrain and selected a position near the wells of Bad that provided three critical advantages. 1. Water control. The Muslims secured their position near the only available water source, denying this critical resource to the numerically superior enemy while ensuring their own supply. 2. Elevated firing position. The Muslim archers were positioned on high ground, maximizing their effectiveness while minimizing enemy mobility advantages. 3. Limited maneuver space. The terrain compressed the battlefield, preventing the Quraysh from fully deploying their superior numbers to envelop the Muslim force. This sophisticated utilization of terrain neutralized the Quraysh numerical advantage before combat even began, a timeless lesson in how strategic positioning can negate superior enemy numbers. Modern military doctrine continues to emphasize these same principles in asymmetric warfare. Command and control excellence. The Prophet established history's first documented example of a forward command post in battle, positioning himself on a raised platform with Abu Bakr where he could observe the entire battlefield while remaining accessible for critical decisions. This arrangement created advantages in 1. Decision speed. The Prophet could rapidly assess battlefield developments, communication delays. 2. And issue orders without morale impact. His visible presence and calm demeanor strengthened Muslim fighters' resolve at critical moments. 3. Tactical flexibility. The centralized command allowed quick adaptation to changing battlefield conditions. This command arrangement, revolutionary for its time, established a model that would influence Islamic military practice for centuries. The principle of visible, forward leadership during critical engagements remains relevant for modern command structures in asymmetric warfare. Superior intelligence collection. Before engaging the Quraysh, the Prophet personally led intelligence gathering operations, interrogating captured water carriers to determine enemy strength, disposition, and leadership presence. This human intelligence collection provided critical advantages. 1. Force knowledge. The Muslims knew precisely which Quraysh leaders were present, their locations in formation, and their relative importance. 2. Strength assessment. Accurate information about enemy numbers allowed realistic planning rather than exaggerated estimates that might have demoralized the Muslims. 3. Intention discernment. Understanding the Quraysh motivation and objectives allowed anticipation of their likely tactics. This emphasis on intelligence, treating information as a critical resource rather than an afterthought, represents one of the Prophet's most significant military innovations. The intelligence preparation of the battlefield at Bad established principles that remain foundational to modern military operations. Tactical innovation. The Prophet introduced tactical innovations that neutralized Quraysh numerical superiority through superior organization and discipline. 1. Battle formation integration. The Muslims adopted a disciplined infantry formation with archers providing supporting fire, an integrated approach rare in Arabian warfare, which typically featured individualistic combat. 2. Synchronized attack. Rather than engaging in traditional single combats exclusively, the Muslims executed coordinated attacks at critical moments, achieving local numerical superiority within the larger battlefield. 3. Combined arms approach. The limited Muslim cavalry was employed for specific tactical objectives rather than glory-seeking charges, demonstrating early understanding of combined arms operations. These tactical innovations transformed individual warriors into a coherent fighting force, demonstrating how organizational quality can overcome numerical disadvantage, but principle that would later allow Muslim armies to defeat Byzantine and Persian forces despite similar numerical disadvantages. Spiritual and psychological factors. Beyond these material and tactical factors, the Prophet demonstrated unparalleled skill in psychological and spiritual preparation. 1. Divine assurance. The Prophet's communication of divine support, later confirmed in Quranic verses 8 to 9-12, created absolute conviction among the Muslims that transcended numerical calculations. 2. Personal example. His willingness to face the same risks as common soldiers established moral authority that inspired extraordinary performance. 3. Strategic objective clarity. Each fighter understood the existential stakes of the battle for the Muslim community, creating purpose beyond individual survival. These factors generated a spiritual force multiplier that transformed ordinary men into extraordinary fighters willing to face overwhelming odds, the ultimate qualitative advantage that cannot be measured in material terms yet decisively impacts battlefield outcomes. The Battle of Badr thus established the template for Islamic military excellence, the integration of spiritual motivation, superior intelligence, innovative tactics, excellent command arrangements, and strategic positioning to overcome numerical disadvantage. This template would prove remarkably consistent across Islamic military history and contains lessons directly applicable to contemporary security challenges. The Battle of Uhud, 625 CE. Strategic lessons through adversity. If Badr demonstrated how quality defeats quantity through perfect execution, the Battle of Uhud provided equally valuable lessons through temporary setback. Approximately 1 year after Badr, the Quraysh returned with 3,000 fighters, including 200 cavalry, against the Muslims' 700, a more than 4:1 numerical disadvantage. The battle began with Muslim success but concluded with a tactical reversal that contains critical insights for modern security planning. Initial strategic success. The early phase of Uhud again demonstrated the Prophet's military excellence. 1. Defensive terrain selection. The Muslim force took position with Mount Uhud protecting their rear and rough terrain protecting their flanks, a position that neutralized the Quraysh numerical advantage. 2. Key terrain control. The Prophet positioned 50 archers on a critical hill controlling a potential cavalry approach, with strict orders to maintain position regardless of battlefield developments. 3. Counterattack timing. After absorbing the initial Quraysh attack, the Muslims launched a perfectly timed counterattack that broke the enemy center and appeared to secure victory. These elements nearly reproduced the Badr success model despite greater numerical disadvantage, demonstrating that the principles were systematic rather than accidental. Discipline breakdown and consequences. The temporary Muslim setback at Uhud stemmed from a single critical factor with profound strategic implications. The archers abandoned their assigned position to collect spoils after the initial success, creating a massive vulnerability that the Quraysh cavalry commander Khalid bin Walid immediately exploited. This discipline breakdown created a cascading tactical collapse that nearly resulted in disaster. This sequence demonstrates perhaps the most important qualification for security leadership, the ability to learn from setbacks and incorporate those lessons into improved systems. The Prophet did exactly this, implementing several critical reforms after Uhud. 1. Command discipline emphasis. Subsequent military operations featured increased emphasis on absolute obedience to command, with clear chains of authority. 2. Strategic objective focus. The Muslims received enhanced training on maintaining strategic objective focus rather than becoming distracted by tactical opportunities or material gains. 3. Contingency planning. Future operations incorporated more sophisticated contingency planning to address unexpected developments. These adaptations demonstrate the quality of organizational learning, the ability to transform temporary setback into improved capability through systematic analysis and implementation. This quality would become a hallmark of Islamic military traditions and represents a critical capability for any security leadership role. The Quranic commentary on Uhud, particularly Surah Al-Imran 3:15-2155, provides theological context for this learning. Process. Attributing the temporary setback to a divine test meant to distinguish true believers from hypocrites. This spiritual framework transformed a potential demoralization into a profound learning opportunity, demonstrating another qualitative advantage of faith-based military organization. The Battle of Kandak, 627 CE defensive. Brilliance against overwhelming odds. The Battle of Kandak, the trench, represents the culmination of the Prophet's military innovation against numerical disadvantage. In this engagement, approximately 3,000 Muslims faced a coalition force of 10,000 fighters, the largest army assembled in Arabian history to that point. The numerical disadvantage, more than 3:1, was compounded by material shortages within Medina due to previous conflicts and economic pressure. Facing these overwhelming odds, the Prophet implemented perhaps history's first documented case of defense in depth through tactical innovation. Revolutionary defensive innovation. On the recommendation of Salman al-Farisi, the Muslims constructed a trench along Medina's exposed northern approach, a defensive technique unknown in Arabian warfare. This innovation provided multiple advantages. 1. Force multiplication. The trench effectively multiplied the defensive capability of each defender by restricting enemy approach routes and channeling attacks into prepared killing zones. 2. Neutralization of enemy advantages. The trench particularly negated the coalition's cavalry advantage, their primary offensive weapon. 3. Economy of force. The defensive position allowed smaller Muslim forces to defend extended frontage, optimizing limited manpower. This defensive system represented revolutionary thinking that transcended the prevailing Arabian military paradigm of open field confrontation. The willingness to adopt foreign techniques. The trench concept came from Persian military practice, demonstrated intellectual flexibility that contrasted sharply with the coalition's rigid adherence to traditional methods. Coalition division strategy. Beyond the physical defensive system, the Prophet implemented sophisticated psychological operations to divide the numerically superior coalition. 1. Tribal tension exploitation. Through secret negotiations, he exacerbated existing tensions between coalition components, particularly between Jewish and Arab contingents. 2. Disinformation operations. Controlled information leaks heighten paranoia within the coalition leadership about potential betrayal. 3. Strategic communication. Targeted messaging to different coalition components emphasized their conflicting interests and objectives. These measures degraded enemy cohesion without requiring direct military confrontation, a sophisticated application of psychological warfare that remains relevant to modern asymmetric conflicts. Patience as strategic weapon. Perhaps most importantly, the Prophet's strategy at Kandak demonstrated the strategic value of patience against numerically superior forces. 1. Resource calculation. The coalition required substantial daily resources to maintain its large force, creating increasing logistical strain with each passing day. 2. Weather factors. As the siege extended, deteriorating weather disproportionately impacted the exposed coalition forces while the Muslims maintained shelter within Medina. 3. Morale degradation. Extended operations without clear progress increasingly demoralized coalition fighters while the Muslims maintained cohesion and purpose. This strategic patience, recognizing time as a weapon rather than a constraint, eventually forced the coalition to withdraw without achieving its objectives despite overwhelming numerical advantage. The principle remains directly relevant to contemporary asymmetric conflicts, where weaker forces can prevail through superior persistence rather than direct confrontation. The Battle of Kandak thus demonstrated how innovative defensive techniques, psychological operations, and strategic patience can neutralize even massive numerical advantages. The Muslim victory, achieved without major direct combat, established defensive principles that would influence Islamic military practice for centuries. Psychological and spiritual factors in prophetic military leadership. Beyond specific tactical innovations, the Prophet's military leadership established psychological and spiritual principles that consistently generated qualitative advantages. Morale development systems. The Prophet implemented systematic approaches to morale development that transformed ordinary individuals into extraordinary fighters, 1. Personal courage example, his willingness to face the same dangers as common soldiers, personally fighting in frontline positions at Bad and Uhud, created moral authority impossible to achieve through position alone. 2. Individual recognition, he systematically recognized individual excellence, recording and publicizing acts of courage to create positive competition among fighters. 3. Adversity reframing, setbacks were consistently reframed as opportunities for spiritual growth and testing rather than failures, maintaining psychological resilience through difficulty. 4. Afterlife motivation, the certainty of divine reward for those who fought with sincere intention, regardless of temporal outcome, created warriors willing to face overwhelming odds. These psychological factors generated combat power that could not be measured in material terms yet decisively impacted battlefield results. The creation of fighters willing to face death without hesitation represents perhaps the ultimate qualitative advantage in warfare. Ethical warfare framework equally important, the Prophet established ethical parameters that enhance rather than constrained military effectiveness. 1. Civilian protection, his strict prohibition against harming non-combatants, including women, children, the elderly, and religious devotees, focus military energy on actual threats rather than dispersing it against civilians. 2. Environmental protection, prohibitions against destroying crops, water sources, and productive infrastructure preserved resources needed for post-conflict stability. 3. Proportionality principle, his consistent emphasis on using only necessary force to achieve legitimate objectives preserved resources while limiting enemy revenge motivation. 4. Reconciliation prioritization, even after victory, he emphasized reconciliation rather than retribution, turning former enemies into allies rather than creating generational resentment. These ethical constraints, rather than handicapping military effectiveness, enhanced it by focusing resources, limiting unnecessary opposition, and creating pathways for former enemies to accept Muslim leadership. The ethical framework established by the Prophet thus represents not idealistic constraint but strategic advantage, an insight often overlooked in contemporary security thinking that treats ethics and effectiveness as inherently opposed. Lessons for modern asymmetric warfare. The prophetic precedent in military leadership established principles that transcend their historical context and remain directly relevant to contemporary security challenges. Strategic asymmetric approaches. The Prophet's campaigns provide a sophisticated template for how numerically inferior forces can prevail against superior adversaries. 1. Terrain maximization. His consistent use of terrain to neutralize enemy numerical advantages provides a timeless principle for asymmetric warfare. 2. Intelligence prioritization. His emphasis on accurate intelligence as prerequisite for effective operations established information as critical force multiplier. 3. Organizational cohesion. The transformation of individual fighters into coordinated units demonstrated how organizational quality can overcome numerical disparity. 4. Psychological operations. His sophisticated use of information to influence enemy perception and decision-making established principles still taught in modern military academies. 5. Adaptive innovation. His willingness to adopt new techniques, like the trench, that transcended cultural limitations demonstrated the innovation necessary for asymmetric success. These principles, demonstrated nearly 14 centuries ago, with primitive technology, remain foundational to modern asymmetric warfare doctrine and provide concrete guidance for contemporary Muslim security architecture. Leadership model for security alliance. Beyond tactical principles, the Prophet's leadership approach establishes the essential qualities required for effective leadership of the proposed Muslim security alliance. 1. Personal credibility. His demonstrated willingness to share risks rather than directing from safety established the credibility necessary for followers to accept difficult missions. 2. Strategic vision communication. His ability to connect immediate tactical actions to larger strategic and spiritual objectives created extraordinary performance. 3. Purpose that motivated. Talent identification. His systematic identification and elevation of capable subordinates, including previously unknown individuals like Khalid bin Walid, created leadership depth essential for organizational expansion. Of learning organization creation, his transformation setbacks into organizational learning opportunities established the adaptability necessary for evolutionary improvement. 5. Principled pragmatism, his consistent balance between ideal objectives and practical limitations demonstrated the flexible implementation necessary for complex security challenges. These leadership qualities provide the standard against which potential security leaders should be measured, a standard that explains why Pakistan, with its demonstrated excellence in asymmetric capability development, stands uniquely qualified to lead a Muslim security alliance. Prophetic precedent. Leadership qualification. And Pakistan's. The Prophet's military leadership established the original model of how quality defeats quantity through superior leadership, organization, innovation, and spiritual motivation. Throughout Islamic history, successful Muslim commanders have followed this model to achieve victory against numerically superior forces, from Khalid bin Walid against Byzantine and Persian armies to Saladin against Crusader forces. In the modern era, Pakistan has demonstrated the same qualities that distinguished the Prophet's military leadership. 1. Asymmetric innovation. Pakistan's development of nuclear capabilities despite international opposition parallels the Prophet's willingness to adopt innovative approaches that transcend conventional limitations. 2. Strategic patience. Pakistan's long-term strategic persistence against a numerically superior adversary reflects the same patience demonstrated at Kandak. 3. Intelligence excellence. Pakistan's sophisticated intelligence capabilities continue the Prophet's emphasis on information as critical strategic resource. 4. Ethical framework. Pakistan's military doctrine incorporates Islamic ethical principles that enhance rather than constrain operational effectiveness. 5. Organizational learning. Pakistan's military adaptation following setbacks demonstrates the same quality of learning organization that the Prophet established. These parallels are not coincidental but represent the consistent application of Islamic military principles established in the prophetic precedent. Pakistan's qualification for Muslim world security leadership thus stems not merely from its contemporary capabilities but from its embodiment of the prophetic military tradition that consistently enables quality to defeat quantity. Conclusion: the timeless paradigm. The Prophet Muhammad's military leadership established a paradigm in which quality consistently defeats quantity through superior leadership, organization, innovation, and spiritual motivation. This paradigm, demonstrated at Badr, refined through the lesson of Uhud and perfected at Kandak, provides the historical foundation for the security architecture proposed in this book. The qualitative advantages that enabled 313 Muslims to defeat 1,000 Quraysh at Badr remain available to the contemporary Muslim world through the right institutional frameworks and leadership. Pakistan, by demonstrating these same qualities in its own security achievements, stands uniquely qualified to lead this transformation, not merely because of its specific capabilities but because it embodies the prophetic tradition of asymmetric excellence. As the Muslim world faces unprecedented security challenges in the 21st century, the lessons from the Prophet's campaigns provide not nostalgic inspiration but practical guidance for overcoming numerical and material disadvantages through qualitative excellence. The proposed security architecture represents the institutional manifestation of these timeless principles, adapting the prophetic precedent to contemporary challenges while maintaining its essential wisdom that quality, guided by faith and implemented with excellence, consistently defeats mere quantity. Chapter 2. The Great Islamic Conquest's Quality. Defeating empires. Small forces have defeated large armies through superior morale, leadership, and strategy, the true determinants of victory that transcend mere numbers. The impossible achievement, early Muslim conquests in historical perspective within a single generation after the Prophet Muhammad's death in 632 CE, the Islamic State accomplished what conventional military analysis would have deemed impossible, the simultaneous defeat of the world's two superpowers, the Byzantine and Persian empires. This achievement represents perhaps history's most dramatic demonstration of quality defeating quantity on a grand strategic scale. By 651 CE, a society that had begun with a few hundred supporters in a desert town had conquered territory spanning from North Africa to Central Asia, defeating imperial armies that outnumbered Muslim forces by factors of 3 to 6 across dozens of major engagements. This extraordinary expansion presents a profound puzzle for military historians. The Byzantine and Persian empires possessed overwhelming advantages in nearly every conventional measurement of military power. 1. Demographic superiority. The combined population under Byzantine and Persian control exceeded 30 million, while the Arabian Peninsula contained perhaps 23 million. 2. Economic resources. Both empires commanded sophisticated taxation systems, substantial gold reserves, and established manufacturing capabilities dwarfing Arabian resources. 3. Military experience. Both empires maintained professional military establishments with centuries of institutional knowledge and formal training systems. 4. Technological advantage. Byzantine and Persian forces possessed superior metallurgy, engineering capabilities, and siege technologies. 5. Logistical infrastructure. Established road networks, supply depots, and administrative systems provided significant operational advantages to imperial forces. By conventional material calculation, the early Islamic conquests should have been rapidly defeated. Instead, Muslim armies achieved consistent victories against numerically superior imperial forces across diverse terrain, climatic conditions, and operational scenarios. Understanding how this occurred reveals enduring principles directly relevant to the contemporary security architecture proposed in this book. Khalid ibn al-Walid, the embodiment of qualitative excellence. No figure better represents the qualitative factors that enabled Muslim victories against overwhelming numerical odds than Khalid ibn al-Walid, a commander whose genius transformed the early Islamic conquests from regional success to imperial displacement. His campaigns against both Byzantine and Persian forces established principles of asymmetric excellence that would influence Islamic military practice for centuries. Strategic mobility as force multiplier. Khalid's most significant innovation was his revolutionary approach to strategic mobility, converting what appeared a numerical disadvantage into operational advantage through superior movement capabilities. 1. Light force composition. While imperial armies relied on heavy infantry and extensive supply trains, Khalid organized highly mobile forces with minimal logistical requirements, enabling movement speeds 2 to 3 times faster than Byzantine or Persian armies. 2. Desert route mastery. His famous march from Iraq to Syria in 634 CE, crossing supposedly impassable desert terrain to arrive at Damascus from an unexpected direction, demonstrated how superior geographical knowledge created strategic surprise. 3. Operational reach. By emphasizing mobility over mass, his forces could operate at distances from their bases that imperial commanders considered impossible, creating strategic depth that compensated for numerical inferiority. This approach to strategic mobility transformed conventional disadvantages into advantages. The Muslims' relatively small forces, rather than limiting operational options, created agility that larger imperial armies could not match. The numerical disparity, paradoxically, became a strategic asset rather than liability. Operational maneuver and concentration of force. Within this framework of strategic mobility, Khalid implemented sophisticated operational maneuver to achieve local superiority despite overall numerical disadvantage. 1. Interior lines utilization. By operating on interior lines, his forces could concentrate against isolated elements of numerically superior enemies, achieving local superiority at decisive points. 2. Deception operations. Sophisticated deception measures, including false campfires, dust generation by dragging branches, and staged withdrawals, created perception of larger forces. 3. Night marches. Regular use of night movement allowed positioning for dawn attacks, catching numerically superior forces in disadvantageous positions before they could deploy their full numbers. 4. Reserve echelonment. Unlike imperial armies that typically deployed forces in linear formations, Khalid arranged forces in depth with mobile reserves that could exploit breakthrough opportunities or reinforce threatened sectors. These operational approaches consistently neutralized Imperial numerical advantages by ensuring that only a fraction of enemy forces could effectively engage at decisive points. The principle, achieving local superiority within overall numerical inferiority through superior maneuver, remains foundational to modern asymmetric warfare. Tactical innovation and flexibility. At the tactical level, Khalid demonstrated consistent innovation that contrasted sharply with the relatively rigid imperial approaches. 1. Formation adaptability. While Byzantine and Persian forces relied on standardized formations developed over centuries, Khalid tailored formations to specific battlefield conditions and enemy dispositions. 2. Combined arms integration. His forces demonstrated sophisticated integration of cavalry, infantry, and archers in mutually supporting roles, a level of combined arms coordination rarely achieved by imperial forces. 3. Command decentralization. Unlike imperial commanders who maintained rigid central control, Khalid delegated significant tactical authority to subordinate commanders within strategic guidance, creating adaptability that imperial forces could not match. 4. Tactical reserve utilization. His consistent maintenance of mobile reserves, often personally led, provided decisive intervention capability at critical moments, transforming tactical situations through precisely timed commitment. These tactical innovations created battlefield adaptability that imperial forces, despite numerical superiority, could not counter effectively. The Muslim forces could reshape their approach during battle, while imperial forces remained committed to predetermined formations and sequences that proved vulnerable to unexpected developments. Psychological development operations and morale. Beyond material and tactical factors, Khalid demonstrated unparalleled skill in psychological warfare and morale development. 1. Shock development. His forces were specifically trained to create psychological shock through coordinated charge timing, battle cries, and targeting of enemy leadership. 2. Reputation utilization. He systematically developed his reputation for invincibility, using previous victories to create anticipatory defeat in enemy minds before battle began. 3. Offering multiple outcomes. Unlike imperial commanders who typically presented only surrender or death options, Khalid consistently offered dignified alternatives, including potential integration into Muslim forces, creating uncertainty in enemy ranks about their leadership's decision to fight. 4. Warrior ethos cultivation. His personal example of leading from the front, particularly in moments of crisis, created warrior culture that imperial professional soldiers could not match in motivation. These psychological factors converted material disadvantage into effective advantage by creating circumstances where imperial troops, despite numerical superiority, lost confidence in victory before physical defeat occurred. The resulting hesitation, risk aversion, and cohesion breakdown proved decisive in multiple engagements. Khalid's integrated approach, combining strategic mobility, operational maneuver, tactical innovation, and psychological operations, established the template for Islamic military excellence against numerically superior forces. This template would be applied on unprecedented scale in the decisive battles of Qadisiyah and Yarmouk. The Battle of Al-Qadisiyah, 636 CE. David versus Goliath in Iraq. The Battle of Al-Qadisiyah represented the decisive engagement between Islamic forces and the Sassanid Persian Empire, resulting in the collapse of Persian power in Iraq and ultimately leading to the empire's complete fall. The battle presents a remarkable case study in how qualitative factors can overcome overwhelming numerical disadvantage. The strategic context and force comparison. The strategic situation facing the Muslim forces appeared nearly hopeless by conventional calculation. 1. Numerical disparity. Approximately 30,000 Muslim fighters faced the main Persian army numbering around 120,000 under General Rustam, a 4:1 disadvantage. 2. Equipment differential. The Persian force included war elephants, heavy cavalry with superior armor, and significantly more archers with compound bows exceeding Arabian bow capabilities. 3. Experience asymmetry. The Persian force consisted primarily of professional soldiers with formal training and battle experience, while the Muslim army contained significant numbers of recently recruited troops. 4. Logistical mismatch. Operating far from Arabian bases, the Muslim force had limited supply capability compared to the Persians' extensive logistics network throughout Iraq. This situation represents precisely the numerical and material mismatch that conventional military theory would deem insurmountable. The battle's outcome, decisive Muslim victory, thus provides profound insight into the qualitative factors that can overcome such disparity. Organizational quality. The Qomis system under Sa'd ibn Abi Waqas, the Muslim forces at Qadisiyah implemented the innovative Qomis, literally fifth, organizational system that created qualitative advantages neutralizing Persian numerical superiority. 1. 5-division structure. The army was organized into 5 integrated divisions: center, right wing, left wing, vanguard, and rear guard, each with integrated infantry, cavalry, and archers. 2. Modular flexibility. Each division could operate semi-independently while maintaining coordination with others, creating adaptability the more rigidly organized Persian force lacked. 3. Depth integration. Unlike the Persian linear deployment, the Muslim force maintained depth that preserved capability despite local breakthroughs. 4. Command clarity. Clear chain of command within each division facilitated initiative at lower levels while maintaining strategic coherence. This organizational approach transformed what appeared a numerical disadvantage into an effective advantage by creating a force that could adapt rapidly to battlefield developments while the numerically superior Persian force remained committed to predetermined deployment patterns. The Qomis system's integration of arms, depth utilization, and command clarity created effectiveness disproportionate to raw numbers. Tactical excellence and adaptability. Over 4 days of intensive combat, the Muslim forces demonstrated tactical excellence that progressively neutralized Persian advantages. 1. Elephant countermeasures. When initially disrupted by war elephants, Muslim forces rapidly developed and implemented targeted attacks on elephant eyes and trunks, effectively neutralizing this Persian advantage by the second day. 2. Night operations mastery. Muslim forces conducted sophisticated night attacks that created disproportionate disruption in Persian camps accustomed to daytime operations and fixed positions. 3. Weather exploitation. When dust storms created visibility challenges on the third day, Muslim forces, more familiar with such conditions from Arabian experience, exploited the situation for successful attacks while Persian forces became disoriented. 4. Command targeting. Focused efforts to locate and eliminate Persian leadership, including the eventual killing of General Rustam on the fourth day, created catastrophic command breakdown in the Persian force. These adaptive approaches consistently neutralized Persian advantages while exploiting their vulnerabilities, demonstrating how tactical excellence can overcome material and numerical disadvantage through superior decision cycles and adaptability. Morale and motivation as decisive factors beyond organizational and tactical factors. Qadisiyah demonstrated the decisive impact of spiritual motivation and morale on battlefield outcomes. 1. Martyrdom acceptance. The Islamic concept of martyrdom created fighters willing to accept fatal risk levels that Persian professional soldiers, fighting primarily for payment and obligation, would not consider. 2. Strategic purpose clarity. Every fighter understood the battle's significance for the broader Islamic cause, creating purpose that transcended immediate survival concerns. 3. Leadership example. Commanders consistently demonstrated willingness to face the same dangers as common soldiers, creating moral authority impossible to achieve through position alone. 4. Spiritual equality. The Islamic concept that all believers held equal spiritual status regardless of tribal or economic background created cohesion that hierarchical Persian forces could not match. These motivational factors generated battlefield performance levels that material calculation could not predict. The willingness to maintain cohesion and effectiveness under extreme pressure, directly attributable to spiritual motivation, proved decisive in the battle's final phases when Persian forces broke while numerically superior. The Battle of Qadisiyah thus demonstrated how organizational excellence, tactical adaptability, and superior motivation could overcome 4:1 numerical disadvantage against a technologically superior force. The resulting victory opened Iraq to Islamic conquest and began the Sassanid Empire's collapse, an outcome inconceivable by conventional military calculation yet achieved through qualitative excellence. The Battle of Yarmouk, 636 CE. The decisive confrontation with Byzantium. If Qadisiyya demonstrated quality defeating quantity against the Persian Empire, the Battle of Yarmouk provided equally dramatic evidence against Byzantine forces. Occurring almost simultaneously with Qadisiyya, likely by Muslim strategic design to prevent imperial cooperation, Yarmouk represented an even greater numerical mismatch yet resulted in perhaps the most consequential Byzantine defeat in the empire's history. The strategic context and force comparison. The numerical and material disparity at Yarmouk exceeded even Qadisiyya's imbalance. 1. Extreme numerical disadvantage. Approximately 40,000 Muslim fighters faced a Byzantine force generally estimated between 200,000 and 240,000, a staggering 5:1 or 6:1 disadvantage. 2. Equipment superiority. Byzantine forces possessed significantly better armor, standardized weapons from imperial factories, and siege engines Muslim forces lacked entirely. 3. Professional corps. The Byzantine army included elite units from throughout the empire, particularly the Anatolian professional units with superior training and equipment. 4. Combined arms capability. Byzantine forces had sophisticated integration of heavy cavalry, infantry, and archers developed through centuries of imperial military evolution. By conventional military assessment, this disparity should have guaranteed Byzantine victory. The actual outcome, comprehensive Byzantine defeat with estimated losses of 120,000 against approximately 4,000 Muslim martyrs, represents one of military history's most dramatic quality versus quantity demonstrations. Command excellence. Under Khalid ibn al-Walid. Following his extraordinary desert crossing from Iraq, Khalid assumed command of Muslim forces at Yarmouk and implemented a comprehensive approach that neutralized Byzantine numerical superiority. 1. Terrain utilization mastery. He positioned forces with the Yarmouk River gorge protecting the right flank and hills securing the left, creating a narrowed frontage that prevented Byzantine forces from fully deploying their superior numbers. 2. Interior lines creation. His arrangement of Muslim camps created interior lines that enabled rapid reinforcement of threatened sectors before Byzantine numerical advantage could become decisive. 3. Mobility emphasis. Despite facing heavily armored Byzantine forces, Khalid maintained emphasis on mobility that created opportunities for maneuver the more ponderous Byzantine formations could not match. 4. Personal reserve leadership. He personally commanded a mobile cavalry reserve of elite fighters, enabling decisive intervention at critical moments throughout the six-day battle. These command decisions created a battlefield geometry that systematically negated Byzantine numerical advantage before fighting even began, demonstrating how superior positioning can neutralize raw numerical superiority. Operational phasing and enemy division. Unlike typical Arab warfare of the period, which generally sought immediate decisive engagement, Khalid implemented sophisticated operational phasing. 1. Byzantine deployment encouragement. Initial Muslim defensive posture encouraged full Byzantine deployment, extending their supply lines and creating logistical vulnerability. 2. Sequential engagement. Rather than engaging the entire Byzantine force simultaneously, Muslim attacks targeted specific sectors in sequence, preventing Byzantines from bringing their full numerical advantage to bear at any single point. 3. Division exploitation. Khalid systematically exploited tensions between Byzantine force components, particularly between imperial regulars and Christian Arab auxiliaries, through targeted attacks that heightened suspicion between elements. 4. Culmination recognition. By the sixth day, Khalid recognized Byzantine culmination, the point where offensive power reaches maximum and begins declining, and launched the decisive general attack precisely when Byzantine cohesion began failing. This sophisticated approach to battle phasing demonstrates how operational art can overcome numerical disadvantage by controlling engagement timing and targeting enemy vulnerabilities beyond raw numbers. The sequential approach ensured that Byzantine numerical advantage never translated to decisive local superiority at critical points. Tactical system superiority. At the tactical level, Muslim forces demonstrated systematic advantages despite material disadvantages. 1. Unit cohesion. Muslim tribal and religious bonds created unit cohesion that Byzantine forces, composed of diverse mercenaries and conscripts from throughout the empire, could not match under pressure. 2. Command continuity. The relatively flat Muslim command structure ensured continuity when leaders became casualties, while Byzantine forces experienced catastrophic command breakdown when senior officers were killed. 3. Disciplined mobility. Muslim forces maintained formation integrity during movement, while Byzantine units frequently lost cohesion during maneuver, creating exploitation opportunities. For individual combat superiority, the Arabian emphasis on individual combat skills, combined with religious motivation, created qualitative advantages in small unit engagements that aggregated to larger formation effectiveness. These tactical factors consistently generated Muslim advantages in local engagements despite overall numerical inferiority. The resulting tactical success, multiplied across hundreds of small unit engagements, aggregated to operational victory despite the massive numerical disparity. The decisive moment, recognizing and exploiting culmination. The battle's decisive turn occurred on the sixth day when Khalid recognized Byzantine culmination and executed the battle's masterstroke. 1. Timing precision. After allowing Byzantine offensive power to exhaust itself against disciplined Muslim defense, Khalid identified the precise moment when Byzantine offensive momentum stalled. 2. General reserve commitment. The elite mobile reserve under Khalid's personal command launched the decisive attack precisely when Byzantine forces had extended themselves maximally. 3. Route selection. The attack targeted the single critical vulnerability in Byzantine deployment, the center-left connection point between different corps with coordination challenges. 4. Exploitation preparation. Prepositioned exploitation forces were prepared to immediately pursue retreating Byzantine elements, converting tactical success into operational victory. This culminating sequence demonstrated perhaps Khalid's greatest military genius, the ability to recognize the decisive moment when qualitative advantages could overcome quantitative disadvantage through perfectly timed commitment of reserves. The resulting breakthrough collapsed Byzantine cohesion entirely, transforming retreat into rout. The Battle of Yarmouk thus demonstrated how superior command, operational phasing, tactical excellence, and culmination exploitation could overcome even 6-to-1 numerical disadvantage against history's most sophisticated military empire. The victory secured Syria for Islamic governance and began Byzantium's terminal decline in the region, a strategic outcome that transformed Mediterranean power dynamics for the next millennium. Organizational and tactical innovations of early Muslim armies. The early Islamic conquests were not merely the product of individual genius like Khalid ibn al-Walid but represented systematic organizational and tactical innovations that created qualitative advantages against numerically superior imperial forces. Administrative and logistical systems. While imperial armies relied on complex bureaucracy and extensive supply trains, early Muslim forces developed lean administrative systems that created operational advantages. 1. Diwan Military Registry. The systematic recording of fighters in the Diwan Registry established by Caliph Umar created accountability, resource allocation efficiency, and personnel tracking capabilities that imperial systems, despite greater size, could not match in effectiveness. 2. Local resource utilization. Muslim forces developed sophisticated approaches to local resource acquisition that reduced supply lines while maintaining operational capability, contrasting with imperial armies dependent on vulnerable extended logistics chains. 3. Recruitment integration. New territorial acquisitions were rapidly integrated into military recruitment, allowing force expansion without proportional administrative growth and creating loyalty among newly incorporated populations. For resource allocation efficiency, the relatively simple yet effective Bait al-Mal treasury system directed resources to strategic priorities with minimal bureaucratic delay, creating responsiveness imperial systems could not achieve despite greater absolute resources. These administrative innovations created forces that could operate effectively with fraction of the support personnel required by imperial armies, converting apparent disadvantage into operational advantage through greater proportion of combat power per total personnel. Tactical system development. Beyond specific battle innovations, the early Muslim forces developed systematic tactical approaches that consistently generated qualitative advantages. 1. Far refinement. The traditional Arabian hit-and-run tactics, literally attack and retreat, were systematically refined into sophisticated mobile warfare doctrine that imperial heavy formations could not effectively counter. 2. Tabia formation system. The development of integrated formations, tabia, with complementary infantry, cavalry, and archer elements created combined arms capabilities matching imperial forces despite less formal training systems. 3. Command rationalization. The clear chain of command from overall leader, Amir, through formation commanders to unit leaders, Arifs, created decision speed and communication clarity that imperial forces, despite more elaborate staff systems, could not achieve in field conditions. 4. Signal standardization. The development of standardized command signals through flags, drums, and voice commands created coordination capabilities matching imperial forces despite less formal military education. These tactical systems transformed what began as tribal warriors into integrated military forces capable of complex operations against professional imperial armies. The systematic nature of these developments, rather than merely individual leadership brilliance, explains the consistent Muslim success across diverse theaters against different adversaries. Training and personnel development. Perhaps most importantly, early Muslim forces developed sophisticated approaches to fighter development that created qualitative advantages at individual level. 1. Meritocratic advancement. Unlike imperial forces where rank often reflected social status, Muslim forces implemented genuine meritocracy where demonstrated ability determined command opportunity, creating leadership quality imperial forces could not match. 2. Continuous training culture. The integration of military training with daily activities, particularly through constant horsemanship and weapons practice, created individual skill levels exceeding imperial troops despite less formal training structures. 3. Multiplier skills emphasis. Specific emphasis on skills with disproportionate battlefield impact, particularly archery following the Prophet's specific encouragement, created specialized capabilities that generated effects exceeding normal numerical calculations. 4. Veteran integration. Systematic distribution of experienced fighters throughout new units ensured knowledge transfer and standard maintenance despite rapid force expansion. These personnel development approaches created individual fighter quality exceeding imperial professional soldiers despite less formal training structures and shorter institutional history. The resulting qualitative advantage at individual level aggregated to formation effectiveness that overcame numerical disadvantage. Morale, motivation, and faith as force multipliers. Beyond organizational and tactical factors, the early Islamic conquests demonstrated the decisive impact of spiritual motivation on military effectiveness, motivation differentials. The motivational asymmetry between Muslim forces and imperial troops created performance differentials that material calculation could not predict. 1. Eternal consequences belief. The genuine belief in eternal reward for sincere fighting in Allah's cause created willingness to accept casualty risks that imperial professional soldiers, fighting primarily for payment and obligation, considered irrational. 2. Victory or paradise paradigm. The understanding that either outcome of battle, victory or martyrdom, represented success from spiritual perspective created psychological resilience imperial forces could not comprehend or counter. 3. Purpose clarity. Every fighter understood their role in expanding Allah's governance on earth, creating meaning beyond personal survival or material reward that imperial troops largely lacked. 4. Divine accountability. The belief that Allah witnessed all actions created internal motivation and discipline exceeding what external supervision in imperial forces could achieve. These motivational factors generated performance levels that material calculation would deem impossible, explaining how outnumbered forces maintained cohesion and effectiveness in circumstances where conventional military theory would predict collapse. Leadership legitimacy systems. The early Islamic conquests also featured distinctive leadership legitimacy based on integrated religious and military authority. 1. Exemplary leadership standard. Commanders were expected to embody religious virtues alongside military skills, creating moral authority exceeding what positional power alone could achieve in imperial armies. 2. Personal courage requirement. Leadership legitimacy required demonstrated willingness to face the same dangers as common soldiers, creating trust that hierarchical imperial leadership could not match. 3. Accessible command presence. Unlike imperial generals who often remained distant from common soldiers, Muslim commanders maintained direct contact with fighters, creating information flow and trust advantages. 4. Spiritual equality foundation. The understanding that all believers held equal spiritual status regardless of military rank created unique combination of clear command authority with fundamental human respect. These leadership patterns created trust and cohesion levels that imperial forces, despite more elaborate command structures and greater experience, could not match in field conditions. The willingness to follow commanders into extremely adverse circumstances directly reflected this distinctive leadership legitimacy. Spiritual framework for adversity. Perhaps most significantly, the Islamic spiritual framework provided unique advantages for managing adversity. 1. Theological testing framework. Difficulties were understood as divine tests rather than misfortunes, creating resilience imperial forces could not match when facing setbacks. 2. Death meaning structure. The Islamic understanding of martyrdom created meaning in death that removed its ultimate deterrent power, generating courage imperial incentive systems could not produce. 3. Communal support integration. The comprehensive social support for fighters' families removed personal anxiety that frequently undermined imperial soldier effectiveness. 4. Divine control belief. The theological understanding that ultimate outcomes remained in Allah's control created psychological stability amid chaos that imperial troops typically lacked. These spiritual frameworks transformed how fighters experienced combat conditions, removing psychological barriers that typically limit human performance under extreme stress. The resulting effectiveness in objectively overwhelming circumstances repeatedly generated outcomes that conventional military calculation deemed impossible. Lessons for the modern Muslim security. Architecture. The early Islamic conquests provide not merely historical inspiration but practical guidance for the contemporary security architecture proposed in this book. Asymmetric approach validation. The consistent Muslim victory against imperial powers validates the central premise that numerical disadvantage can be systematically overcome through qualitative excellence. 1. Organizational quality priority. The early conquest experience demonstrates how organizational excellence can create effectiveness exceeding what raw numbers would predict, validating the proposed alliance's emphasis on superior command structures over mere force aggregation. 2. Maneuver over mass. The early Muslim approach emphasizing strategic mobility and operational maneuver over numerical mass provides the historical template for the proposed alliance's doctrinal approach to potential adversaries with greater absolute numbers. 3. Morale development systems. The early conquest experience validates the central importance of fighter motivation and morale systems, supporting the proposed alliance's emphasis on Islamic spiritual foundation as strategic rather than merely cultural dimension. 4. Leadership quality emphasis. The decisive impact of leaders like Khalid ibn al-Walid demonstrates how exceptional leadership can overcome material disadvantage, validating the proposed alliance's emphasis on leadership development systems. These historical validations provide not merely encouragement, but practical guidance for developing the proposed Muslim security alliance's specific systems and approaches. Pakistan's historical continuity. The early Islamic conquests also illuminate Pakistan's unique qualification for Muslim security leadership through historical continuity. 1. Strategic mobility tradition. Pakistan's military doctrine emphasizing maneuver warfare despite numerical disadvantage represents direct continuation of early Muslim approaches pioneered by Khalid ibn al-Walid. 2. Religious military integration. Pakistan's integration of Islamic principles within military doctrine maintains the early conquest tradition of spiritual motivation as force multiplier. 3. Asymmetric development of innovation capabilities culture, offsetting Pakistan's conventional disadvantages, particularly its nuclear program, continues the early Muslim tradition of innovation overcoming material constraints. 4. Command excellence emphasis. Pakistan's military leadership development systems, emphasizing character alongside technical skill, maintain the holistic leadership approaches that distinguished early Muslim commanders. These continuities are not coincidental but represent systematic application of enduring principles first demonstrated in the early conquests. Pakistan's leadership qualification thus stems not merely from contemporary capabilities but from embodiment of the historical tradition that enabled quality to defeat quantity throughout Islamic military history. Strategic patience requirement. Perhaps most importantly, the early conquests demonstrate the necessity of strategic patience in asymmetric conditions. 1. Generational timeline understanding. The transformation of the region from imperial domination to Islamic governance required approximately 20 years, suggesting realistic timeline expectations for contemporary security transformation. 2. Incremental approach validation. The early conquests proceeded through sequential campaigns rather than simultaneous operations, validating the proposed alliance's phased implementation approach. 3. Consolidation emphasis. Each territorial acquisition was systematically consolidated before further expansion, supporting the proposed alliance's emphasis on institutional development alongside capability expansion. 4. Adaptability over planning. The early conquest success stemmed more from adaptability to emerging conditions than elaborate initial planning, suggesting the proposed alliance should emphasize organizational adaptability over rigid strategic plans. These historical patterns provide valuable guidance for realistic implementation of the contemporary security architecture, suggesting patience, incrementalism, consolidation emphasis, and adaptability as key success factors. Conclusion: the historical template for modern transformation. The early Islamic conquests present not merely inspiring history but practical template for how quality can systematically defeat quantity through superior leadership, organization, practical innovation, and spiritual motivation. The defeat of the Byzantine and Persian empires by numerically inferior forces demonstrated principles that transcend their historical context and provide direct guidance for contemporary security challenges. The battles of Qadisiyah and Yarmouk, where forces outnumbered by factors of 4:1 and 6:1 achieved decisive victory against history's most sophisticated empires, validate the central premise underlying the proposed Muslim security architecture: that qualitative excellence can overcome quantitative disadvantage through the right institutional frameworks and leadership approaches. In the contemporary context, Pakistan's embodiment of these historical principles, demonstrated most recently in the May 2025 crisis, establishes its unique qualification for Muslim world security leadership. The proposed security architecture represents not radical innovation but return to proven principles that enabled Muslim forces to transcend numerical disadvantage throughout Islamic history. As the Muslim world faces unprecedented security challenges in the 21st century, the early conquest experience provides both inspiration and practical guidance for overcoming apparent disadvantages through qualitative excellence. The proposed security architecture represents the institutional manifestation of these principles, adapted to contemporary conditions while maintaining the essential wisdom that quality, guided by faith and implemented with excellence, consistently defeats mere quantity. Chapter 3: Muslim military excellence. Through the centuries, victory is not determined by numbers or the equipment, but by faith in Allah and righteous leadership. With these, the perceived weaker force becomes the stronger. Salah ad-Din Yusuf ibn Ayyub, Saladin. The enduring paradigm, quality defeating quantity across Islamic history. The military excellence demonstrated during the Prophet Muhammad's campaigns and the early Islamic conquests was not a temporary phenomenon limited to Islam's formative period. Rather, it established an enduring paradigm that would manifest repeatedly throughout subsequent centuries of Islamic History. From Saladin's recapture of Jerusalem to the Mamluk victory at Ain Jalut, from Ottoman military innovations to Mughal technological adaptation, and through North African resistance against European colonialism, the consistent pattern of quality defeating quantity provides compelling validation of the Quranic principle, how many a small company has overcome a large company by permission of Allah. 2:249. This chapter examines 5 pivotal examples of Muslim military excellence across different eras, regions, and circumstances. In each case, we observe how superior leadership, organizational effectiveness, technological adaptation, and spiritual motivation enabled Muslim forces to overcome numerically superior adversaries through qualitative excellence. These historical cases are not merely inspirational narratives but provide concrete validation for the central premise underlying this book's proposed security architecture, that qualitative factors consistently prove decisive against mere numerical advantage when properly institutionalized and led. The relevance of these historical examples to contemporary security challenges facing the Muslim world cannot be overstated. The same principles that enabled Saladin to defeat Crusader armies or the Mamluks to halt Mongol expansion provide the strategic foundation for how Pakistan, despite facing a numerically superior adversary in India, has maintained strategic parity through qualitative excellence in leadership, organization, technology, and spiritual motivation. Understanding these historical continuities is essential for developing the institutional frameworks necessary to transform the Muslim world's numerical mass into effective strategic weight in the 21st century. Saladin's victories against Crusader armies, strategic genius and moral leadership. No figure in Islamic military history better exemplifies the integration of strategic genius with moral leadership than Salah ad-Din Yusuf ibn Ayyub, known in the West as Saladin, 1137-1193 CE. His campaigns against numerically superior and technologically advanced Crusader forces culminated in the reconquest of Jerusalem in 1187 CE, reversing nearly a century of Crusader occupation through qualitative advantages that transcended numerical calculations. The strategic context and force disparity. When Saladin unified Muslim forces in Egypt, Syria, and Mesopotamia in the 1170s, he faced formidable challenges that conventional military assessment would deem overwhelming. 1. Technological disadvantage. Crusader forces possessed superior metallurgy, more advanced castle-building techniques, and heavier armor that provided significant advantages in direct confrontation. 2. Professional military orders. Organizations like the Knights Templar and Hospitaller represented dedicated professional fighting forces with extensive training, equipment standardization, and institutional knowledge development that Muslim forces initially lacked. 3. Defensive force multipliers. The network of Crusader castles and fortified cities created defensive positions where relatively small garrisons could resist much larger attacking forces through force multiplication effects of fortification. 4. European reinforcement. Crusader states maintained connection to European manpower, resources, and technological developments, allowing continuous renovation of their capabilities. Despite these challenges, Saladin systematically neutralized Crusader advantages through a comprehensive approach combining strategic patience, force development, diplomatic isolation, and ultimately decisive operational execution at the Battle of Hattin, 1187. Strategic patience and preparation. Unlike previous Muslim leaders who sought immediate confrontation with Crusader forces, Saladin implemented a systematic preparation phase that created the conditions for eventual success. 1. Political unification. His gradual unification of previously fragmented Muslim territories from Egypt to Syria created the strategic depth and resource base necessary for sustained operations against Crusader states. 2. Force development priority. Rather than immediate offensive operations, Saladin prioritized rebuilding Muslim military capabilities through training reforms, equipment standardization, and leadership development. 3. Intelligence network creation. He established sophisticated intelligence networks within Crusader territories, developing detailed understanding of fortification systems, command structures, and internal political tensions. 4. Diplomatic isolation campaign. Through careful Diplomacy, Saladin progressively isolated Crusader states from potential allies, particularly Byzantine support that had previously created two-front challenges for Muslim forces. This methodical approach, prioritizing qualitative improvement over immediate confrontation, created the foundation for eventual success despite apparent Crusader advantages. The patience to defer immediate action in favor of systematic preparation represents one of Saladin's most significant strategic innovations and provides a model directly relevant to contemporary security architecture development. Operational masterpiece, the Battle of Hattin, July 4, 1187. Saladin's operational genius culminated at the Battle of Hattin, where approximately 20,000 Muslim fighters decisively defeated a Crusader army of similar size despite the latter's superior heavy cavalry and infantry equipment. This engagement demonstrates how superior operational design can overcome material advantages through integrated application of multiple qualitative factors. 1. Environmental weapon creation. Saladin deliberately maneuvered the Crusader army into terrain without water access during the extreme heat of summer, converting environmental factors into strategic weapons more effective than any technology. 2. Mobility differential exploitation. Recognizing the Crusaders' limited mobility in heavy armor, Saladin's forces conducted continuous harassment operations that progressively degraded enemy cohesion without requiring direct confrontation against their strongest capabilities. 3. Command isolation implementation. His forces systematically targeted communication between Crusader leadership elements, creating decision paralysis that prevented effective response to rapidly evolving conditions. 4. Psychological operation integration. Highly visible brushfires set around Crusader positions created both physical discomfort and psychological pressure that degraded decision quality and fighting effectiveness. The resulting victory, with the capture of the Crusader king and almost complete destruction of their field army, demonstrates how operational excellence can overcome technological advantages through superior understanding of environment, mobility, command function, and psychological factors. The qualitative advantages in leadership and operational design proved decisively superior to the Crusaders' material advantages. Moral leadership and ethical warfare. Beyond strategic and operational excellence, Saladin demonstrated how ethical conduct and moral leadership generate strategic advantages that transcend immediate tactical considerations. 1. Toward mercy as strategic weapon. His famous Mercy Jerusalem's Christian inhabitants following reconquest, contrasting sharply with the Crusaders' slaughter of Muslims in 1099, created moral authority impossible to achieve through military victory alone. 2. Religious site protection. His systematic protection of Christian religious sites even during active conflict created legitimacy both within diverse local populations and internationally. 3. Prisoner treatment standards. The humane treatment of captured Crusader fighters, including personally ransoming many captives, generated reputation benefits that facilitated subsequent diplomatic initiatives and demoralized enemy resistance. 4. Leadership by example. His personal courage, austerity, and accessibility created leadership legitimacy that inspired performance levels beyond what formal authority alone could achieve. These ethical dimensions of Saladin's leadership demonstrate how moral and spiritual factors generate concrete strategic advantages beyond conventional military calculation. The resulting loyalty, cohesion, and legitimacy represent qualitative factors that numerical analysis cannot capture yet prove decisive in extended conflicts. Relevance to contemporary security architecture. Saladin's approach provides directly applicable lessons for the proposed Pakistan-led Muslim security architecture. 1. Unification priority. His success through unifying previously fragmented Muslim territories validates the proposed architecture's emphasis on institutional frameworks that convert fragmented capabilities into coherent force. 2. Preparation before confrontation. His methodical force development before decisive operations provides the template for the proposed architecture's phased implementation approach. 3. Moral leadership centrality. His demonstration that ethical conduct creates strategic advantage supports the architecture's integration of Islamic ethical principles as enhancing rather than constraining military effectiveness. 4. Environmental understanding. His exploitation of environmental factors against technologically superior Adversaries parallels Pakistan's doctrinal emphasis on using regional geography to offset conventional disadvantages. These parallels are not coincidental but represent enduring principles of asymmetric excellence that remain directly relevant to contemporary security challenges. Saladin's example demonstrates that even technologically advanced adversaries with sophisticated military systems remain vulnerable to qualitative advantages in leadership, strategy, and moral authority. Mamluks defeating Mongols at Ain Jalut. 1260 halting the invincible force. If any single engagement demonstrates the principle that quality defeats quantity in its purest form, it would be the Mamluk victory over Mongol forces at the Battle of Ain Jalut on September 3, 1260. This battle represented the first major defeat of Mongol forces that had previously swept from Mongolia through China, Central Asia, Persia, and into the heart of the Islamic world. Understanding how the Mamluks achieved this outcome provides profound insight into qualitative factors that can overcome even the most overwhelming numerical and psychological advantages. The strategic context facing the invincible Mongols. The strategic situation facing the Mamluks appeared catastrophic by conventional assessment. 1. Psychological momentum. Mongol forces had created perception of invincibility through unbroken string of victories against major powers, including the sack of Baghdad, 1258, and destruction of the Abbasid Caliphate. 2. Military reputation. Terror. Their systematic use of terror, exemplified by constructing pyramids from the skulls of defeated populations, created paralyzing fear that frequently led to surrender before battle. 3. Operational mobility advantage. Mongol cavalry mobility allowed operational maneuver capabilities that had consistently outmatched more sedentary opponents throughout their campaigns. 4. Composite bow technology. Their sophisticated composite bows provided firepower advantages exceeding most contemporary missile weapons, allowing devastating fire while maintaining mobility. The Mongol advance appeared unstoppable, having already conquered territories from the Pacific Ocean to the Mediterranean, including major Islamic centers of power. Their seeming invincibility created psychological damage that frequently defeated opponents before physical confrontation began. Mamluk qualitative advantages. The Mamluk Sultanate, based in Egypt, possessed unique qualitative advantages that would prove decisive against the Mongol threat. 1. Elite warrior system. The Mamluks were not ordinary conscripts but an elite military caste, composed of slave soldiers who received intensive training from childhood in horsemanship, archery, and tactical operations. 2. Similar skill set development. Unlike previous Mongol opponents who relied on infantry or heavy cavalry, the Mamluks specialized in light cavalry. Archery tactics similar to Mongol approaches, neutralizing the Mongols' usual qualitative edge. 3. Disciplined command structure. The Mamluk system produced extremely disciplined units with clear command structures that could execute complex tactical maneuvers under battlefield conditions. 4. Religious motivation integration. Despite their slave soldier origins, the Mamluks had embraced Islam with fervor that created spiritual motivation transcending their professional military identity. These qualitative factors created forces capable of meeting Mongols on similar tactical terms while possessing additional spiritual motivation and purpose. The elite Mamluk system, despite smaller total numbers, generated combat power disproportionate to raw numerical strength. Tactical brilliance at Ain Jalut. Under the leadership of Sultan Qutuz and the future Sultan Baybars, the Mamluks implemented sophisticated tactics at Ain Jalut that turned Mongol strengths into vulnerabilities. 1. Feigned retreat reversal. The Mamluks adopted the Mongols' own favorite tactic, feigned retreat to draw pursuit, but with superior execution that lured Mongol forces into prepared ambush positions. 2. Terrain exploitation. They selected battlefield terrain that neutralized the Mongols' usual mobility advantages through narrow valleys that prevented their typical envelopment maneuvers. 3. Reserve commitment timing. Sultan Qutuz personally led the decisive reserve commitment at the battle's critical moment, demonstrating leadership presence that inspired extraordinary performance at the decisive point. 4. Psychological warfare reversal. By standing firm against the previously invincible Mongols, they shattered the Psychological intimidation that had frequently defeated others before physical combat began. The resulting victory, with Mongol forces under Kit Bukha decisively defeated, not only saved Egypt but marked the furthest extent of Mongol expansion westward. For the first time, the seemingly unstoppable force had been not merely temporarily checked but decisively defeated in open battle. Strategic transformation through single battle. The Mamluk victory at Ain Jalut demonstrates how a single engagement featuring qualitative excellence can transform strategic conditions across entire regions. 1. Psychological barrier breaking. By shattering the myth of Mongol invincibility, the victory transformed psychology throughout the region from fatalistic acceptance to resistance possibility. 2. Strategic initiative recapture. The victory allowed Muslims to recapture strategic initiative after decades of reactive defensive operations against Mongol advances. 3. Civilizational preservation. Most significantly, the Mamluk success preserved Islamic civilization in the Arab heartland from potential destruction, allowing continued cultural, religious, and intellectual development. 4. Alternative future prevention. Without this victory, Islamic civilization might have experienced the same devastation that befell Persian, Central Asian, and Chinese societies under Mongol conquest. The battle exemplifies how qualitative factors, elite training systems, leadership excellence, tactical innovation, and spiritual motivation, can overcome even the most formidable adversary with seemingly unstoppable momentum. The principle that quality defeats quantity has rarely been demonstrated more clearly than in this pivotal engagement. Relevance to Pakistan's security leadership. The Mamluk example holds particular relevance for Pakistan's leadership qualification within the proposed security architecture. 1. Elite force development. Pakistan's Special Services Group, SSG, and other elite formations echo the Mamluk emphasis on quality over quantity through intensive selection and training systems that produce capabilities disproportionate to numbers. 2. Of similar skill set cultivation. Pakistan's development asymmetric capabilities against numerically superior adversaries parallels how Mamluks developed specific skill sets that neutralized Mongol advantages. 3. Barrier-breaking potential. Just as Mamluks broke the psychological barrier of Mongol invincibility, Pakistan's nuclear development broke the barrier of Indian conventional superiority that had previously seemed insurmountable. 4. Civilizational preservation mission. Pakistan's potential leadership of Muslim security architecture would serve similar civilizational preservation function against various contemporary existential threats to Islamic societies. These parallels highlight how Pakistan's contemporary approaches represent continuity with proven historical traditions of Muslim military excellence rather than radical innovation. The elite quality development systems demonstrated by the Mamluks provide historical validation for Pakistan's emphasis on qualitative excellence against quantitative disadvantage. Ottoman military systems and innovation. Institutional excellence in action. The Ottoman Empire, 1299-1922, represents history's most successful institutionalization of Muslim military excellence, maintaining competitive advantage against multiple great powers across 6 centuries through sophisticated systems that consistently generated qualitative superiority. Understanding these systems provides crucial insight into how institutional frameworks can sustain military excellence across generations rather than depending on individual genius alone. The Janissary Corps, elite infantry system innovation. The Ottoman Janissary Corps represented one of history's most effective elite infantry force development systems. 1. Systematic selection process. The Devshirme system identified promising youth from conquered territories based on physical and mental attributes, creating highly selective initial entry standards. 2. Progressive training methodology. Selected youth underwent years of progressive training that integrated physical development, weapons mastery, religious education, and loyalty cultivation. 3. Meritocratic advancement. Unlike contemporary European armies where officer positions typically reflected aristocratic birth, Janissary advancement depended on demonstrated capability, creating leadership quality European forces rarely matched. 4. Technology adaptation emphasis. Janissaries rapidly adopted and mastered new technologies, particularly becoming Europe's most effective early adopters of gunpowder weapons through systematic training. 5. Core identity development. The distinctive uniforms, traditions, and privileges of Janissary service created core identity that generated cohesion and performance beyond individual motivation. This elite infantry system consistently provided Ottoman forces with qualitative advantages that negated the numerical superiority of opponents from the Byzantine Empire to various European coalitions. The Janissary's effectiveness stemmed not from individual exceptionalism but from systematic institutional excellence in selection, training, and leadership development. Artillery and technical core excellence beyond infantry innovation. Ottoman military success stemmed from technical excellence, particularly in artillery development and employment. 1. Indigenous production capacity. Ottoman foundries developed capability to produce cannon of unprecedented size, including the massive bombards used during the conquest of Constantinople, 1453. 2. Mobility innovation. While European powers typically treated heavy artillery as siege weapons with limited mobility, Ottoman technical core developed innovative transport systems that allowed battlefield artillery employment with unprecedented flexibility. 3. Rate of fire advancement. Ottoman gunners achieved superior rate of fire through training innovations, specialized crew organization, and technical modifications that created firepower advantages even when using similar weapons technology. 4. Integration with maneuver. Perhaps most significantly, Ottoman forces developed sophisticated doctrine integrating artillery with cavalry and infantry maneuver, creating combined arms capabilities that European forces struggled to match until the 17th century. This technical excellence, particularly remarkable for a society often perceived as tradition-bound, demonstrates how innovation within Islamic framework created military advantages against numerically superior opponents. The Ottoman technical achievement provides historical precedent for how the proposed security architecture could develop indigenous technical capabilities despite resource constraints. Logistical systems and operational reach. Perhaps the Ottoman military's most significant innovation came through sophisticated logistics systems that extended operational reach beyond what contemporary powers could achieve. 1. Specialized logistics corps. The Ottoman army included dedicated logistics units, Audiobook esnaf, with specialized training in supply management, transport, and field service support. 2. Forward depot system. Campaigns were supported by strategically positioned supply depots established months before operations, creating operational depth impossible for most opponents to match. 3. Route infrastructure investment. The empire systematically developed road networks, bridge construction, and way stations specifically designed to facilitate military movement and supply. 4. Resource survey systems. Regular provincial surveys provided accurate information about available resources in potential campaign theaters, allowing realistic operational planning. These logistical innovations enabled Ottoman forces to conduct sustained operations at distances from their power center that European adversaries could not match until much later. The resulting operational reach allowed strategic options unavailable to opponents constrained by more limited logistics capabilities. Military administrative integration. The Ottoman military system's most distinctive characteristic was its integration with administrative structures through the timer system. 1. Land grant alignment. The timer system aligned land grants with military service obligations, creating self-sustaining military capability without requiring massive central treasury expenditure. 2. Provincial defense integration. Provincial forces, Sipahis, provided cost-effective territorial defense capabilities that complemented central forces without duplicating their elite specialization. 3. Resource force balancing. The system created automatic balancing between available resources and maintained forces, preventing the financial crisis that frequently undermined European military efforts. 4. Career path integration. The integrated system provided clear progression paths from provincial forces to central army positions, creating talent identification mechanisms across the empire's full geographic extent. This administrative military integration created sustainable military power projection capabilities that most contemporary states could not match. The resulting strategic depth allowed the Ottoman Empire to absorb setbacks that would have destroyed less institutionally developed states. Ottoman military excellence in practice. The Battle of Mohacs, August 29, 1526, the Ottoman qualitative advantages culminated at the Battle of Mohacs, where approximately 50,000 Ottoman troops under Sultan Suleiman I decisively defeated approximately 25,000 Hungarian-Croatian forces under King Louis II. Despite the Ottomans' numerical advantage in this specific engagement, the qualitative factors proved more decisive than raw numbers. 1. Artillery integration. Ottoman forces deployed approximately 300 cannons in mobile field configurations that Hungarian forces could not match either quantitatively or in employment doctrine. 2. Combined arms coordination. The sophisticated integration of Janissary infantry, Sniper cavalry, and artillery created combined arms effects that the more loosely organized Hungarian forces could not counter effectively. 3. Command continuity. The Ottoman professional command structure maintained coherence throughout the battle. While the Hungarian command suffered catastrophic breakdown after King Louis II's death during combat. 4. Logistics preparation. The Ottoman army arrived in excellent condition after a long march due to superior logistics systems, while Hungarian forces suffered from hasty mobilization and limited supply arrangements. The resulting victory, with Hungarian forces suffering approximately 14,000 casualties against minimal Ottoman losses, eliminated Hungary as an independent power and secured Ottoman dominance in southeastern Europe for over 150 years. The qualitative advantages in organization, doctrine, technology integration, and logistics proved far more decisive than numerical factors. Relevance to contemporary security architecture. The Ottoman military system provides several critical insights directly applicable to the proposed Pakistan-led security architecture. 1. Institutional sustainability requirement. The Ottoman experience demonstrates that military excellence requires sustainable institutional frameworks rather than depending on individual genius, validating the proposed architecture's emphasis on enduring structures. 2. Technical adaptation capacity. Ottoman technical innovation despite religious traditionalism provides historical precedent for how the proposed architecture could integrate advanced technology within authentic Islamic framework. 3. Administrative military integration. The Ottoman timer system demonstrates how military capabilities must align with economic resources for sustainability, supporting the proposed architecture's economic security components. 4. Combined arms imperative. Ottoman success through artillery infantry cavalry integration provides historical validation for the proposed architecture's emphasis on multi-domain integration across member capabilities. These historical lessons remain directly relevant to contemporary security challenges. The Ottoman achievement in maintaining military competitiveness across centuries through institutional excellence provides the historical template for how the proposed architecture could sustain effectiveness despite changing conditions and adversaries. Mughal military organization and technology. In South Asia, the Mughal Empire, 1526-1857, provides the most directly relevant historical precedent for Pakistan's leadership qualification, demonstrating how Muslim military excellence manifested in the South Asian context through qualitative advantages in organization, technology, and leadership. Understanding Mughal military achievements illuminates the historical foundations of Pakistan's contemporary military traditions. Babur's foundational innovation. The Battle of Panipat, April 21, 1526. The Mughal military tradition began with Babur's decisive victory at the First Battle of Panipat, where approximately 15,000 Mughal troops defeated Ibrahim Lodi's Delhi Sultanate army of approximately 100,000, a remarkable 1:7 numerical disadvantage. This engagement demonstrates how integrated qualitative advantages can overcome even massive numerical superiority. 1. Tuluma maneuver system. Babur employed the sophisticated Central Asian Tuluma maneuver, a complex envelopment tactic requiring exceptional discipline and coordination that Lodi's larger but less organized forces could not counter. 2. Artillery integration. The Mughals deployed approximately 20 field cannons linked by wagon chains to prevent cavalry penetration, an innovative combined arms approach unfamiliar in the South Asian context. 3. Matchlock infantry employment. Babur's forces included specialized matchlock infantry used in coordinated volleys rather than individual fire, creating firepower density Lodi's forces could not match despite greater numbers. 4. Command unity. The Mughal force operated under Unified command through Baber's direct leadership, while Lodi's numerically superior forces suffered from feudal fragmentation and uncertain loyalties. The resulting victory, with Lodi killed and his army shattered despite massive numerical advantage, established Muslim rule in North India that would last over 3 centuries. More importantly, it demonstrated how quality could defeat quantity through superior organization, technology integration, practical innovation, and command unity. The Mansabdari system, institutional excellence under Emperor Akbar, R. 15561605, the Mughals developed the sophisticated Mansabdari system that institutionalized military excellence. 1. Dual rank structure. The system featured dual ranks, Zat and Sawar, that separately measured personal status and actual command responsibility, creating meritocratic flexibility within status-conscious society. 2. Performance verification, regular troop inspections, with sophisticated anti-fraud measures like descriptive roles and horse branding, created accountability impossible in contemporaneous South Asian military systems. 3. Control centralized resource allocation. Direct imperial of resource allocation prevented the feudal fragmentation that had undermined previous South Asian states when facing external threats. 4. Talent integration across backgrounds. The system incorporated talent regardless of ethnic, religious, or social background, creating leadership quality unmatched by more homogeneous contemporary forces. This sophisticated administrative military integration created institutional excellence that transcended individual leadership brilliance. The resulting organizational quality explains how the Mughal Empire, from its relatively small initial base, could extend control across most of South Asia despite facing numerically superior local forces in nearly every campaign. Technological adaptation and advancement. The Mughal military tradition featured sophisticated technological adaptation that created qualitative advantages against numerically superior opponents. 1. Indigenous gunpowder revolution. While initially adopting gunpowder weapons from Ottoman and Portuguese sources, Mughal artisans rapidly developed indigenous production capabilities that led to accelerated innovation. 2. A mobile artillery development. Mughal engineers created increasingly mobile field artillery that maintained firepower while overcoming the subcontinent's difficult terrain challenges. 3. Composite force integration. Unlike many contemporaries who segregated traditional and modern forces, Mughal armies integrated matchlock infantry, mobile artillery, armored cavalry, and elephant units into sophisticated combined arms formations. 4. Naval technology adaptation. Beginning under Emperor Akbar, Mughal forces developed blue water naval capabilities that challenged Portuguese maritime dominance through adaptive technology and organizational innovation. This technological adaptability demonstrates how Islamic military tradition successfully incorporated innovation while maintaining core principles and identity, a model directly relevant to the proposed security architecture's approach to emerging technologies. Leadership excellence tradition. Perhaps most significantly, the Mughal military tradition established leadership standards that continue to influence Pakistani military culture. 1. Personal courage requirement. Mughal commanders were expected to demonstrate personal courage alongside strategic acumen, creating leadership legitimacy through example rather than mere position. 2. Intellectual martial balance. The Mughal leadership tradition valued intellectual development alongside martial skill, creating commanders capable of strategic thinking beyond tactical excellence. 3. Cross-cultural competence. Mughal military leadership required sophisticated understanding of diverse religious and cultural traditions within the empire, creating adaptive approaches impossible in more homogeneous systems. For ethical warfare emphasis, the Mughal tradition incorporated Islamic ethical principles into military operations, particularly regarding non-combatant protection and proportional force employment. These leadership standards created qualitative advantages impossible to measure in material terms yet decisive in numerous campaigns against numerically superior adversaries. The resulting tradition established precedents that continue to influence Pakistani military leadership development to the present day. Decline lessons. The imperative of continued adaptation. The eventual Mughal decline also provides crucial lessons for contemporary security architecture about the requirement for continuous adaptation. 1. Technology stagnation risk. The empire's failure to maintain technological innovation pace in the 18th century created fatal vulnerability despite continued individual courage and tactical competence. 2. Institutional renewal requirement. Administrative systems that initially created excellence gradually became rigid and corrupted without systematic renewal mechanisms. 3. Strategic environment monitoring. Failure to recognize changing regional dynamics, particularly rising Maratha and European power, prevented timely strategic adjustment. 4. Spiritual material balance. The gradual separation between spiritual values and military operations reduced the motivational advantages that had initially distinguished Mughal forces. These decline factors provide cautionary lessons for the proposed security architecture, highlighting the imperative of building institutional renewal mechanisms, continuous technological adaptation, strategic environment monitoring, and maintain spiritual material integration from the outset. Relevance to Pakistan's leadership qualification. The Mughal military tradition holds unique relevance for Pakistan's leadership qualification within the proposed security architecture. 1. Geographic continuity. Pakistan occupies core territories of the former Mughal Empire, providing direct historical and cultural connection to this tradition of Muslim military excellence. 2. Institutional lineage. The current Pakistani military academy system draws on traditions established during the Mughal period, particularly regarding leadership development approaches. 3. Multi-religious management experience. Like the Mughals, Pakistan has developed sophisticated approaches to managing religious diversity within security frameworks while maintaining Islamic core identity. 4. Similar adversary context. Pakistan faces challenges in the South Asian context similar to those navigated by Mughal forces, creating direct historical learning opportunities. These continuities are not coincidental but represent enduring patterns of Muslim military excellence within the South Asian context. Pakistan's military traditions thus represent not recent development but continuation of centuries-long traditions of qualitative excellence against numerical odds. North African resistance against colonial powers. Asymmetric excellence. The North African resistance against European colonial powers during the 19th and 20th centuries provides the most recent historical demonstration of Muslim military excellence against overwhelming numerical and technological disadvantage. These movements developed sophisticated asymmetric approaches directly relevant to contemporary security challenges. Abdul Qadi's resistance in Algeria, 1832-1847. Emir Abdul Qadi's resistance against French colonial forces in Algeria demonstrates how leadership excellence and adaptive doctrine can overcome massive material disadvantages. 1. Mobile defense strategy against French forces possessing overwhelming conventional superiority. Abdul Qadi developed a mobile defense strategy that denied fixed targets while preserving combat capability. 2. Tribal unity achievement. Through religious authority and diplomatic skill, he unified previously fragmented tribal forces into coherent resistance, creating collective capability far exceeding the sum of individual tribal contributions. 3. Sanctuaries and depth creation. His sophisticated use of terrain, particularly the Atlas Mountains, created strategic depth that conventional French forces struggled to penetrate despite superior technology. 4. Adaptive technology adoption, while maintaining core guerrilla tactics, his forces selectively adopted advantageous European technologies, particularly in firearms and manufacturing techniques. Despite eventually surrendering after 15 years of resistance, Abdul Qadi's forces inflicted disproportionate casualties on numerically and technologically superior French forces while establishing governance over much of Algeria for years despite colonial presence. His approach demonstrated how leadership quality and adaptive doctrine could partly neutralize overwhelming material advantages. The Senussi resistance in Libya, 1911-1932. The Senussi Order's resistance against Italian colonial forces in Libya provides another compelling example of Muslim forces achieving asymmetric effectiveness against European industrial powers. 1. Religious military integration. under the leadership of Omar Mukhtar, the Senussi resistance integrated religious motivation with military organization, creating fighters willing to sustain struggle despite overwhelming conventional disadvantage. 2. Terrain exploitation mastery. The resistance developed intimate knowledge of desert terrain that negated Italian technological advantages, particularly in motorized transportation and aerial reconnaissance. 3. Intelligence network development. The movement created sophisticated intelligence networks throughout the territory, providing early warning of Italian movements while identifying vulnerability patterns. 4. Sustainability systems. Perhaps most impressively, the resistance developed logistics systems capable of sustaining operations for decades despite colonial control of ports and major population centers. Despite Italy's eventual victory through extreme measures, including concentration camps and chemical weapons, the Senussi resistance demonstrated how quality factors, leadership, terrain knowledge, intelligence systems, and spiritual motivation could enable resistance against industrial power for over 2 decades despite overwhelming material disadvantage. Abd el-Krim and the Rif War, 1921–1926. The most dramatic North African demonstration of quality defeating quantity occurred during the Rif War, when Abd el-Krim's Berber fighters inflicted massive defeat on Spanish forces at the Battle of Anyel, 1921, despite significant numerical and technological disadvantages. 1. Ambush doctrine perfection. Rif forces developed sophisticated ambush techniques that neutralized Spanish firepower advantages through terrain selection, timing, precision, and coordinated execution. 2. Captured equipment integration. Unlike many guerrilla forces that cannot effectively utilize captured heavy weapons, Rif fighters developed capability to rapidly integrate captured artillery and machine guns into their operations. 3. Decentralized command effectiveness. The resistance implemented a decentralized command system that maintained strategic coherence while allowing tactical flexibility impossible in the more rigid Spanish command structure. 4. Psychological operation sophistication. Abd el-Krim's forces demonstrated particular skill in psychological operations that magnified Spanish setbacks while building popular support despite harsh conditions. The resulting victory at Anyel, with approximately 13,000 Spanish troops lost against a smaller Rif force, represents one of history's most dramatic examples of asymmetric success. Though eventually defeated by combined French-Spanish operations employing chemical weapons and overwhelming numerical advantage, the Rif resistance demonstrated how quality could achieve remarkable outcomes against industrial powers through superior tactics, leadership, and motivation. Modern relevance. Lessons for contemporary asymmetric challenges. The North African resistance movements provide 5 critical lessons directly applicable to contemporary security challenges. 1. Religious military integration value. All successful movements integrated Islamic spiritual motivation with military organization, creating resilience impossible to generate through material incentives alone. 2. Leadership legitimacy requirement. Effective resistance required leaders with both religious legitimacy and military competence, a combination that generated authority beyond what either quality alone could achieve. 3. Terrain specialization advantage. Each movement developed specialized capabilities matched to their specific terrain, creating advantages impossible for more generalized conventional forces to match. 4. Intelligence priority. Despite material disadvantages, all successful movements prioritized superior intelligence systems that provided information advantages offsetting material deficits. 5. Sustainability emphasis. Long-term effectiveness required sophisticated sustainability systems beyond immediate tactical concerns, particularly regarding supply chains, recruitment, and population support. These lessons remain directly relevant to contemporary asymmetric challenges facing Muslim nations. The proposed security architecture incorporates these historical insights through emphasis on religious military integration, legitimate leadership development, specialized regional capabilities, intelligence cooperation, and sustainability frameworks. Pakistan's continuation excellence of asymmetric Pakistan's security approaches represent direct continuation of these historical traditions of asymmetric excellence. 1. Religious military integration. Like successful historical resistance movements, Pakistan's security doctrine integrates Islamic principles with military organization, creating motivation beyond material calculation. 2. Terrain specialization. Pakistan has developed specialized capabilities optimized for its specific terrain challenges, creating advantages against conventionally superior adversaries. 3. Intelligence prioritization. Pakistan's sophisticated intelligence capabilities follow the historical pattern of prioritizing information advantages to offset material disadvantages. 4. Leadership legitimacy development. Pakistan's military leadership culture emphasizes both professional competence and religious understanding, creating authority similar to historical resistance leaders. 5. Sustainability systems. Pakistan's defense industrial development focuses on sustainability under pressure, directly paralleling how historical movements maintained capability despite isolation. These continuities demonstrate that Pakistan's approaches represent sophisticated application of proven historical principles rather than expedient improvisation. The proposed security architecture would institutionalize these principles across the broader Muslim world, creating collective capability to address contemporary challenges through historically validated approaches. Conclusion: the historical validation for contemporary excellence. The Muslim military excellence demonstrated across centuries, from Saladin's campaigns against Crusader states to the Mamluks' victory at Ain Jalut, from Ottoman institutional innovation to Mughal organization in South Asia, and through North African resistance against European colonialism, provides compelling historical validation for the central premise underlying the proposed security architecture, that quality consistently defeats quantity when properly institutionalized and led. Several consistent patterns emerge across these diverse historical examples. 1. Leadership quality decisiveness. In every case, leadership excellence proved more decisive than numerical or material factors, validating the proposed architecture's emphasis on leadership development systems. 2. Organizational coherence advantage. Forces with superior organizational coherence consistently defeated larger but less organized adversaries, supporting the architectures. Focus on institutional frameworks that convert numerical mass into coherent capability. 3. Adaptive innovation culture. Successful Muslim forces demonstrated consistent ability to adopt and improve technologies while maintaining core identity, providing historical precedent for the architecture's balanced approach to technological advancement. 4. Spiritual motivation impact. In every case, forces with spiritual motivation demonstrated battlefield performance levels exceeding what material calculation would predict, validating the architecture's integration of Islamic principles as strategic rather than merely cultural dimension. 5. Patience and strategic depth. Successful Muslim forces consistently demonstrated strategic patience that converted apparent disadvantages into advantages over time, supporting the architecture's emphasis on sustained development rather than immediate results. These historical patterns provide not merely inspiration but practical guidance for developing the contemporary security architecture. The qualitative factors that enabled Muslim forces to overcome numerical disadvantages throughout history remain available to the contemporary Muslim world through the right institutional frameworks and leadership. Pakistan's demonstrated excellence in these same dimensions: leadership quality, organizational coherence, adaptive innovation, spiritual motivation integration, and strategic patience, establishes its unique qualification to lead the proposed security architecture. Its approaches represent not recent improvisation but sophisticated continuation of historical traditions that have enabled Muslim forces to overcome numerical disadvantages throughout Islamic history. As the Muslim world faces unprecedented security challenges in the 21st century, these historical examples provide both validation and guidance for the proposed transformation. Through institutionalizing the qualitative excellence demonstrated throughout Muslim military history, the proposed security architecture would enable the modern Muslim world to address contemporary challenges through proven principles that transcend their historical context. That quality, guided by faith and implemented with excellence, consistently defeats mere quantity. Chapter 4. Afghanistan, the graveyard of empires. A small force that is spiritually mighty is superior to a large force that lacks conviction. Quranic principle. The ultimate testament to quality over quantity. No territory on earth provides more compelling empirical validation of this book's central thesis than Afghanistan. Over 2 centuries, this mountainous land has repelled 3 of history's most powerful empires, British, Soviet, and American, each possessing overwhelming numerical, technological, and material advantages that conventional military theory would deem insurmountable. In each case, Afghan resistance forces demonstrated how quality factors, spiritual conviction, terrain mastery, strategic patience, and adaptive tactics can systematically overcome quantitative superiority. The resulting pattern has earned Afghanistan its somber nickname, the graveyard of empires. The Afghan experience provides particularly valuable insight for the proposed Muslim security architecture because it represents the most recent and well-documented demonstrations of how Muslim forces can defeat superpowers through qualitative excellence. Unlike historical examples from distant centuries, these conflicts occurred in the modern era against industrial powers employing contemporary military systems. The strategic, operational, and tactical lessons derived from these conflicts thus provide directly applicable guidance for developing Muslim security capabilities against 21st century threats. More significantly for this book's central argument, Pakistan played crucial supporting roles in each modern Afghan resistance, developing sophisticated capabilities for cross-border support, strategic depth provision, and asymmetric force multiplication. These experiences contributed directly to Pakistan's unique qualification for Muslim world security. Leadership, creating institutional knowledge and operational capabilities that no other Muslim state possesses. Understanding Afghanistan's resistance tradition and Pakistan's role in supporting it thus provides essential context for appreciating Pakistan's readiness to lead the proposed security architecture. Afghan defeat of British Empire, 3 wars of resistance. Afghan resistance against the British Empire spanned nearly a century across 3 Anglo-Afghan wars, 1839-1842, 1878-1880, and 1919, each demonstrating how qualitative factors can overcome imperial power despite overwhelming quantitative disadvantages. First Anglo-Afghan War, 1839-1842, catastrophic imperial overreach. The First Anglo-Afghan War represents one of history's most dramatic demonstrations of imperial hubris defeated by indigenous resistance. The British invasion initially succeeded in occupying Kabul and installing a puppet ruler, Shah Shuja, with minimal resistance. By conventional assessment, the conflict appeared decided. British forces possessed overwhelming technological advantages in weaponry, organization, and logistics compared to the fragmented Afghan tribes. The subsequent British defeat was so complete that it shook Victorian confidence in imperial invincibility. Several factors proved decisive in this remarkable reversal. 1. Decentralized resistance structure. Afghan resistance lacked centralized command vulnerable to decapitation strikes, creating resilience that British hierarchical forces could not match. When British forces eliminated apparent leadership, new leaders emerged from different tribal structures. 2. Terrain mastery and mobility. Afghan fighters' intimate knowledge of mountain terrain created mobility advantages that negated British firepower. Light infantry moving through mountain passes could outmaneuver heavily equipped British forces constrained to limited routes. 3. Religious motivation integration. The British occupation sparked jihad declarations that transformed fragmented tribal resistance into religiously motivated unified opposition. This spiritual dimension created fighting spirit and sacrifice willingness that British professional soldiers, motivated primarily by payment and duty, could not match. 4. Environmental weapon utilization. Afghan forces weaponized the harsh environment through winter campaign. Timing and supply line interdiction, creating conditions where British technological advantages became liabilities rather than assets. The resulting catastrophe, with approximately 16,000 British and Allied Indian troops and civilians annihilated during the January 1842 retreat from Kabul, remains one of history's most complete imperial defeats. Only a single survivor, Dr. William Brydon, reached British safety at Jalabad, creating an iconic image of imperial hubris demolished by indigenous resistance. The qualitative advantages in motivation, terrain knowledge, and adaptive tactics had systematically neutralized British material superiority. Second Anglo-Afghan War, 1878-1880. Strategic adaptation and measured success. Learning from the First War's catastrophe, British forces approached the Second Anglo-Afghan War with more limited objectives and greater strategic sophistication. The initial invasion successfully occupied key territories, and the Treaty of Gandamak, May 1879, appeared to secure British strategic objectives with minimal ongoing commitment. However, the subsequent rebellion and British Residency massacre in Kabul demonstrated the same pattern of Afghan resistance regeneration. British forces under General Roberts achieved tactical success in reoccupying Kabul but faced the same strategic challenges as the first expedition. The decisive Battle of Maiwand, July 27, 1880, provided another dramatic demonstration of quality defeating quantity. 1. Force disparity. Approximately 2,500 British and Indian troops with artillery support faced about 25,000 Afghan fighters led by Ayub Khan, a nearly 10:1 numerical disadvantage. 2. Technological asymmetry. British forces possessed breech-loading rifles and modern artillery against predominantly muzzle-loading weapons among Afghan forces, a significant firepower advantage. 3. Organizational disparity. British forces featured professional military organization with formal training, while Afghan forces consisted primarily of tribal levies with limited formal military structure. Despite these disadvantages, Afghan forces achieved decisive victory. British casualties included 969 killed and 177 wounded, nearly 50% of their force, against Afghan losses estimated between 5,000 and 2,000, despite their much larger total numbers. The primary factors in this outcome mirror those of other Muslim victories against numerical odds throughout history. 1. Superior motivation. Afghan fighters demonstrated willingness to accept casualty rates British forces considered unacceptable, reflecting spiritual commitment to defending Islamic land against perceived infidel occupation. 2. Terrain environmental adaptation. Afghan forces utilized features effectively and demonstrated superior adaptation to the extreme heat, over 120 degrees Fahrenheit per 49 degrees Celsius, that degraded British fighting effectiveness. 3. Mobility advantage. Afghan cavalry maneuver exploited gaps in British formation with greater agility than the more rigid British tactical system could adjust to. 4. Leadership presence. Ayub Khan's visible presence during critical battle phases provided inspiration that the more detached British command approach could not match. The ultimate British withdrawal despite tactical recovery demonstrated the strategic reality. Even the world's premier imperial power could not sustain control over Afghanistan when faced with determined resistance employing qualitative advantages against numerical and technological superiority. Third Anglo-Afghan Diplomatic Military Integration War, 1919. The brief Third Anglo-Afghan War demonstrated the evolution of Afghan resistance into sophisticated diplomatic military integration. Under Amanullah Khan's leadership, Afghan forces combined limited military operations with effective diplomatic leverage during the post-WWI period when British imperial resources were stretched thin. With approximately 50,000 Afghan troops against 340,000 British and Indian soldiers in the region, Afghanistan faced significant conventional disadvantage. However, several quality factors enabled effective challenge to British power. 1. Strategic timing. The war's initiation immediately following World War I exploited British imperial overextension and domestic war weariness, creating strategic advantage despite material disadvantage. 2. Limited objectives clarity. Unlike previous resistance focused on comprehensive victory, Afghan leadership established clear, limited objectives, primarily full independence recognition, allowing concentration of limited resources. 3. Internal-external coordination. effective between frontier tribal operations and conventional Afghan military movements created complexity. British forces struggled to address simultaneously. For information operations, sophisticated use of pan-Islamic messaging and anti-colonial narrative development generated support beyond Afghanistan's borders, creating diplomatic pressure exceeding military capability alone. The resulting Treaty of Rawalpindi, August 8, 1919, granted Afghanistan complete independence in foreign affairs, a remarkable diplomatic achievement given the material power disparity. This outcome demonstrated how quality factors in strategy, timing, and information operations could overcome quantitative disadvantages through integrated diplomatic military approaches rather than military means alone. Lessons from Anglo-Afghan Wars for Contemporary Security. The three Anglo-Afghan Wars provide several enduring lessons directly applicable to the proposed Muslim security architecture. 1. Decentralized resilience value. The Afghan resistance demonstrated how decentralized structures can provide resilience against technologically superior adversaries, a principle incorporated in the proposed architecture's regional command approach. 2. Religious military integration. Each conflict demonstrated how spiritual motivation creates fighting effectiveness exceeding what material calculation would predict, validating the architecture's emphasis on Islamic foundations as strategic rather than merely cultural dimension. 3. Environmental mastery requirement. Afghan success stemmed partly from superior environmental adaptation, supporting the architecture's emphasis on specialized regional capabilities matched to specific terrain. Conditions. 4. Diplomatic military coordination. The Third War particularly demonstrated how limited military capability can achieve strategic objectives when integrated with sophisticated diplomatic approaches, a principle central to the proposed architecture's comprehensive security concept. These lessons remain directly relevant to contemporary security challenges. The proposed architecture's emphasis on distributed capabilities, Islamic foundations, environmental specialization, and integrated diplomatic military approaches derives partly from these historical demonstrations of how qualitative advantages can overcome quantitative superiority. Afghan resistance against Soviet invasion, 1979-1989. If the Anglo-Afghan Wars demonstrated resistance capability against colonial power, the Soviet-Afghan War, 1979-1989, provided even more dramatic validation of the quality defeats quantity principle against modern superpower conventional forces. This conflict presents perhaps history's clearest example of how spiritually motivated resistance employing asymmetric approaches can defeat a superpower possessing overwhelming conventional superiority. The strategic context and force disparity. The Soviet intervention in Afghanistan began in December 1979 with deployment of the 40th Army to support the Communist People's Democratic Party of Afghanistan (PDPA) government against growing Mujahideen resistance. The force disparity could hardly have been more extreme. 1. Numerical asymmetry. Soviet forces eventually reached approximately 115,000 troops supported by 300,000 Afghan government forces against Mujahideen groups estimated between 75,000-90,000 fighters without centralized command. 2. Technology gap. Soviet forces deployed state-of-the-art military technology, including Mi-24 Hind helicopter gunships, MiG-23 fighters, T-62 and T-72 tanks, and extensive artillery systems against predominantly light infantry with initially limited anti-armor or anti-aircraft capabilities. 3. Logistics differential. Soviet forces operated with industrial-scale logistics support including air assets, while Mujahideen operated with minimal supply chains dependent largely on man and animal transport. 4. Training disparity. Soviet forces consisted primarily of professional military personnel with formal training, while Mujahideen fighters initially possessed limited formal military training beyond basic weapons familiarization. By conventional military assessment, this disparity should have ensured rapid Soviet victory. The actual outcome, complete Soviet withdrawal after 9 years without achieving strategic objectives, demonstrates how qualitative factors can systematically neutralize conventional advantages. Quality factors in Afghan resistance success. The Mujahideen resistance achieved strategic success through several key qualitative advantages. 1. Superior motivation through faith. Afghan fighters demonstrated extraordinary commitment derived from Islamic concepts of jihad against perceived atheist invaders. This spiritual motivation created willingness to accept casualty rates and hardship levels Soviet forces considered unsustainable. 2. Terrain exploitation mastery. Mujahideen forces utilized Afghanistan's mountainous terrain to neutralize Soviet mobility advantages, particularly regarding mechanized forces constrained to limited valley routes vulnerable to ambush. 3. Local population integration. Unlike Soviet forces operating as obvious foreigners, Mujahideen maintained intimate connection with local populations, creating intelligence advantages and operational capabilities Soviet forces could never match. 4. Strategic. Patience. Concealment. Employment. Mujahideen leadership recognized time favored their cause as Soviet political will eroded, creating strategy that avoided decisive engagement while maintaining persistent pressure through distributed operations. These qualitative factors systematically eroded Soviet advantages despite overwhelming material superiority. The spiritual motivation particularly created fighting effectiveness that material calculation failed to predict, precisely the quality factor emphasized throughout Islamic military history since the Battle of Badr. Operational and tactical innovation. Beyond these strategic quality factors, the Afghan resistance demonstrated remarkable operational and tactical innovation that offset Soviet technological advantages. 1. Anti-helicopter tactical development. Mujahideen forces developed sophisticated counters to the initially devastating Mi-24 Hind helicopter gunships, including coordinated ambush techniques using multiple heavy machine guns to create overlapping fields of fire. 2. A mountain warfare refinement. They perfected mountain ambush techniques that maximize terrain advantages through carefully timed initiation, staged withdrawal routes, and pre-planned artillery target areas that Soviet forces would occupy during pursuit. 3. Night operations dominance. Mujahideen forces emphasized night operations that neutralized Soviet technological advantages, particularly air support and artillery that depended on visual target acquisition in pre-thermal imaging era. 4. Soviet doctrine exploitation. Perhaps most impressively, Mujahideen commanders developed sophisticated understanding of Soviet tactical doctrine, enabling prediction of response patterns that created exploitation opportunities. These innovations demonstrated how adaptive learning within resistance forces could neutralize technological advantages through creativity, environmental exploitation, and doctrinal understanding. The resulting tactical effectiveness inflicted casualties and equipment losses that Soviet forces found increasingly unsustainable. Pakistan's critical supporting role. The Soviet-Afghan War marked Pakistan's emergence as sophisticated facilitator of asymmetric capability development, a role that would significantly enhance its qualification for broader Muslim world security leadership. Pakistan's Inter-Services Intelligence (ISI) Directorate provided multidimensional support. Mujahideen effectiveness. 1. That dramatically enhanced strategic depth provision. Pakistan provided essential strategic depth that prevented Soviet forces from isolating the resistance, creating secure areas for training, equipment distribution, and wounded treatment. 2. External resource channeling. Pakistani intelligence developed sophisticated mechanisms for channeling international support to resistance elements, including both material resources and external expertise. 3. Training program development. Pakistani military personnel developed and implemented training programs that transformed tribal fighters into increasingly capable irregular forces with growing technical proficiency. 4. Cross-border operation management. Pakistani intelligence created sophisticated systems for managing cross-border operations while maintaining plausible deniability, developing expertise in asymmetric support that would prove invaluable in later contexts. This supporting role demonstrated Pakistan's unique capabilities in asymmetric warfare facilitation, capabilities that distinguish it from other Muslim states and contribute directly to its qualification for security leadership. The institutional knowledge developed during this period created expertise that would be further refined in subsequent decades. the decisive technology transfer, Stinger missiles. The introduction of FIM-92 Stinger man-portable air defense systems, MANPADS, in 1986 through Pakistani distribution channels demonstrated how targeted technology transfer could dramatically alter operational dynamics despite overall material inferiority. While often overemphasized in Western accounts, the Stinger's impact illustrates an important principle: carefully selected technology transfers focused on critical capability gaps can create disproportionate effects against conventionally superior adversaries. The Stinger deployment, facilitated by Intelligence Pakistani with American supply, demonstrated several key principles directly relevant to the proposed security architecture. 1. Vulnerability analysis importance. The program succeeded through careful analysis of specific Soviet vulnerabilities rather than attempting to match overall capability, a principle central to the proposed architecture's asymmetric approach. 2. Training integration requirement. The effective employment required sophisticated training programs developed by Pakistani and American personnel, highlighting the proposed architecture's emphasis on human capital development alongside technology acquisition. 3. Psychological impact beyond physical effect. The Stinger's impact extended beyond actual aircraft losses to create risk calculation changes that severely restricted Soviet air operations, demonstrating how properly targeted capabilities can generate effects exceeding their direct physical impact. This experience directly informed Pakistan's subsequent approach to capability development against conventionally superior adversaries, creating institutional knowledge directly applicable to the proposed Muslim security architecture. The lesson that targeted capability development can neutralize specific advantages of conventionally superior adversaries remains central to contemporary asymmetric approaches. Soviet defeat and its implications. The Soviet withdrawal, completed February 15, 1989, without achieving strategic objectives, despite nearly decade-long effort and overwhelming conventional superiority, demonstrates how quality factors can systematically defeat quantity when properly applied. The conflict's outcome provides perhaps history's clearest validation of asymmetric warfare principles against superpower conventional dominance. For the proposed Muslim security architecture, this historical example holds particular significance. 1. Spiritual motivation validation. The Afghan success demonstrated how Islamic spiritual motivation creates fighting effectiveness exceeding what material calculation would predict, validating the architecture's emphasis on Islamic foundations. 2. Pakistan's facilitator qualification. Pakistan's sophisticated support role demonstrated capabilities directly relevant to security alliance leadership, experience no other Muslim state possesses at similar scale. 3. Targeted technology strategy. The conflict validated focused technology development against specific vulnerabilities rather than broad-spectrum conventional matching, a principle central to the architecture's approach. 4. Strategic patience importance. The Mujahideen success through persistent pressure rather than decisive battle validates the architecture's emphasis on sustainable immediate results. These lessons, long-term approaches rather than directly inform the proposed security architecture's design and implementation approach. The Soviet-Afghan War provides not merely historical inspiration but concrete validation for asymmetric approaches against conventionally superior adversaries, approaches Pakistan has subsequently refined to high sophistication. Taliban 2001-2021. Persistence against US-led coalition. The most recent and technologically advanced demonstration of Afghan resistance occurred during the 20-year conflict between Taliban forces and the US-led coalition, 2001-2021. This conflict provides particularly valuable insights for contemporary security challenges due to its recency and the coalition's employment of the most advanced military technology and doctrine available. The extreme force disparity. The initial force disparity following the September 11, 2001 attacks appeared even more overwhelming than in previous Afghan conflicts. 1. Technological supremacy. US and coalition forces deployed history's most advanced military technology, including precision-guided munitions, unmanned aerial systems, comprehensive electronic surveillance, and sophisticated special operations capabilities. 2. Resource asymmetry. Coalition operations were supported by defense budgets measured in hundreds of billions of dollars against a Taliban operating with minimal financial resources and primitive logistics systems. 3. International legitimacy. Unlike previous interventions, the coalition operated with broad international support, including United Nations authorization and participation from over 40 countries. 4. Professional military quality. Coalition forces consisted primarily of highly trained professional military personnel with advanced education, extensive exercise experience, and superior equipment. By any conventional assessment, these advantages should have ensured decisive coalition victory. The actual outcome, complete Taliban return to power following US withdrawal, provides perhaps history's most dramatic demonstration of how qualitative factors can systematically overcome even the most extreme quantitative advantages. Strategic patience and time weapon. The Taliban's eventual success stemmed primarily from superior strategic patience that weaponized time against coalition political sustainability. 1. Strategic horizon differential. Taliban leadership operated with multi-decade strategic horizon against coalition forces constrained by election cycles and public opinion fluctuations, creating fundamental asymmetry in time perspective. 2. Narrative consistency. Taliban messaging maintained remarkable consistency around foreign occupation resistance, while coalition narrative shifted repeatedly from counterterrorism to nation-building to various interim objectives. 3. Cost tolerance asymmetry. Taliban forces demonstrated willingness to accept casualties and operational limitations unsustainable for coalition forces operating under domestic political constraints. 4. Persistence through adversity. Despite suffering tactical defeats and leadership losses, Taliban organizational structure demonstrated resilience through distributed leadership that prevented decisive decapitation despite sophisticated coalition targeting. This strategic patience created the war's decisive dynamic. The Taliban did not need to win militarily but merely needed to avoid losing long enough for coalition political will to erode. The resulting approach validates Islamic military tradition dating to the Battle of Kandak, where the Prophet Muhammad demonstrated how patience can defeat materially superior forces through sustainability rather than direct confrontation. Tactical superiority adaptation against technological. At the tactical level, Taliban forces demonstrated remarkable adaptation that progressively technological advantages. 1. Neutralized coalition. Electronic signature reduction. They developed sophisticated techniques to minimize electronic signatures, including strict communication discipline, courier systems, and operational security measures that limited coalition surveillance effectiveness. 2. IED employment evolution. Their improvised explosive device tactics underwent continuous refinement, evolving from simple pressure plates to sophisticated trigger mechanisms that countered coalition detection and neutralization capabilities. 3. Ambush technique refinement. Taliban forces developed increasingly effective ambush techniques calibrated specifically against coalition tactical patterns, particularly regarding vehicle convoys and predictable response protocols. 4. Border exploitation. They systematically exploited the Afghanistan-Pakistan border to create operational sanctuary beyond coalition reach, developing sophisticated cross-border movement techniques that frustrated containment efforts. These tactical adaptations demonstrated how determined resistance can neutralize even the most advanced military technology through continuous learning and environmental exploitation. The resulting capability erosion progressively undermined coalition military effectiveness despite maintaining absolute technological superiority. Religious motivation as force multiplier. As in previous Afghan conflicts, religious motivation provided the essential force multiplier that conventional analysis consistently failed to adequately account for. 1. Martyrdom concept impact. The Islamic understanding of martyrdom created fighters willing to accept casualty rates coalition forces considered strategically unsustainable, particularly regarding voluntary suicide operations against high-value targets. 2. Religious legitimacy framework. Taliban leadership maintained religious legitimacy that government forces, widely perceived as foreign puppets, could never establish, creating authority that transcended formal institutional position. 3. Meaning structure provision. Islamic framing provided meaning structure for resistance fighters that transcended material calculation, creating persistence through hardship that material incentives alone could not generate. For recruitment sustainability, religious motivation created continuous recruitment streams despite severe casualties and hardship, maintaining force regeneration rates that coalition attrition strategies could not overcome. This spiritual dimension consistently generated fighting effectiveness exceeding what material calculation would predict, precisely the quality factor that has enabled Muslim forces to overcome numerical disadvantages throughout Islamic history. The Taliban's religious motivation created strategic sustainability that coalition material advantages could not match over extended duration. Pakistan's complex balancing role throughout the conflict. Pakistan maintained a sophisticated balancing position that demonstrated strategic judgment central to its qualification for broader security leadership. 1. Official-unofficial distinction. Pakistan maintained official support for coalition counterterrorism objectives while unofficially providing Taliban elements strategic depth similar to previous Soviet conflict, demonstrating sophisticated policy implementation. Beyond binary options. 2. Regional stability prioritization. Pakistani strategic calculation consistently prioritized long-term regional stability requirements over short-term coalition demands, demonstrating strategic independence essential for credible security leadership. 3. Multiple channel management. Pakistani intelligence maintained communication channels with all major conflict participants, creating information advantages and influence options unavailable to coalition forces operating through more limited engagement. 4. Post-withdrawal positioning. Pakistan's careful positioning throughout the conflict created advantageous post-withdrawal regional influence, demonstrating strategic foresight regarding long-term outcomes rather than immediate pressures. This nuanced approach, often misinterpreted by Western analysts accustomed to binary ally or adversary frameworks, demonstrated sophisticated strategic judgment that distinguishes Pakistan from other Muslim states. The ability to navigate complex security challenges while maintaining strategic independence represents essential qualification for leading the proposed security architecture. Lessons for contemporary security architecture. The US-Afghan conflict provides several critical lessons directly applicable to the proposed Muslim security architecture. 1. Technological limitations. Reality. The conflict demonstrated how even history's most advanced military technology remains insufficient against determined resistance with qualitative advantages in motivation, patience, and environmental exploitation. 2. Sustainability primacy. Long-term strategic sustainability proved decisively superior to short-term conventional dominance, validating the proposed architecture's emphasis on enduring institutional frameworks rather than immediate capability demonstration. 3. Religious military integration. The Taliban's religious foundation created fighting effectiveness exceeding what material calculation would predict, supporting the architecture's integration of Islamic principles as strategic rather than merely cultural dimension. 4. Strategic independence value. Pakistan's balanced approach throughout the conflict demonstrated the strategic independence necessary for credible security leadership, a quality that distinguishes it from regional states that operated primarily as coalition adjuncts. These lessons directly inform the proposed security architecture's design, particularly regarding asymmetric approaches against technologically superior adversaries. The US-Afghan conflict provides empirical validation that even history's most advanced conventional military can be systematically defeated through qualitative advantages in motivation, patience, adaptation, and strategic judgment. Asymmetric warfare principles from Afghan experience. The three major Afghan conflicts against British, Soviet, and American intervention collectively provide history's most comprehensive demonstration of asymmetric warfare principles against conventional military superiority. While each conflict featured unique dynamics, several consistent principles emerge that directly inform the proposed Muslim security architecture. Strategic depth requirement. All successful Afghan resistance movements benefited from strategic depth that prevented total isolation by conventionally superior adversaries. 1. Cross-border sanctuary. In each conflict, resistance forces utilized cross-border havens in British India during Anglo-Afghan wars, and in Pakistan during Soviet and American interventions that prevented complete encirclement. 2. Population integration. Successful resistance maintained integration with local populations that provided intelligence, logistic support, and recruitment pools beyond adversary control. 3. Dispersed resource caching. All movements developed sophisticated resource distribution systems that prevented critical supply concentration vulnerable to conventional targeting. 4. Leadership distribution. Effective resistance maintained distributed leadership structures that continued functioning despite targeted elimination of specific leaders. These strategic depth factors prevented conventional forces from achieving decisive concentration effects despite overwhelming material advantage. The proposed security architecture incorporates these lessons through distributed capability development, population-centric security approaches, and leadership redundancy systems. Information dominance through simplicity. Afghan resistance consistently achieved information advantage despite technological inferiority through narrative simplicity that resonated across diverse audiences. 1. Religious framework utilization. All movements effectively utilized Islamic frameworks that provided moral clarity accessible to even minimally educated fighters and supporters. 2. Occupation resistance binary. Each resistance presented conflict through simple occupation versus assistance framing that resonated emotionally while remaining difficult for occupiers to effectively counter. 3. Consistency maintenance. Resistance messaging maintained remarkable consistency across decades, while intervening powers frequently shifted justifications and objectives. 4. Credibility through presence. Local embeddedness created narrative credibility through permanent presence against foreign forces perceived as temporary regardless of stated commitments. This information advantage systematically eroded foreign intervention legitimacy despite sophisticated counter-messaging backed by professional expertise and technological superiority. The proposed security architecture incorporates these lessons through emphasis on authentic Islamic messaging, consistent strategic narratives, and local population integration. Time as strategic weapon. Perhaps most significantly, Afghan resistance consistently weaponized time against conventionally superior adversaries through superior strategic patience. 1. Generational perspective. Resistance movements maintained multi-generational commitment against foreign powers constrained by much shorter political timelines, creating fundamental asymmetry in time horizon. 2. Cost imposition focus. Operations consistently focused on imposing unsustainable costs on foreign forces rather than achieving decisive military victory, recognizing the different sustainability calculations between occupiers and indigenous resistance. 3. Persistence through setback. All movements demonstrated extraordinary resilience through tactical defeats, leadership losses, and temporary territorial setbacks while maintaining strategic direction. 4. Victory redefinition. Resistance success ultimately stemmed from redefining victory as outlasting foreign presence rather than defeating it militarily, a perspective foreign forces struggled to effectively counter. This strategic patience consistently proved decisive against conventionally superior adversaries operating with shorter timelines and different cost calculations. The proposed security architecture incorporates these lessons through emphasis on sustainable long-term approaches, cost-imposing strategies against potential interventions, and strategic patience as core operational principle. Technology neutralizing innovation. Afghan resistance demonstrated remarkable innovation in neutralizing technological advantages through tactical and operational adaptation. 1. Signature reduction development. From ambush timing against British forces to electronic signature minimization against American surveillance, Afghan fighters consistently developed sophisticated signature reduction techniques tailored to specific adversary capabilities. 2. Environmental weapon creation. Each resistance movement effectively weaponized Afghanistan's challenging environment against foreign forces dependent on technology vulnerable to extreme conditions. 3. Technological counter-development. From anti-helicopter tactics against Soviet Mi-24s to IED evolution against American countermeasures, resistance forces demonstrated consistent capability to develop specific counters to technological advantages. 4. Primitive sophisticated integration, all movements effectively integrated primitive methods, courier systems, hand signals, with sophisticated technology when available, creating hybrid approaches that confused adversary targeting processes. These innovations consistently prevented technological superiority from translating into decisive battlefield advantage. The proposed security architecture incorporates these lessons through emphasis on signature reduction capabilities, environmental specialization, counter-technology development, and hybrid approaches combining traditional and advanced systems. Pakistan's lessons from Afghan facilitation. Pakistan's involvement across modern Afghan conflicts generated sophisticated understanding of asymmetric support requirements directly applicable to broader security leadership. 1. Deniability effectiveness balance. Pakistani intelligence developed increasingly sophisticated approaches balancing support effectiveness against attribution risk, expertise directly relevant to managing graduated conflict levels below conventional thresholds. 2. Cross-border management systems. Pakistan established complex systems for managing cross-border movement, resource transfer, and intelligence collection that maintained plausible deniability while providing substantial capability enhancement. 3. Training program development. Pakistani military established increasingly effective training systems that transformed motivated but tactically limited fighters into significantly more capable forces, expertise directly applicable to the proposed architecture's human capital development. 4. International pressure management. Through decades of experience, Pakistan developed sophisticated approaches for managing international pressure while maintaining strategic independence, a critical qualification for Muslim world security leadership. This unique experience base distinguishes Pakistan from other potential Muslim security leaders who lack comparable practical expertise in asymmetric capability development. The institutional knowledge developed through these experiences provides irreplaceable qualification for leading complex security cooperation across diverse Muslim contexts. Pakistan's relationship with and support for Afghan resistance. Pakistan's role in supporting Afghan resistance movements across multiple conflicts created unparalleled expertise in asymmetric capability development against conventionally superior adversaries. This experience directly enhances Pakistan's qualification for broader Muslim world security leadership through several dimensions. Strategic depth provision systems. Pakistan developed increasingly sophisticated systems for providing strategic depth to resistance movements. 1. Sanctuary management. From basic border haven provision during early Soviet conflict to complex cross-border movement management during American intervention, Pakistani authorities developed expertise in sanctuary provision without triggering direct intervention. 2. Resource transfer mechanisms. Pakistan established increasingly sophisticated resource transfer systems balancing effectiveness against attribution risk, creating expertise directly applicable to supporting Muslim communities under pressure worldwide. 3. Intelligence sharing frameworks. Pakistani intelligence developed nuanced approaches for intelligence sharing that maintain source protection while providing actionable information, expertise critical for proposed architecture's intelligence cooperation frameworks. 4. Leadership security systems. Pakistan implemented increasingly effective systems for ensuring resistance leadership continuity despite sophisticated targeting efforts, expertise directly relevant to the architecture's leadership protection requirements. These strategic depth capabilities distinguish Pakistan from other Muslim states lacking comparable practical experience in supporting asymmetric resistance against superpower intervention. The resulting expertise provides unique qualification for coordinating similar support to vulnerable Muslim security architecture communities within the training system development. Pakistan established proposed increasingly sophisticated training systems tailored to asymmetric conflict requirements. 1. Religious military integration. Pakistani training systematically integrated Islamic principles with military skills, creating motivated fighters operating within religious ethical frameworks, directly paralleling the proposed architecture's approach. 2. progressive capability building, training systems evolved from basic weapons familiarization to sophisticated technical skills development, creating graduated approaches adaptable to diverse trainee backgrounds. 3. Indigenous trainer development. Pakistan progressively developed indigenous trainer cadres from experienced fighters, creating multiplication effects far exceeding direct Pakistani instructor capacity. 4. Hybrid warfare skills integration. Training increasingly incorporated sophisticated hybrid capabilities including information operations, electronic warfare rudiments, and counter-surveillance techniques alongside traditional combat skills. This training system development created institutional expertise directly applicable to the proposed architecture's human capital development components. Pakistan's demonstrated capability to transform motivated individuals into effective asymmetric fighters provides unique qualification for leading similar development across diverse Muslim contexts. Multidimensional support coordination. Pakistan's support for Afghan resistance evolved into sophisticated multidimensional coordination. 1. International local integration. Pakistani authorities developed increasingly effective mechanisms for integrating international resources with local capacity, creating multiplication effects impossible through either dimension alone. 2. Civil-military synchronization. Support systems evolved to synchronize civil elements, humanitarian assistance, political engagement, with military dimensions, creating comprehensive effects beyond direct combat capability. 3. Information kinetic integration. Pakistani support progressively integrated information operations with kinetic activities, developing sophisticated approaches for narrative reinforcement through operational timing. 4. Short long-term balance. Support systems maintained effective balance between immediate operational requirements and long-term institutional development, creating sustainable capability rather than temporary effects. This multidimensional coordination expertise provides essential qualification for leading the proposed security architecture's diverse components. Pakistan's demonstrated ability to synchronize multiple support dimensions across extended timeframes distinguishes it from other Muslim states lacking comparable experience. Lessons application to Kashmir and broader strategy. Pakistan subsequently refined these capabilities through application to the Kashmir conflict, creating sophisticated asymmetric approaches against conventionally superior adversaries. 1. Indigenous character emphasis. Pakistan's approach evolved to emphasize indigenous character while providing external support, creating resistant sustainability impossible through direct external control. 2. Plausible deniability refinement. Support mechanisms achieved increasingly sophisticated deniability while maintaining effectiveness, developing expertise in managing attribution challenges central to contemporary hybrid conflicts. 3. International legitimacy navigation. Pakistan developed nuanced approaches for navigating international perception while maintaining support for legitimate resistance, creating precedents directly applicable to the architecture's diplomatic components. 4. Cost imposition calibration. Support systems demonstrated increasingly precise calibration of cost imposition below adversary escalation thresholds, developing expertise in managing conflict intensity directly relevant to broader security challenges. This continued refinement through Kashmir application created institutional knowledge directly applicable to contemporary Muslim security challenges worldwide. Pakistan's resulting expertise in supporting legitimate resistance while managing escalation risks and international perception provides unique qualification for Muslim world security leadership. Implications for Muslim security architecture. Pakistan's extensive experience supporting Afghan resistance provides several critical capabilities directly applicable to the proposed security architecture. 1. Asymmetric knowledge repository. Pakistan possesses institutional knowledge regarding asymmetric capability development against conventional superiority unmatched by any other Muslim state, an irreplaceable resource for the proposed architecture. 2. Human capital development expertise. Pakistani training systems provide tested models for transforming motivated individuals into effective security contributors, expertise essential for the architecture's force development components. 3. Great power navigation experience. Pakistan has demonstrated sophisticated capability to pursue independent security objectives while managing great power pressure, a critical qualification for leading Muslim security cooperation. Amid competing international interests. For hybrid warfare mastery, Pakistan's continuous refinement of hybrid capability through practical application has created expertise directly relevant to contemporary security challenges facing Muslim communities worldwide. These capabilities, developed through decades of practical experience rather than theoretical study, provide unique qualification for leading the proposed Muslim security architecture. Pakistan's demonstrated expertise in developing and supporting asymmetric capability against conventionally superior adversaries represents precisely the knowledge base required for effective Muslim world security leadership in the 21st century. Conclusion: Afghanistan's validation of Pakistan's leadership qualification. Afghanistan's consistent defeat of imperial powers, British, Soviet, and American, provides history's most comprehensive validation of this book's central thesis, that quality consistently defeats quantity when properly institutionalized and led. The Afghan experience demonstrates how spiritual motivation, strategic patience, terrain mastery, and adaptive tactics can systematically overcome even history's most advanced conventional military capabilities when applied with determination and consistency. For the proposed Muslim security architecture, Afghanistan's experience provides both inspiration and practical guidance. The quality factors that enabled Afghan resistance to overcome conventional superiority, decentralized resilience, religious motivation, environmental mastery, strategic patience, and adaptive innovation, remain available to the contemporary Muslim world through the right institutional frameworks and leadership. Pakistan's sophisticated support role across these conflicts created unique expertise directly enhancing its qualification for Muslim world security leadership. No other Muslim state possesses comparable practical experience in developing asymmetric capabilities against superpower intervention or navigating complex international pressures while maintaining strategic independence. This experience base provides irreplaceable qualification for leading the proposed security architecture. Most significantly, Pakistan's approaches represent direct continuation of historical patterns where quality has consistently defeated quantity throughout Islamic military history. From the Prophet Muhammad's victory at Badr to the Mamluks' triumph at Ain Jalut, from Saladin's recapture of Jerusalem to Afghan resistance against superpower intervention, the pattern remains remarkably consistent: qualitative excellence in leadership, organization, motivation, and adaptive tactics consistently overcomes numerical and material superiority. As the Muslim world faces unprecedented security challenges in the 21st century, Afghanistan's experience provides both validation and guidance for the proposed transformation. Through institutionalizing the qualitative excellence demonstrated throughout Afghan resistance history, the proposed Pakistan-led security architecture would enable the Muslim world to address contemporary challenges through proven principles that transcend their historical context, that quality, guided by faith and implemented with excellence, consistently defeats mere quantity. Section B. Global Historical Precedents. Chapter 5, Ancient and Classical Examples of Quality. Prevailing. Victory belongs not to the largest armies, but to those with the greatest courage, the wisest strategies, and the strongest faith in their cause. Universal principles beyond Islamic tradition. While previous chapters have explored the Islamic military tradition of quality defeating quantity, this principle extends far beyond Muslim contexts into a universal pattern visible throughout military history. From ancient Greece to the Byzantine Empire, history offers compelling evidence that qualitative factors consistently prove decisive against mere numerical advantage when properly institutionalized and led. By examining these non-Islamic examples, we gain deeper understanding of the timeless principles that transcend cultural and religious boundaries, providing additional validation for the security architecture proposed in this book. The universal nature of these principles strengthens rather than diminishes their Islamic significance. Indeed, the Quranic wisdom that a small company has overcome a large company by permission of Allah, 2:249, reflects divine recognition of a pattern woven into the fabric of human conflict itself. The consistency with which quality defeats quantity across diverse civilizations and eras demonstrates that this principle represents not cultural particularity but universal truth, a truth that the proposed Pakistan-led security architecture would institutionalize for the Muslim world's benefit in the contemporary era. This chapter examines 5 pivotal examples from ancient and classical history where smaller forces prevailed against numerically superior adversaries through qualitative excellence. In each case, we observe how superior leadership, organizational effectiveness, tactical innovation, and ideological commitment enabled outmatched forces to achieve victory against overwhelming odds. These historical cases provide additional validation for the central premise underlying this book's proposed security architecture, that qualitative factors consistently prove decisive against mere numerical advantage when properly institutionalized and led. Greek victories against the Persian Empire. Marathon and Thermopylae. The early 5th century BCE confrontation between the Greek city-states and the Persian Empire provides history's most iconic examples of quality defeating quantity. At both Marathon, 490 BCE, and Thermopylae, 480 BCE, vastly outnumbered Greek forces demonstrated how qualitative advantages could neutralize the overwhelming numerical superiority of the world's greatest empire. The Battle of Marathon, 490 BCE. Tactical innovation defeats numbers. The Battle of Marathon represents perhaps history's clearest demonstration of how tactical innovation can overcome massive numerical disadvantage. Approximately 10,000 Athenian and Plataean hoplites faced a Persian force generally estimated between 25,000,000,000 troops, a numerical disadvantage of at least 2.5:1 and possibly as high as 10:1. The Persian forces possessed not only numerical advantage but significant qualitative edges in several domains. 1. Experience advantage. Persian troops had proven themselves through conquest of numerous kingdoms and territories, while the Athenian army consisted primarily of citizen soldiers with limited campaign experience. 2. Archer superiority. Persian forces included substantial numbers of skilled archers whose missile capabilities exceeded Greek defensive systems, creating significant ranged combat advantage. 3. Cavalry component. The Persian force included cavalry elements that the Greek force entirely lacked, creating mobility and shock advantages conventional military theory would deem decisive. 4. Professional corps. The Persian army included the elite immortals and other professional units with formal training systems, while Greek forces consisted entirely of part-time citizen soldiers. By conventional military assessment, these advantages, combined with massive numerical superiority, should have ensured Persian victory. The actual outcome, decisive Greek victory with approximately 6,400 Persian casualties against only 192 Greek losses, demonstrates how qualitative factors can systematically overcome quantitative advantage. Tactical exploitatio innovation as Persian weakness. The Athenian commander Miltiades implemented revolutionary tactical innovations that systematically exploited Persian weaknesses while maximizing Greek strengths. 1. Double-strength wings. Miltiades implemented the revolutionary approach of thinning his center to reinforce both wings, creating local numerical advantage at critical points despite overall numerical disadvantage. 2. Refined phalanx deployment. The Greek phalanx formation underwent tactical refinement specifically for this engagement, with shield overlapping and depth adjustments creating cohesion the more loosely organized Persian forces could not match. 3. Charge timing precision. Perhaps most revolutionary, Miltiades ordered his forces to charge at running pace across the final gap, neutralizing Persian archer advantage by minimizing exposure time while maintaining formation integrity. 4. Encirclement maneuver. Following initial contact, the reinforced Greek wings systematically enveloped the Persian center after defeating their opposing wings, creating the double envelopment that became one of history's most effective tactical maneuvers. These tactical innovations systematically negated Persian advantages while creating vulnerabilities their more numerous but less adaptable forces could not effectively counter. The resulting victory preserved Western civilization from Eastern domination and demonstrated how innovative tactics can overcome seemingly insurmountable odds. Moral factors in Greek victory. Beyond tactical innovation, several moral and psychological factors proved decisive at Marathon. 1. Existential motivation. Athenian fighters understood they defended not merely territory but their entire way of life and governing system, creating motivation that Persian troops, fighting primarily for imperial expansion and payment, could not match. 2. Cohesion through citizen-soldier identity. The Athenian force comprised citizens with shared values and community bonds, creating unit cohesion exceeding what the multinational Persian force, drawn from diverse conquered territories, could achieve. 3. Democratic governance transfer. Athens' democratic system transferred to military leadership through the Council of 10 generals who made decisions collectively but executed unified plans, creating both legitimacy and effectiveness. 4. Miltiades' leadership presence, the direct battlefield. Presence and personal courage of Athenian leadership, particularly Miltiades who fought in the front ranks, created inspiration impossible through distant command. These moral factors generated fighting effectiveness exceeding what material calculation would predict, precisely the qualitative advantage that has enabled smaller forces to defeat larger ones throughout military history. The Athenian citizen soldiers' willingness to maintain cohesion under extreme pressure directly resulted from these moral advantages. Marathon's relevance to contemporary security. The Battle of Marathon holds direct relevance for the proposed Muslim security architecture. 1. Tactical innovation imperative. Marathon demonstrates how tactical innovation tailored to specific adversary vulnerabilities can overcome substantial numerical disadvantages, validating the proposed emphasis on innovative asymmetric approaches. 2. Architectures. Existential motivation value. The Athenian victory through superior motivation provides historical validation for the architecture's integration of Islamic principles as motivation system rather than merely cultural dimension. 3. Wing reinforcement principle. Miltiades' reinforced wing strategy provides historical precedent for the architecture's approach of developing specific capabilities to exceptional levels rather than matching adversaries across all domains. 4. Democratic legitimacy example. The Athenian system's transfer of democratic legitimacy to military leadership offers valuable model for balancing member state sovereignty with unified command in the proposed architecture. These parallels demonstrate the universal nature of the principles underlying the proposed security architecture. The same qualitative factors that enabled Greek victory at Marathon, tactical innovation, superior motivation, focused capability development, and legitimate leadership, remain available to the contemporary Muslim world through the institutional frameworks proposed in this book. Thermopylae through sacrifice, 480 BCE strategic depth. While Marathon represents tactical innovation overcoming numerical advantage, the Battle of Thermopylae demonstrates an equally important principle, strategic depth creation through tactical sacrifice. Although typically remembered as military defeat, Thermopylae represents successful implementation of strategic depth strategy that ultimately enabled Greek victory in the broader war despite massive numerical disadvantage. The force disparity at Thermopylae exceeded even Marathon's imbalance. 1. Extreme numerical mismatch. Approximately 7,000 Greek troops, including the famous 300 Spartans who remained for the final stand, faced a Persian force estimated between 100,000,300,000, a staggering disadvantage of at least 14:1 and possibly exceeding 40:1. 2. Logistics asymmetry. The Persian force operated with industrial-scale logistics including massive supply fleets, while Greek forces maintained minimal support systems dependent on local resources. 3. Combined arms disparity. Persian forces included specialized units across multiple domains, infantry, cavalry, archers, naval, while Greek forces consisted primarily of heavy infantry with limited supporting elements. 4. Imperial experience advantage. By 480 BCE, the Persian imperial forces possessed extensive experience subjugating numerous kingdoms and territories, creating battle-tested units and leadership. By conventional military assessment, this disparity should have ensured immediate Persian breakthrough and rapid advance into Central Greece. The actual outcome, 3 days of successful defense before final Persian victory through treachery rather than direct assault, demonstrates how qualitative advantages can offset even the most extreme numerical disadvantage. Terrain maximization and force multiplication. Under King Leonidas, the Greek forces implemented sophisticated terrain exploitation that created force multiplication effects against the Persian numerical advantage. 1. Choke point selection mastery. The Thermopylae Pass was selected with remarkable precision to neutralize Persian numerical advantage, creating a frontage where only approximately 1,000 troops could engage simultaneously regardless of total force size. 2. Defensive Greek forces position enhancement, implemented field fortification improvements to the already favorable terrain, including restoration of the Phocian Wall and other modifications that further channeled Persian attacks. 3. Rotation system innovation. Leonidas implemented a sophisticated rotation system that maintained fresh troops at the engagement point while allowing recovery, creating effective fighting power exceeding the raw numbers present. For naval land coordination, the Greek position integrated with simultaneous naval operations at Artemisium, creating combined effects beyond what either component could achieve independently. These approaches created effective combat power vastly exceeding the Greeks' limited numbers. The Persian numerical advantage became largely irrelevant when only small portions could engage simultaneously within the constrained battlefield geography, a principle of force multiplication through terrain exploitation that remained central to asymmetric warfare doctrine. Spartan excellence and elite quality beyond terrain exploitation. The Spartan contingent demonstrated how elite quality can generate effectiveness vastly exceeding numerical contribution. 1. Lifetime training system. Spartan warriors underwent the most intensive training system of the ancient world, the agoge, creating individual combat capabilities far exceeding typical soldiers of any contemporary force. 2. Psychological warfare mastery. The Spartans demonstrated sophisticated psychological warfare, particularly through their famous discipline under fire and casual preparations, including hair combing, before battle that demoralized Persian forces. 3. Equipment optimization. Spartan equipment underwent continuous refinement specifically for phalanx warfare, creating individual and unit effectiveness that Persian troops, despite similar equipment, could not match. 4. Death acceptance culture. Most significantly, Spartan cultural values, particularly regarding honorable death versus disgraceful survival, created fighting spirit that Persian troops, fighting primarily for material reward and under coercion, could not equal. These quality factors explain how the small Spartan contingent, 300 men, could anchor the entire Greek position, and why this force specifically remained for the final stand after the main army withdrew. The Spartan example demonstrates how elite quality can generate effectiveness vastly disproportionate to numbers when systems specifically develop these qualitative advantages. Strategic depth through tactical sacrifice details the most significant aspect of Thermopylae lies not in the tactical but in its strategic implementation, specifically, how tactical sacrifice created strategic depth. 1. Evacuation time creation. The delay at Thermopylae enabled significant civilian evacuation from central Greek cities, preserving population and resources for continued resistance despite eventual Persian advance. 2. Defense preparation opportunity. The gained time allowed completion of fallback defensive positions, particularly the isthmus fortifications that became central to subsequent Greek strategy. 3. Naval force preservation. The coordinated delay allowed controlled withdrawal of Greek naval forces that would prove decisive at the later Battle of Salamis rather than their destruction in premature engagement. 4. Unity enhancement. Perhaps most significantly, the Spartan sacrifice created powerful psychological narrative that enhanced Pan-Hellenic unity previously lacking in the fragmented Greek resistance. These strategic effects demonstrate how apparent tactical defeat can create strategic advantage when integrated into broader operational design. The Greek victory in the overall Persian War became possible through the strategic depth created by the Thermopylae sacrifice, a principle that transcends this specific historical example. Thermopylae's relevance to Muslim security architecture. The Battle of Thermopylae holds several critical lessons directly applicable to the proposed Muslim security architecture. 1, 2, 3. Terrain exploitation imperative. Thermopylae demonstrates how geography can neutralize numerical advantage when properly exploited, validating the architecture's emphasis on specialized regional capabilities matched to specific terrain conditions. Elite force value. The Spartan example shows how relatively small elite contingents can generate effects vastly exceeding their numbers, supporting the architecture's investment in specialized elite formations rather than merely aggregate force numbers. Strategic depth conception. Most importantly, Thermopylae provides historical validation for strategic depth creation through graduated resistance rather than deterministic focus on forward defense, a principle central to the architecture's defense-in-depth approach. 4. Sacrifice narrative power. The battle demonstrates how tactical sacrifice within strategic context can generate powerful motivational narratives that enhance broader resistance, cohesion, and determination. These principles remain directly relevant to contemporary security challenges facing the Muslim world. The proposed architecture's emphasis on terrain-specific capabilities, elite force development, strategic depth creation, and narrative integration derives partly from these historical demonstrations of how qualitative advantages can offset overwhelming numerical superiority. Alexander the Great's conquests against numerically superior forces. If Marathon and Thermopylae demonstrate defensive quality defeating quantity, Alexander the Great's campaigns, 336,323 BCE, provide history's most dramatic example of offensive quality overcoming numerical superiority through leadership excellence, organizational superiority, and tactical innovation. Throughout his conquests, Alexander consistently defeated much larger forces from the Persian Empire and various Central and South Asian kingdoms through qualitative advantages that systematically neutralized his opponent's numerical superiority. The strategic context and force disparity. The force disparity facing Alexander's Macedonian army during his campaigns against the Persian Empire appears insurmountable by conventional military assessment. 1. Massive numerical disadvantage. At the decisive Battle of Gaugamela, 331 BCE, Alexander commanded approximately 47,000 troops against Darius III's Persian force estimated between 90,000 to 50,000, a disadvantage of at least 2:1 and possibly exceeding 5:1. 2. Geographic overextension. As the campaign progressed, Alexander operated at increasing distances from his Macedonian homeland, creating logistical challenges and vulnerability that conventional military theory would deem prohibitive. 3. Environmental challenges. The Macedonian force faced extreme environmental conditions, from desert heat to mountain cold, far different from their homeland, creating adaptation requirements beyond most armies' capabilities. 4. Cultural linguistic barriers. Alexander's multinational force faced enormous cultural and linguistic diversity across conquered territories, creating coordination challenges that most contemporary armies could not overcome. By conventional assessment, these disadvantages should have prevented Alexander's success against the Persian Empire, then the world's largest and most resource-rich state. The actual outcome, complete conquest of the Persian Empire and expansion into India, demonstrates how qualitative factors can systematically overcome even the most extreme quantitative disadvantages. Leadership excellence as force multiplier. Alexander's leadership qualities created perhaps history's clearest example of how individual leadership excellence can function as force multiplier. 1. Frontline command presence. Unlike Persian emperors who commanded from protected rear positions, Alexander personally led his companion cavalry from the front, most dramatically at Gaugamela, where he led the decisive charge against Darius himself, creating Persian command collapse. 2. His adaptability and learning orientation. Throughout campaigns, Alexander demonstrated remarkable adaptability to new conditions, incorporating effective enemy techniques and technologies rather than rigidly adhering to Macedonian traditions. 3. Combined arms integration mastery. Alexander achieved unprecedented integration of infantry, phalanx, cavalry, and light troops through personal command presence that coordinated these elements with precision impossible through more distant command arrangements. 4. Strategic tactical connection. Perhaps most significantly, Alexander maintained clear connection between tactical actions and strategic objectives, focusing decisive force at points that created cascading strategic effects rather than merely tactical advantages. These leadership qualities created force multiplication effects impossible to measure in material terms yet decisive in operational outcomes. Alexander's personal presence particularly generated fighting effectiveness vastly exceeding what material calculation would predict, precisely the quality advantage emphasized throughout this book as decisive against numerical superiority. Organizational excellence and the Macedonian system. Beyond Alexander's personal leadership, the Macedonian military system created organizational advantages that systematically offset numerical disadvantages. 1. Sarissa pike innovation. The Macedonian phalanx utilized the sarissa, a pike approximately 1,321 feet long that created standoff advantage against conventional infantry formations and even cavalry charges, generating defensive capability disproportionate to numbers involved. 2. Combined arms synergy. Unlike many contemporary armies organized around single dominant arm, the Macedonian system integrated heavy infantry, phalanx, heavy cavalry, companions, light cavalry, and various light infantry specialists into sophisticated combined arms teams. 3. Professional corps with militia support. The Macedonian system balanced a professional corps, particularly the companion cavalry and hyperspists, with broader militia elements, creating sustainable excellence without unsustainable cost structures. 4. Logistical innovation. Alexander's forces developed revolutionary logistical approaches, including systematic local resource utilization, that maintained operational capability at distances from support bases that most contemporary armies could not sustain. These organizational innovations created operational capabilities vastly exceeding what raw numbers would suggest. The Macedonian system represented qualitative military innovation that transformed approximately 50,000 troops from a small, previously marginal kingdom into world-conquering force against much larger imperial armies. Tactical brilliance at Gaugamela. Alexander's tactical brilliance culminated at the Battle of Gaugamela, October 1, 331 BCE, where approximately 47,000 Macedonian and allied troops defeated Darius III's Persian army estimated between 90,000 to 50,000. This engagement demonstrates how integrated qualitative advantages can systematically defeat even massive numerical superiority. 1. Oblique advance innovation. Alexander implemented a sophisticated oblique advance that forced Persian commitment while creating concealed opportunity for his decisive cavalry strike, a maneuver requiring discipline and coordination beyond what the Persian force could execute. 2. Gap creation and exploitation. His forces demonstrated remarkable ability to identify and exploit emerging gaps in the Persian line through disciplined restraint until the critical moment, followed by maximum commitment at precisely the right time and place. 3. Command targeting precision. Alexander directed his decisive effort specifically toward Darius' personal position, demonstrating sophisticated understanding of Persian command vulnerability and the psychological impact of threatening the emperor directly. 4. Reserve echelonment. The Macedonian force maintained sophisticated reserve echelonment that prevented Persian breakthrough exploitation while preserving decisive force for the critical moment, a balance most contemporary armies could not achieve. The resulting victory, with the Persian army routed and Darius forced to flee, demonstrates how qualitative excellence in leadership, organization, and tactics can overcome even the most extreme numerical disadvantage. The Persian quantitative advantages in troops, resources, and territorial control proved irrelevant against Macedonian qualitative superiority. Alexander Alexander's relevance to contemporary security architecture. Alexander's campaigns provide several critical insights directly applicable to the proposed Muslim security architecture. 1. Leadership quality centrality. Alexander's example demonstrates how leadership excellence creates force multiplication effects beyond any technology or resource advantage, validating the architecture's emphasis on leadership development systems. 2. Combined arms integration. The Macedonian system's sophisticated integration of different arms provides historical validation for the architecture's emphasis on capability integration across domains and member states. 3. Professional militia balance. Alexander's balanced force structure offers valuable model for the architecture's approach to maintaining elite professional corps while incorporating broader participation without unsustainable cost structures. 4. Command targeting strategy. The Macedonian approach of targeting enemy command systems rather than attempting to defeat entire forces provides historical precedent for the architecture's asymmetric approach against conventionally superior adversaries. These historical principles remain directly relevant to contemporary security challenges. The proposed architecture's emphasis on leadership excellence, combined arms integration, sustainable force structures, and asymmetric targeting derives partly from these historical demonstrations of how qualitative advantages can overcome even massive numerical superiority. Roman military effectiveness against larger forces. The Roman Republican Empire, 509 BCE for 76 CE, provide history's most sustained demonstration of how institutional excellence can consistently defeat larger forces across diverse conditions, opponents, and timeframes. Throughout nearly a millennium, Roman forces repeatedly overcame numerically superior adversaries through systematic institutional advantages that transcended individual leadership brilliance or temporary tactical innovations. Institutional foundations of Roman military excellence. Unlike examples dependent on individual genius, Roman military effectiveness stemmed from institutional systems that consistently generated qualitative advantages. 1. Standardized training system. The Roman army implemented history's first truly standardized training system, transforming diverse recruits into interchangeable units with consistent capabilities regardless of origin or individual commander. 2. Equipment standardization and evolution. Roman military equipment underwent continuous improvement through institutional learning mechanisms, creating systematic adaptation impossible in more personality-dependent systems. 3. Logistical institutionalization. Roman military logistics achieved unprecedented institutionalization through standardized procedures, specialized infrastructure development that personnel and created operational sustainability far exceeding contemporary armies. 4. Doctrinal codification. Perhaps most significantly, Roman military doctrine codification underwent explicit and dissemination, creating consistent operational approaches that maintained effectiveness despite leadership changes. These institutional foundations created military effectiveness that persisted across centuries rather than depending on temporary conditions or individual brilliance. The resulting longevity demonstrates how properly institutionalized quality can consistently defeat quantity across extended timeframes, precisely the principle underlying the proposed security architecture. The manipular system and tactical flexibility. The Roman manipular legion system, developed approximately 315 BCE, created tactical flexibility that consistently overcame larger but less adaptable opponents. 1. Checkerboard formation innovation. The distinctive Roman checkerboard formation with cohorts arranged in 3 lines with gaps allowed tactical maneuvers impossible in the more rigid phalanx systems of many contemporaries. 2. Unit rotation capability. The manipular system permitted fresh units to replace exhausted ones during battle through sophisticated rotation mechanics, creating sustained combat power impossible in more rigid formations. 3. Terrain adaptation. Unlike many contemporary systems dependent on specific terrain conditions, the Roman system maintained effectiveness across diverse environments through structural adaptability. 4. Combined arms integration. The Roman system achieved sophisticated integration of infantry, cavalry, and specialized units, including engineers and artillery, that created synergistic effects exceeding the sum of individual components. These tactical innovations systematically neutralized the numerical advantages of opponents from Carthage to Gaul, from Germanic tribes to Eastern kingdoms. The flexibility inherent in the Roman system created battlefield adaptability that more numerous but less sophisticated opponents could not match. Roman victory at Cynoscephaly, system defeating numbers. The Battle of Cynoscephaly, 197 BCE, during the Second Macedonian War provides clear demonstration of how systematic Roman advantages defeated the previously dominant Macedonian phalanx despite numerical parity or disadvantage. This engagement represents the decisive transition between Hellenistic and Roman military dominance through qualitative system advantages. 1. Formation flexibility advantage. The Roman Manipular legion demonstrated decisive flexibility advantage against the Macedonian phalanx, particularly when uneven terrain disrupted the latter's formation integrity. 2. Initiative at lower command levels. A Roman tribune demonstrated the system's empowerment of lower commanders by redirecting available maniples against the Macedonian rear without requiring higher authorization, an initiative impossible in the more centralized Macedonian system. 3. Weapon system superiority. The Roman gladius, short sword, and scutum, shield, combination proved superior in close combat to the Macedonian sarissa, long pike, when formations broke down into close quarters fighting. 4. Adaptive response capability. When initial engagement favored Macedonian forces on their right wing, Roman forces demonstrated superior adaptation that reversed initial disadvantage, a resilience the more rigid Macedonian system could not match. The resulting Roman victory, despite fighting the previously dominant Macedonian system refined by Philip V, demonstrated how institutional quality could defeat the system that had enabled Alexander's conquest of the Persian Empire. The Roman manipular system's superior flexibility, initiative distribution, weapons optimization, and adaptive capability proved decisively superior to the more rigid but previously successful Macedonian approach. Strategic continuity resilience through institutional. Beyond tactical advantages, Roman military effectiveness demonstrated remarkable institutional continuity. 1. Strategic resilience through defeat recovery systems. Roman military and political institutions developed unprecedented capability to recover from major defeats, most dramatically following Cannae, 216 BCE, when 50,000,700,000 Roman troops were lost in a single day against Hannibal, yet Rome continued effective resistance. 2. Leadership transition management. Unlike many contemporary systems dependent on individual leaders, Roman military effectiveness persisted through leadership transitions due to institutional structures that maintained capability despite individual changes. 3. Generational knowledge transfer. Roman military institutions created effective knowledge transfer across generations through formal training systems, written doctrine, and institutional memory preservation impossible in less structured military traditions. 4. Strategic patience capability. Perhaps most significantly, Roman strategic culture developed remarkable patience capability, exemplified by the eventual defeat of Hannibal through the Fabian strategy of delay and attrition rather than seeking decisive battle against a tactically superior opponent. These strategic resilience factors enabled Rome to overcome setbacks that would have destroyed less institutionally developed states. The resulting longevity, with Roman military effectiveness maintained across nearly a millennium, demonstrates how properly institutionalized quality creates strategic depth impossible through mere numerical or resource advantages. Roman relevance to architecture. Muslim security. The Roman example provides several critical insights directly applicable to the proposed Muslim security architecture. 1. Institutional development priority. Roman success through institutional excellence validates the architecture's emphasis on developing enduring institutions rather than depending on temporary leadership brilliance or resource advantages. 2. Standardization with flexibility balance. The Roman manipular system demonstrates how standardization and flexibility can be balanced effectively, a critical challenge for multinational security cooperation. 3. Defeat recovery mechanisms. Roman resilience following defeats like Cannae provides historical precedent for the architecture's emphasis on institutional continuity and recovery capabilities rather than dependent on unbroken success. 4. The knowledge institutionalization. The Roman approach to doctrinal codification and knowledge preservation offers valuable model for the architecture's approach to developing and maintaining institutional expertise across leadership transitions. These principles remain directly relevant to contemporary security challenges facing the Muslim world. The proposed architecture's emphasis on institutional development, standardization balancing, resilience mechanisms, and knowledge preservation derives partly from the Roman demonstration that properly institutionalized quality can consistently defeat quantity across extended timeframes and diverse conditions. Byzantine strategic resilience. Territorial losses. Despite the Byzantine Empire, Eastern Roman Empire, 330-1453 CE, provides history's most remarkable example of strategic resilience despite territorial losses and consistent numerical disadvantage. Throughout over 1,000 years facing diverse threats, from Sassanid Persia to Arab caliphates, from Turkic nomads to Western crusaders, Byzantine forces demonstrated how strategic sophistication could overcome material and numerical disadvantages through integrated qualitative approaches. The strategic context, perpetual numerical disadvantage. The Byzantine strategic context featured consistent numerical and material disadvantages that conventional theory would deem insurmountable. 1. Multidirectional threat environment. Unlike most contemporary states facing primary threats from one direction, Byzantine territories faced simultaneous pressure from multiple directions: Balkans, Anatolia, Syria, Mesopotamia, Italy, and the Mediterranean. 2. Demographic disadvantage. Following successive territorial losses, Byzantine population resources remained consistently smaller than surrounding powers, creating chronic manpower shortages for military requirements. 3. Economic constraint. Despite sophisticated economic systems, Byzantine resource generation capability remained consistently smaller than the combined resources of potential adversaries, creating necessary emphasis on efficiency. 4. Technological diffusion challenge. Byzantine technological advantages underwent rapid diffusion to adversaries, preventing sustained technological superiority and requiring constant innovation. These disadvantages created strategic context where direct confrontation through conventional numeric matching proved impossible, precisely the condition facing many contemporary Muslim states and the broader Muslim world collectively. The Byzantine response provides valuable precedent for how strategic sophistication can overcome such disadvantages. Thematic system as institutional innovation. The Byzantine thematic system, developed 7th-8th centuries CE, represents history's most sophisticated integration of military and civil administration for strategic depth creation. 1. Military-civil integration. Each theme, administrative district, maintained integrated military and civil authority under a single strategos, general governor, creating unprecedented coordination between military requirements and civilian resources. 2. Local defense institutionalization. The system developed sophisticated local defense capabilities through part-time soldier farmers, thematic troops, who received land in exchange for military service, creating sustainable defense in depth without unsustainable professional force costs. 3. Professional militia balance. Thematic local troops were complemented by the Tagmata, central professional army, that provided elite intervention capability while the themes handled routine defense and initial response. 4. Resource force alignment. Perhaps most significantly, the system created automatic scaling of military capability to available resources through its land distribution mechanism, preventing the resource force misalignment that destroyed many contemporary states. This system created strategic depth through institutionalized local resistance capacity throughout the territory rather than depending solely on border defenses or field armies. The resulting defense in-depth approach meant that even when adversaries achieved initial breakthrough, they faced continuing resistance that prevented rapid strategic collapse despite tactical setbacks. Diplomatic complexity as strategic instrument beyond military innovations. Byzantine strategic effectiveness stemmed from sophisticated diplomatic approaches that extended influence beyond material capabilities. 1. Alliance complexity mastery. Byzantine diplomacy developed unprecedented sophistication in managing complex alliance networks that balanced multiple competing interests to create leverage exceeding direct Byzantine capability. 2. Religious influence integration. Diplomatic approaches systematically integrated religious influence through Orthodox Church connections, creating soft power projection that complemented limited hard power resources. 3. Economic instrument sophistication. Byzantine strategy featured sophisticated use of economic instruments, including trade privileges, currency manipulation, and targeted subsidies, that shaped adversary behavior without direct military confrontation. 4. Information operations integration, perhaps most significantly, Byzantine diplomatic activity integrated sophisticated information operations that shaped perception among both adversaries and potential allies, creating influence exceeding material capability. These diplomatic approaches enabled Byzantine influence projection vastly exceeding what raw military numbers would suggest possible. The integration of multiple instruments, diplomatic, religious, economic, informational, created strategic advantages impossible through military means alone. Providing model for comprehensive security beyond mere military capability. Heraclius campaign against Sassanid Persia, strategic genius in action. Emperor Heraclius campaign against Sassanid Persia, 622-628 CE, provides history's most dramatic example of strategic innovation overcoming seemingly insurmountable disadvantage. Following catastrophic Byzantine defeats with Persian forces occupying Syria, Palestine, Egypt, and Anatolia, and briefly threatening Constantinople itself, Heraclius implemented revolutionary strategic approach as 1. Indirect approach innovation. Rather than attempting to directly reclaim lost territories progressively, Heraclius implemented deep strike directly into the Persian heartland, forcing withdrawal from occupied Byzantine territories to meet this existential threat. 2. Religious motivation integration. The campaign explicitly integrated religious symbolism, including relics like the True Cross, creating motivation among Byzantine forces. That Persian troops, fighting primarily for imperial expansion and payment, could not match. 3. Alliance reconstruction skill. Heraclius systematically rebuilt alliance networks, particularly with Turkic Khazars, that created additional pressure on Persian resources and attention. 4. Naval land power integration. The campaign featured unprecedented integration of naval mobility with land operations, creating operational tempos and strategic surprise impossible through conventional land movement alone. The resulting Byzantine victory, complete reversal of catastrophic losses and favorable peace with Sassanid Persia, demonstrates how strategic innovation can overcome even the most extreme material and numerical disadvantages. Heraclius' approach systematically offset Byzantine weaknesses while exploiting Persian vulnerabilities through indirect methods impossible to counter through mere numerical advantage. Byzantine military renaissance under the Macedonian dynasty. The Byzantine military renaissance under the Macedonian dynasty, 867-1056 CE, demonstrates how institutional excellence can recreate military effectiveness following extended decline. After territorial losses to Arab expansion and internal military deterioration, the Macedonian emperors implemented comprehensive reforms that restored Byzantine military effectiveness. Disadvantage 1. Doctrinal. Despite continued numerical codification, the period featured unprecedented military doctrinal codification through manuals like the Tactica of Leo VI and Precepta Militaria of Nikephoros Phokas, creating institutional knowledge preservation impossible in less developed systems. 2. Specialized unit development. Byzantine forces developed highly specialized units for specific functions, including the cataphractoi, heavy cavalry, and various marine and naval forces, that created qualitative advantages impossible to match through mere numerical superiority. 3. Frontier defense evolution. The empire implemented sophisticated frontier defense systems with layered fortifications, signal systems, and mobile response forces that created defense in depth impossible to overcome through simple numerical advantage. 4. Technology doctrine integration. Perhaps most significantly, Byzantine military effectiveness stemmed from systematic integration of technological innovations with doctrinal evolution, particularly regarding Greek fire naval weapons and siege engineering. These reforms enabled successful Byzantine territorial reconquest across multiple fronts despite continued numerical disadvantage against Arab and Bulgar adversaries. The resulting expansion, reclaiming territories in Syria, Armenia, and the Balkans, demonstrates how institutional quality improvement can reverse even extended decline when properly implemented. Byzantine relevance to architecture. Muslim security. The Byzantine example provides several critical insights directly applicable to the proposed Muslim security architecture. 1. Defense in depth imperative. Byzantine strategic resilience through defense in depth validates the architecture's emphasis on distributed capabilities rather than vulnerable concentrated forces. 2. Diplomatic military integration. The Byzantine approach to integrated diplomatic and military instruments provides historical precedent for the architecture's comprehensive security concept beyond mere military capability. 3. Professional militia balance. The thematic systems balance between professional and part-time forces offers valuable model for the architecture's approach to sustainable security without unsustainable cost structures. 4. Doctrinal institutionalization. Byzantine success through doctrinal codification and knowledge preservation supports the architecture's emphasis on institutional development rather than dependence on individual leadership. 5. Indirect approach validation. Heraclius' campaign against Persia demonstrates how indirect approaches can overcome material disadvantages, validating the architecture's asymmetric strategies against conventionally superior adversaries. These principles remain directly relevant to contemporary security challenges facing the Muslim world. The proposed architectures. Emphasis on distributed resilience, comprehensive security approaches, sustainable force structures, institutional knowledge development, and indirect strategies derives partly from Byzantine demonstration that strategic sophistication can overcome material disadvantages across extended timeframes. Religious and ideological excellence. Drivers of military. Beyond specific tactical or organizational factors, historical examples consistently demonstrate how religious and ideological commitment creates fighting effectiveness, exceeding what material calculation would predict. From ancient Israel to revolutionary France, forces motivated by transcendent belief systems have consistently demonstrated battlefield performance levels impossible through material incentives or coercion alone. Ancient Israel, spiritual motivation against imperial power. Ancient Israeli military effectiveness against numerically superior imperial adversaries stemmed directly from religious motivation that created fighting spirit beyond conventional calculation. 1. Divine covenant understanding. The Israeli self-understanding as people in covenant relationship with God created willingness to face overwhelming odds with conviction impossible through material incentives alone. 2. Transcendent purpose clarity. Military actions understood as fulfilling divine purpose generated motivation exceeding what mere territorial or economic objectives could produce. 3. Ethical framework integration. Religious principles provided ethical frameworks that enhance rather than constrained military effectiveness, particularly through creation of moral cohesion around shared values. 4. Leadership legitimacy. Israeli military leadership derived legitimacy from perceived divine appointment, through prophetic designation or demonstrated spiritual qualities that created authority beyond institutional position alone. These religious factors generated fighting effectiveness vastly exceeding what material calculation would predict, enabling consistent victory against numerically superior regional powers from the Exodus through the Davidic kingdom. The resulting military success against overwhelming odds parallels Islamic military history's consistent demonstration that spiritually motivated forces consistently outperform materially superior but spiritually inferior adversaries. The Hussite Revolution, religious reform as military innovation driver. The Hussite movement in 15th century Bohemia demonstrates how religious reform commitment can drive military innovation that overcomes material disadvantage. Following theologian Jan Hus' execution for heresy, 1415, his followers developed revolutionary military approaches driven by religious conviction. 1. Wagon fortress innovation. Hussite forces developed the Revolutionary War Wagenburg, tactical system specifically to enable peasant forces to defeat numerically superior knights, a class-transcending innovation impossible without religious motivation equalizing social divisions. 2. Gunpowder weapon adaptation. Religious commitment to defending Reformation principles drove unprecedented gunpowder weapon adoption, particularly handheld firearms that equalized combat between commoners and aristocratic forces. 3. Social military integration. The Hussite movement integrated religious reformation with military democratization, creating forces where effectiveness stemmed from conviction rather than social class or traditional military training. 4. Symbolic leadership reinforcement. Hussite forces developed sophisticated leadership legitimation through religious symbolism, particularly the chalice representing communion in both kinds for laity, creating cohesion around theological principle rather than merely military objective. These innovations enabled Hussite forces to repeatedly defeat much larger imperial crusader armies through 5 successive crusades, 1 for 191-434, despite overwhelming material disadvantage. The religious motivation created both innovative tactical systems and fighting determination that conventionally organized imperial forces could not match, demonstrating how transcendent commitment generates military effectiveness beyond material calculation. The Cromwellian New Model Army, religious discipline as force multiplier. Oliver Cromwell's New Model Army during the English Civil War, 1645-1651, demonstrates how religious conviction can create discipline and cohesion exceeding professional military systems. Despite initially consisting mainly of inexperienced troops, this parliamentarian force achieved consistent victory against royalist forces through discipline stemming from Puritan religious commitment. 1. Divine accountability concept. Puritan theology created sense of direct divine accountability that generated self-discipline exceeding what external military discipline alone could achieve. 2. Meritocratic advancement through godliness. The New Model Army pioneered meritocratic promotion based partly on perceived godliness alongside military competence, creating leadership quality exceeding the royalist system based primarily on social class. 3. Religious study integration. Military camps incorporated regular Bible study and prayer that reinforced both individual conviction and unit cohesion around shared beliefs. 4. Moral purpose clarity. The army understood itself as defending God's cause against arbitrary monarchy, creating purpose clarity that royalist forces, fighting primarily for traditional authority, could not match. These religious factors created the famous Cromwellian discipline that transformed previously inexperienced troops into England's most effective military force. The resulting victories, particularly at Naseby, 1645, and Preston, 1648, demonstrated how religious motivation could create fighting effectiveness exceeding what professional military background alone could produce. Revolutionary France, ideological fervor as numerical offset. If religious commitment provided military effectiveness in earlier examples, revolutionary France demonstrates how secular ideological commitment can generate similar effects. Following the French Revolution, 1789, revolutionary armies consistently defeated numerically and professionally superior European coalition forces through qualitative advantages stemming from ideological commitment. 1. Citizen-soldier concept. Revolutionary ideology created the modern citizen-soldier concept where military service represented direct participation in national sovereignty rather than mere obligation or employment. 2. Meritocratic system development. Revolutionary principles drove unprecedented meritocracy in military leadership, creating famous dictum that every soldier carried a marshal's baton in his knapsack, generating leadership quality professional armies bound by aristocratic limitations could not match. 3. Tactical innovation freedom. Ideological rejection of traditional constraints enabled tactical innovations impossible in more tradition-bound armies, particularly regarding skirmisher utilization and formation flexibility. 4. Mass mobilization legitimacy. Revolutionary ideology provided unprecedented legitimacy for mass conscription through the levée en masse, creating numerical advantages impossible for traditional monarchies constrained by limited legitimacy for similar mobilization. These ideological factors enabled revolutionary France to withstand coalition forces representing nearly all other European powers despite initial military disorganization following revolutionary disruption. The resulting military effectiveness, demonstrated most dramatically in the Revolutionary Wars, 1792–1802, showed how ideological commitment could generate fighting effectiveness exceeding professional military systems lacking similar motivation. Ideological factors in contemporary context. These historical examples demonstrate how transcendent commitment, whether religious or secular ideological, consistently generates fighting effectiveness exceeding what material calculation would predict. This principle remains directly relevant to the proposed Muslim security architecture. 1. Islamic Foundation validation. Historical examples validate the architecture's integration of Islamic principles as motivation system rather than merely cultural dimension, recognizing faith's demonstrated effectiveness in generating fighting spirit beyond material incentives. 2. Spiritual material integration. The consistent historical pattern of spiritual motivation enhancing rather than replacing material capability supports the architecture's balanced approach integrating Islamic principles with modern technological and organizational systems. 3. Leadership legitimacy framework. Historical examples demonstrate how leadership legitimacy derived from shared transcendent principles creates authority beyond institutional position alone, supporting the architecture's approach to leadership development integrating Islamic values with professional competence. 4. Meaning structure importance. History consistently shows how forces understanding their actions within meaningful transcendent frameworks demonstrate resilience beyond what material calculation would predict, validating the architecture's emphasis on Islamic purpose clarity alongside technical capability. These principles transcend specific religious or ideological content while validating the general pattern. Forces motivated by transcendent commitment consistently outperform those motivated primarily by material incentives or coercion. The proposed architecture's Islamic foundation thus represents not cultural particularity but application of universal principle that transcendent motivation generates fighting effectiveness beyond material capability alone. Conclusion: universal principles validating Islamic approaches. The ancient and classical examples examined in this chapter, from Marathon and Thermopylae to Alexander's conquests, from Roman legions to Byzantine strategy, from ancient Israel to revolutionary France, provide compelling evidence that the principles enabling quality to defeat quantity represent universal patterns transcending cultural and religious boundaries. These examples demonstrate that the same qualitative factors emphasized throughout Islamic military history, leadership excellence, organizational effectiveness, tactical innovation, and transcendent motivation, have consistently proved decisive against numerical superiority across diverse civilizations and eras. This universal pattern strengthens rather than diminishes the Islamic significance of these principles. The consistency with which quality defeats quantity throughout military history validates the Quranic wisdom that a small company has overcome a large company by permission of Allah, 2:249, as recognition of divine principle woven into the fabric of human conflict itself. The proposed security architecture thus represents not cultural particularity but application of universal principles within Islamic framework and context. Several consistent patterns emerge across these diverse historical examples. 1. Leadership quality decisiveness, from Miltiades at Marathon to Alexander against Persia, from Heraclius against Sassanids to Cromwell in the English Civil War, leadership excellence consistently proves more decisive than numerical factors, validating the proposed architecture's emphasis on leadership development systems. 2. Organizational coherence advantage, forces with superior organizational coherence, from Greek phalanxes to Roman legions, from Byzantine themes to revolutionary French armies, consistently defeat larger but less organized adversaries, supporting the architecture's focus on institutional frameworks that convert numerical mass into coherent capability. 3. Tactical innovation impact. Innovative tactical approaches, from Miltiades' reinforced wings to Alexander's combined arms integration, from Roman manipular flexibility to Hussite wagon fortresses, consistently overcome numerical superiority through creativity that larger forces cannot effectively counter. 4. Transcendent motivation effect. Forces with spiritual or ideological motivation, from ancient Israelites to Byzantine Christians, from Hussite reformers to revolutionary French. Citizen soldiers, consistently demonstrate fighting effectiveness exceeding what material calculation would predict. 5. Strategic patience value. Forces employing strategic patience, from Greeks at Thermopylae to Romans against Hannibal, from Byzantine defense in depth to Cromwell's new model army development, consistently overcome initial disadvantages through superior sustainability against numerically superior but less patient adversaries. These universal patterns provide additional validation for the security architecture proposed in this book. The qualitative factors that have enabled smaller forces to defeat larger ones throughout military history remain available to the contemporary Muslim world through the right institutional frameworks and leadership, precisely what the proposed architecture would provide. Pakistan's demonstrated excellence in these same dimensions: leadership quality, organizational coherence, tactical innovation, Islamic motivation integration, and strategic patience, establishes its unique qualification to lead the proposed security architecture. Its approaches represent not cultural particularity but sophisticated application of universal principles that have enabled quality to defeat quantity throughout military history. As the Muslim world faces unprecedented security challenges in the 21st century, these historical examples provide both validation and guidance for the proposed transformation. Through institutionalizing the qualitative excellence demonstrated throughout military history, the proposed Pakistan-led security architecture would enable the Muslim world to address contemporary challenges through proven principles that transcend both religious and cultural boundaries, that quality, guided by transcendent conviction and implemented with excellence, consistently defeats mere quantity. Chapter 6: Modern Historical case studies of smaller forces prevailing. Not by strength does one prevail. The bows of the mighty are broken, but the feeble gird on strength. Ancient wisdom that transcends time and culture. The modern validation. Principles of timeless. While previous chapters have examined historical examples from ancient, medieval, and early Islamic contexts, the principle that quality defeats quantity finds perhaps its most compelling validation in modern conflicts. The 20th century, with its industrialized warfare and technological sophistication, should logically have emphasized mass over quality, with larger industrial powers inevitably dominating smaller nations through sheer material superiority. Yet the historical record demonstrates precisely the opposite pattern. Throughout the modern era, smaller forces with qualitative advantages consistently prevailed against materially superior opponents through superior leadership, organization, motivation, and asymmetric approaches. These modern examples hold particular significance for the proposed security architecture because they occurred under technological and political conditions much closer to our contemporary context. While ancient and medieval examples demonstrate the timelessness of these principles, modern cases provide more directly applicable lessons for addressing 21st century security challenges. The consistent pattern across these diverse modern contexts provides perhaps the most compelling evidence that quality factors remain decisive despite technological advancement and industrial-scale warfare. Most significantly for this book's central argument, these modern examples demonstrate the continued relevance of factors deeply embedded in Islamic military tradition: spiritual motivation, strategic patience, leadership excellence, and asymmetric innovation against conventional superiority. The continuity between classical Islamic military principles and successful modern resistance movements reveals not coincidence but validation of enduring truths that transcend technological evolution. The proposed Pakistan-led security architecture represents not anachronistic revival but sophisticated modern application of proven principles that have consistently enabled quality to defeat quantity throughout military history. Finnish Winter War against Soviet Union 1939-1940. David versus the Communist Goliath. The Finnish Winter War, November 30, 1939 – March 13, 1940, provides perhaps the modern era's most dramatic demonstration of how qualitative factors can systematically neutralize overwhelming numerical and material superiority. The conflict's force disparity ranks among history's most extreme, yet the outcome defied all conventional military calculation through Finnish qualitative excellence in leadership, tactics, motivation, and environmental mastery. The strategic context and force disparity. The force disparity between Finland and the Soviet Union represented perhaps the modern era's most extreme mismatch in conventional military terms. 1. Massive numerical disadvantage. Finland fielded approximately 300,000 troops against 1 million Soviet forces, a daunting 3:1 disadvantage in manpower that conventional military theory would deem decisive. 2. Artillery imbalance. Soviet forces deployed approximately 3,800 artillery pieces against Finland's 534, a 7:1 advantage in firepower that should have ensured battlefield dominance according to industrial warfare doctrine. 3. Armor disparity. The most extreme imbalance appeared in armor, with approximately 6,000 Soviet tanks against Finland's 32, an almost incomprehensible 187:1 advantage that conventional theory would consider insurmountable. 4. Air superiority. Soviet air forces contributed approximately 3,800 aircraft against Finland's 114, a 33:1 advantage, providing near-complete air dominance capabilities according to conventional assessment. By material calculation, this disparity should have enabled rapid Soviet victory within days through overwhelming force application. Soviet leadership certainly expected this outcome, with estimates of conquering Finland within 2 weeks. The actual result, Finnish forces successfully resisting for over 3 months and inflicting disproportionate casualties before accepting limited territorial concessions, demonstrates how qualitative factors can systematically neutralize even the most extreme quantitative advantages. Environmental mastery as force multiplier. The Finnish success stemmed partly from extraordinary environmental mastery that transformed winter conditions from neutral backdrop to decisive strategic weapon. 1. Mobility differential creation. Finnish forces utilized ski mobility that created unprecedented movement capability across snow-covered terrain, while Soviet mechanized forces remained largely confined to roads, transforming numerical disadvantage into effective advantage through superior battlefield coverage. 2. Camouflage excellence. Finnish white winter camouflage, contrasting with Soviet brown uniforms, created near invisibility in snow conditions, enabling Finnish forces to initiate engagements from positions invisible to Soviet forces until contact. 3. Cold weather adaptation. Finnish troops demonstrated superior adaptation to extreme cold. Temperatures reached 43 degrees Celsius per 45 degrees Fahrenheit, maintaining combat effectiveness, while Soviet defense in-depth concept. The Finnish defense system's depth and absorption capability provides modern precedent for the architecture's approach to strategic depth creation across the Muslim world rather than linear boundary defense. These principles remain directly applicable to contemporary security challenges facing the Muslim world. The Finnish demonstration that even the most extreme material disadvantage can be effectively countered through qualitative excellence provides powerful validation for the proposed architecture's emphasis on quality factors against potential adversaries with greater conventional capabilities. Israeli military effectiveness against Arab coalitions. Israel's consistent military success against numerically superior Arab coalitions provides perhaps the most relevant modern case study for the proposed Muslim security architecture. From 1948 through the present, Israeli forces have repeatedly defeated Arab adversaries possessing substantial numerical advantages through qualitative excellence in leadership, organization, doctrinal innovation, and motivational factors. Understanding these qualitative advantages is essential for developing effective Muslim world security approaches for the 21st century. The 1967 Six-Day War, quality's most dramatic modern triumph. The 1967 Six-Day War represents perhaps history's most dramatic modern demonstration of quality defeating quantity. The force disparity facing Israel appeared insurmountable by conventional military calculation. 1. Manpower disadvantage. Israel mobilized approximately 264,000 troops against combined Arab forces totaling 547,000, a greater than 2:1 disadvantage in available personnel. 2. Armor imbalance. Arab forces deployed approximately 2,504 tanks against Israel's 800, a 3-to-1 advantage in armor that conventional theory would consider decisive for offensive operations. 3. Aircraft disparity. Arab air forces contributed approximately 957 combat aircraft against Israel's 300, a 3:1 advantage, providing theoretical air dominance capabilities. 4. Multiple front challenge. Unlike Arab forces operating on single fronts, Israel faced simultaneous threats across 3 distinct fronts: Egyptian, Jordanian, Syrian, creating force dispersion challenges that conventional theory would deem crippling. By conventional assessment, this disparity should have ensured Arab coalition victory. The actual result, comprehensive Israeli victory within 6 days with the destruction of Arab military capabilities and occupation of substantial territories, demonstrates how qualitative factors can systematically overcome even significant quantitative disadvantages in modern conventional warfare. Leadership excellence as force multiplier. Israeli forces demonstrated remarkable leadership excellence at multiple levels that created force multiplication effects. 1. Decision speed advantage. Israeli command decision cycles operated significantly faster than Arab counterparts, enabling initiative seizure and maintaining offensive momentum that prevented Arab numerical advantages from becoming operationally relevant. 2. Mission command implementation. Israeli forces implemented sophisticated mission command philosophy that empowered lower-level commanders to exploit fleeting opportunities without headquarters approval, creating adaptability Arab forces with more centralized command could not match. 3. Combined arms integration. Israeli leadership demonstrated exceptional ability to integrate air, armor, infantry, and artillery capabilities into synchronized operations that generated effects exceeding the sum of individual components. 4. Israeli intelligence integration. Perhaps most significantly, military leadership maintained unprecedented integration between intelligence collection and operational implementation, creating information advantage that offset numerical disadvantage through superior situational awareness. These leadership qualities created combat effectiveness vastly exceeding what raw numbers would suggest. The resulting operational tempo prevented Arab forces from effectively employing their numerical advantages through superior decision cycles that maintained initiative throughout the conflict. Preemptive action and strategic surprise. Israeli strategic approach emphasized preemptive action that seized initiative through surprise. 1. Air campaign precision. The opening Israeli air strike demonstrated unprecedented precision that destroyed approximately 400 Arab aircraft primarily on the ground, neutralizing the 3:1 numerical disadvantage in aircraft within hours through superior execution. 2. Deception operation sophistication. Israeli forces implemented sophisticated deception measures that created misperception of main effort direction, preventing effective Arab force concentration despite superior numbers. 3. Tempo maintenance. Once initiated, Israeli operations maintained relentless tempo that prevented Arab forces from reconstituting defensive positions or effectively concentrating their superior numbers at decisive points. 4. Risk acceptance culture. Israeli leadership demonstrated remarkable willingness to accept calculated risks necessary for maintaining offensive momentum, a cultural characteristic Arab leadership with more severe consequence. Systems for failure could not match. This preemptive approach systematically negated Arab numerical advantages by preventing their effective employment through tempo and surprise. The resulting operational dynamics demonstrate how qualitative advantages in timing, deception, tempo, and risk calculation can overcome substantial quantitative disadvantages in modern warfare. Training quality and realistic preparation. Beyond leadership and strategic approach, Israeli success stemmed from exceptional training quality that created individual and unit effectiveness exceeding Arab counterparts. 1. Realistic training emphasis. Israeli forces implemented unusually realistic training approaches that replicated actual combat conditions more effectively than the more scripted and predictable Arab training systems. 2. Integrated combined arms training. Training consistently emphasized combined arms operations rather than single-arm excellence, creating synergistic capabilities that Arab forces trained primarily within separate service boundaries could not match. 3. Leadership development focus. Israeli military culture emphasized leadership development throughout all ranks, creating initiative and decision-making capability at lower levels that Arab forces with more rigid hierarchical systems could not equal. 4. Reserve integration excellence. The Israeli system achieved unprecedented integration between standing and reserve forces through regular activation and training, creating surge capability that effectively offset the numerical advantage of larger Arab standing forces. These training factors created qualitative advantages at individual and small unit levels that aggregated to force-wide effectiveness vastly exceeding what numerical strength alone would predict. The resulting combat performance demonstrated how training quality can systematically offset quantitative disadvantages in modern warfare. Motivational factors and existential commitment. Perhaps most significantly, Israeli forces demonstrated motivational advantages stemming from perceived existential threat. 1. National survival perception. Israeli forces operated with conviction that defeat meant national extinction, creating motivation intensity Arab forces, fighting primarily for limited territorial objectives, could not match. 2. Democratic values connection. Israel's democratic political system created stronger perceived connection between military action and societal values defense, generating alignment between political and military objectives impossible in the more authoritarian Arab systems. 3. Historical religious significance. The religious and historical significance of the contested territory created motivation beyond mere strategic calculation, particularly regarding Jerusalem's significance in Jewish tradition. 4. Holocaust memory integration. The recent historical from surprise. The 1973 Yom Kippur War provides equally important lessons about how qualitative advantages can overcome not only numerical disadvantage but also the additional challenge of strategic surprise. Despite Arab forces achieving near-complete surprise and initial success, qualitative Israeli advantages eventually prevailed through institutional resilience. 1. Initial force ratio extremity. Arab surprise attack created initial combat ratios exceeding 9-1 on the Golan Heights, 150 Israeli defenders against 1,400 Syrian tanks, and similar disadvantages in Sinai. Disparities conventional military theory would consider conclusively decisive. 2. Combined disadvantages. Israeli forces faced both numerical disadvantage and surprise disadvantage simultaneously, a combination conventional theory would consider insurmountable. 3. Technical challenge addition. Arab forces deployed sophisticated anti-tank and air defense systems that neutralized previous Israeli qualitative edges in armor and air power, adding technological challenge to numerical disadvantage. Despite these compounded disadvantages, Israeli forces ultimately reversed initial Arab gains and transitioned to offensive operations threatening both Damascus and Cairo before ceasefire implementation. This remarkable recovery demonstrates how institutional quality creates resilience that can overcome even multiple simultaneous disadvantages in modern warfare. Institutional adaptation and learning. Israeli recovery stemmed partly from exceptional institutional adaptation capability. 1. Doctrinal adjustment speed. Israeli forces demonstrated remarkable ability to adjust doctrine during conflict, particularly regarding air defense suppression tactics and combined arms integration for breaching Arab defensive positions. 2. Command flexibility. Despite initial setbacks, Israeli command structures maintained organizational flexibility that enabled rapid reassignment of forces between fronts as operational conditions evolved. 3. Technology employment adaptation. Israeli forces rapidly developed countermeasures against Arab anti-tank guided missiles and surface-to-air missiles, demonstrating institutional learning speed Arab forces could not match. 4. Information processing effectiveness. Perhaps most significantly, Israeli military institutions demonstrated superior ability to process battlefield information and implement resulting insights, creating learning advantage that progressively magnified qualitative superiority as the conflict continued. These institutional qualities created organizational resilience impossible to measure in material terms yet decisive in operational outcomes. The resulting recovery demonstrates how institutional quality can systematically overcome not only numerical disadvantage but also the additional challenges of surprise and technological shift. Reserve mobilization and force generation. Israeli recovery also demonstrated sophisticated reserve mobilization capabilities that offset initial numerical disadvantages. 1. Mobilization speed. Despite holiday timing designed to maximize mobilization challenges, Israeli systems generated combat power from civilian reserves at rates Arab standing forces could not match despite larger populations. 2. Integration effectiveness. Mobilized reserves demonstrated effective integration into operations with minimal adaptation time, reflecting peacetime preparation quality impossible to measure in conventional force ratios. 3. Civilian-military integration. Israeli society demonstrated remarkable civilian-military integration that supported rapid transitions from civilian to military status, creating force generation capability disproportionate to population size. 4. Equipment regeneration. Israeli maintenance and logistics systems demonstrated unprecedented ability to return damaged equipment to service, creating force sustainability that Arab systems with theoretically larger reserves could not equal. These mobilization capabilities created time-phased advantage that progressively negated initial Arab numerical superiority. The resulting force generation dynamics demonstrate how reserve system quality can overcome standing force numerical disadvantages in modern institutionalized and prepared warfare when properly. Relevant architecture lessons for Muslim security. Israel's military effectiveness against Arab coalitions provides critically important lessons for the proposed Muslim security architecture. 1. Asymmetric emulation requirement. Rather than resenting Israeli success, Muslim security planners must objectively analyze and selectively emulate the qualitative advantages that enabled Israel to overcome quantitative disadvantages, particularly regarding leadership development, realistic training, and institutional learning. 2. Mission command necessity. Israeli success through decentralized mission command validates the architecture's emphasis on developing initiative and decision capability throughout command hierarchies rather than relying on centralized control vulnerable to disruption. 3. Reserve system development. Israeli reserve mobilization effectiveness demonstrates the potential force multiplication effect of properly integrated reserve systems, are critical. Consideration for the architecture given resource constraints across the Muslim world. For realistic training imperative, Israeli training quality advantage provides compelling evidence for the architecture's emphasis on realistic training environments that develop actual rather than theoretical capabilities. 5. Institutional quality priority. Perhaps most significantly, Israeli success through institutional excellence rather than mere technological advantage validates the architecture's prioritization of institutional development over equipment acquisition or force size. The proposed security architecture incorporates these lessons not through uncritical emulation but through objective analysis of how specific qualitative advantages enabled Israeli success against numerically superior Arab forces. Pakistan's leadership qualification stems partly from its demonstrated understanding of these qualitative factors and development of similar capabilities adapted to Muslim world contexts and values. Vietnamese resistance against American forces. The Vietnam War, 1955–1975, provides history's most significant modern demonstration of how asymmetric approaches can defeat not merely numerically superior forces but the world's premier industrial technological military power. Vietnamese resistance forces achieved strategic victory against overwhelming American material advantages through superior strategy, motivation, organizational effectiveness, and strategic patience. The extreme force disparity. The force disparity between Vietnamese revolutionary forces and American South Vietnamese conventional capabilities represented perhaps history's most extreme modern mismatch. 1. Financial resource chasm. American defense expenditure during the conflict measured in hundreds of billions of dollars against Vietnamese resistance resources measuring in mere millions, a disparity exceeding 10,000,000,1 in financial terms. 2. Technological generation gap. American forces deployed multiple generations of technological advantage across all domains, including air superiority fighters, heavy bombers, electronic surveillance, and precision munitions against predominantly basic infantry weapons among Vietnamese forces. 3. Firepower differential. American forces employed unprecedented firepower density, dropping more bomb tonnage on Vietnam than used in all of World War II combined, creating destructive capability Vietnamese forces could not remotely approach. 4. Mobility advantage. American helicopter mobility created operational movement capabilities Vietnamese forces with foot or bicycle transportation could not match in conventional terms. By material calculation, this disparity should have ensured rapid American victory through overwhelming force application. The actual result, complete Vietnamese strategic success achieving unification under revolutionary government, demonstrates how qualitative factors can systematically neutralize even the most extreme technological and material advantages in modern warfare. Strategic coherence against material superiority. Vietnamese resistance achieved strategic coherence that systematically neutralized American material advantages. 1. Strategic objective clarity. Vietnamese leadership maintained unwavering focus on the single strategic objective of national unification and independence, creating consistency that American policy with multiple shifting objectives could not match. 2. Means-ends alignment. Vietnamese strategy demonstrated sophisticated alignment between limited means and well-defined ends, avoiding resource-objective mismatches that frequently undermined American effectiveness despite vast material superiority. 3. Domestic-international integration. Vietnamese approach integrated domestic insurgency with international diplomatic initiatives and conventional capabilities in sophisticated mutually reinforcing system. Compartmentalized approaches could not equal. 4. Time horizon advantage. Most significantly, Vietnamese strategy operated with multi-decade time horizon against American policy constrained by election cycles and public opinion fluctuations, creating fundamental asymmetry in strategic patience. These strategic factors consistently generated advantage impossible to measure in material terms yet decisive in conflict outcome. The resulting strategic coherence demonstrates how clear objective focus, means-ends alignment, integrated approaches, and appropriate time horizons can systematically overcome even the most overwhelming material advantages. The infrastructure of resistance beyond strategic effectiveness stemmed coherence, Vietnamese from sophisticated organizational systems specifically designed for asymmetric conflict. 1. Parallel hierarchies integration. Vietnamese resistance integrated parallel political and military hierarchies from village to national levels, creating governance security integration American separated systems could not match. 2. Territorial mobile force balance. The Vietnamese three-tier system, village guerrillas, regional forces, main force units, created optimal balance between territorial security and mobile operations impossible in American approaches emphasizing either conventional concentration or counterinsurgency to the exclusion of the other. 3. Underground development, infrastructure. Most impressively, Vietnamese forces developed sophisticated underground infrastructure that created strategic depth despite territorial occupation, including the famous Cu Kai tunnel systems that extended over 250 kilometers. 4. System logistics system resilience. The Vietnamese logistics demonstrated remarkable resilience against interdiction, particularly along the Ho Chi Minh Trail that maintained effective supply despite history's most intensive bombing campaign specifically targeting this network. These organizational innovations created resilience impossible to measure in conventional military terms yet decisive in enabling sustained resistance against overwhelming firepower. The resulting operational sustainability demonstrates how organizational creativity can systematically overcome massive material disadvantages in modern warfare. Popular support and revolutionary motivation. Perhaps most significantly, Vietnamese effectiveness stemmed from superior motivation systems that generated fighting spirit American material incentives could not match. 1. National liberation narrative. Vietnamese resistance operated within compelling narrative of continuing the national liberation struggle against foreign domination, creating historical continuity and purpose impossible in American expeditionary context. 2. Social revolution integration. The resistance integrated national liberation with social revolutionary objectives that address genuine grievances, creating motivation beyond mere nationalism that American-supported government programs could not equal. 3. Sacrifice acceptance culture. Vietnamese revolutionary culture developed extraordinary capacity for sacrifice acceptance, willing to sustain casualty rates American political system considered absolutely prohibitive despite overwhelming material advantages. 4. Leadership legitimacy through shared hardship. Vietnamese leadership maintained exceptional legitimacy through shared hardship, with leaders experiencing similar conditions to ordinary fighters, creating trust impossible in the more hierarchical and comfort-differentiated American system. These motivational factors generated fighting effectiveness vastly exceeding what material calculation would predict, enabling Vietnamese forces to maintain cohesion and operational capability under conditions American analysis consistently deemed unsustainable. The resulting strategic patience demonstrates how motivational quality can systematically overcome even the most extreme technological and firepower advantages. Information operation sophistication. Vietnamese resistance demonstrated remarkable information operation sophistication that systematically eroded American political will despite battlefield dominance. 1. International opinion formation. Vietnamese diplomatic and information initiatives systematically influenced international opinion, creating diplomatic pressure against American operations despite limited conventional resources. 2. American domestic opinion impact. Vietnamese information operations demonstrated sophisticated understanding of American domestic politics, particularly tailoring operations to influence American media coverage and public opinion against continued intervention. 3. Psychological operation integration. Military operations consistently integrated psychological dimensions specifically designed to maximize political impact beyond immediate tactical effects, particularly regarding American casualty sensitivity. 4. Strategic communication consistency. Throughout the extended conflict, Vietnamese messaging maintained remarkable consistency around national reunification and foreign intervention resistance, while American narrative shifted repeatedly between containing communism, supporting allies, and various interim objectives. These information factors created influence vastly disproportionate to material resources committed, demonstrating how sophisticated information operations can systematically erode political will regardless of battlefield dominance. The resulting psychological effects illustrate how properly executed information campaigns can neutralize even the most overwhelming conventional military advantages. Vietnamese relevance to architecture. Muslim security. The Vietnamese resistance provides several critical insights directly applicable to the proposed Muslim security architecture. 1. Strategic patience validation. Vietnamese success through superior strategic patience validates the architecture's emphasis on sustainable long-term approaches rather than seeking immediate results against conventionally superior adversaries. 2. Organizational innovation imperative. Vietnamese organizational creativity provides powerful evidence for the architecture's focus on innovative institutional development rather than merely acquiring advanced technology or expanding force size. 3. Underground infrastructure concept. Vietnamese tunnel systems and resistance infrastructure offer valuable conceptual model for the architecture's approach to creating strategic depth through dispersed capabilities resistant to conventional targeting. 4. Information military integration. Vietnamese success through sophisticated information operations integration validates the architecture's emphasis on integrating informational and material dimensions rather than treating them as separate domains. 5. Motivation system priority. Perhaps most significantly, Vietnamese demonstration of how revolutionary motivation created fighting effectiveness beyond material calculation supports the architecture's integration of Islamic principles as motivation system rather than merely cultural dimension. These principles remain directly relevant to contemporary security challenges facing the Muslim world. The Vietnamese demonstration that even history's most powerful conventional military can be systematically defeated through qualitative advantages in strategy, organization, motivation, and information provides powerful validation for the proposed architecture's approach to developing asymmetric capabilities against conventionally superior adversaries. Cuban revolutionary success and export. While less frequently analyzed in conventional military studies, the Cuban revolutionary experience, 1953-1959, provides uniquely valuable insights into how extremely small forces can achieve strategic success against established state security systems through qualitative advantages in leadership, motivation, and innovative approaches. More significantly, Cuba's subsequent export of revolutionary capability to other regions demonstrates how limited but highly developed security expertise can achieve influence vastly exceeding material resources. The initial phase, from catastrophic defeat to strategic victory. The Cuban revolutionary movement began with catastrophic tactical defeat but achieved strategic victory through qualitative adaptation. 1. Extreme initial disparity. Following the failed Moncada barracks attack, July 26, 1953, and during the Sierra Maestra campaign initiation, December 1956, Castro's forces numbered merely 82 fighters against approximately 37,000 in Batista's conventional military and security services, a staggering for 50:1 disadvantage. 2. Resource limitation extremity. Revolutionary forces operated with minimal financial resources against state security forces receiving substantial American support and equipment, creating material disadvantage conventional analysis would deem prohibitive. 3. Initial capability deficit. The Revolutionary Corps consisted primarily of university students and intellectuals with minimal military training against professional security services with formal training and substantial operational experience. For urban-rural challenge combination, the movement faced the complex challenge of operating in both urban environments with dense security presence and rural environments with challenging terrain and limited population support. By conventional assessment, these disadvantages should have ensured rapid revolutionary defeat through professional security service application of superior resources. The actual result, complete revolutionary victory within 2 years of Sierra Maestra campaign initiation, demonstrates how qualitative factors can systematically overcome even the most extreme initial disadvantages. Leadership qualities and strategic adaptation. Cuban revolutionary success stemmed partly from exceptional leadership qualities that created asymmetric advantages, 1. Learning organization creation. Following the catastrophic Moncada failure, Castro created remarkable learning organization that systematically analyzed failure causes and implemented corrective approaches, demonstrating institutional adaptation impossible in more rigid state security structures. 2. Narrative construction skill. Revolutionary leadership demonstrated exceptional ability to construct compelling narrative that progressively expanded support base beyond initial limited core, particularly through the "history will absolve me" speech that transformed temporary defeat into strategic communication opportunity. 3. Strategic tactical integration. The leadership maintained sophisticated balance between strategic objectives and tactical opportunities, avoiding both strategic incoherence and tactical rigidity that frequently undermined conventionally superior forces. 4. Minimal critical mass concept. Perhaps most significantly, Castro's FOCO theory demonstrated how minimal but highly capable revolutionary nucleus could generate disproportionate effects through quality-focused development, creating force multiplication impossible to achieve through mere numerical expansion. These leadership qualities created operational capabilities vastly exceeding what material resources would suggest possible. The resulting revolutionary effectiveness demonstrates how leadership excellence can systematically overcome even the most extreme initial disadvantages when properly institutionalized and developed. Rural-urban campaign integration beyond leadership qualities. Cuban revolutionary success stemmed from sophisticated rural-urban campaign integration. 1. Sequenced phase development. Unlike many insurgencies that prematurely attempted urban operations or remained exclusively rural, Cuban approach implemented sophisticated phasing that built rural capability before urban expansion, creating sustainable growth impossible through less disciplined approaches. 2. Political military operation integration. The revolutionary movement demonstrated exceptional integration between political and military dimensions, ensuring tactical operations consistently supported political narrative development rather than contradicting strategic messaging. 3. Disproportionate effect targeting. Operations consistently targeted objectives with psychological and political effects vastly exceeding material significance, particularly regarding actions that exposed regime inability to maintain security despite numerical and resource advantages. 4. Information operation sophistication. Perhaps most significantly, the movement demonstrated exceptional media and information operation integration that generated international attention vastly disproportionate to movement size, particularly regarding Herbert Matthews' New York Times interviews that created perceived legitimacy impossible to measure in material terms. These operational approaches created influence vastly exceeding material resources committed, demonstrating how sophisticated campaign design can systematically overcome conventional security force advantages despite overwhelming resource disparity. Revolutionary capability export. The Cuban Revolution's most significant aspect for this analysis lies in its subsequent capability to export revolutionary expertise despite limited material resources. 1. Forces training system development. Cuban revolutionary developed sophisticated training systems that transformed limited experience into transmissible expertise, creating multiplication capability vastly exceeding what material resource calculation would suggest possible. 2. Doctrinal codification. The revolutionary experience underwent systematic codification into transmissible doctrine, particularly through Guevara's guerrilla warfare manual that converted tacit knowledge into explicit framework transferable across contexts. 3. Advisor system creation. Cuban revolutionary leadership developed effective advisor systems that extended influence far beyond direct Cuban capability, particularly in Angola, Ethiopia, and various Latin American contexts. 4. Revolutionary university institutionalization. Most significantly, Cuba established formal institutional frameworks for revolutionary knowledge transmission that systematically extended influence despite limited material resources. These capability export systems created global influence vastly exceeding what Cuban material capabilities would suggest possible. From Latin America to Africa, Cuban revolutionary expertise achieved effects no conventional measure of national power would predict, demonstrating how quality-focused security expertise can generate influence far beyond material resource limitations. Cuban relevance to Muslim security architecture. The Cuban revolutionary experience provides several critical insights directly applicable to the proposed Muslim security architecture. 1. Minimal critical mass concept. Cuban demonstration of how minimal but highly developed revolutionary nucleus could generate disproportionate effects validates the architecture's emphasis on quality-focused capability development rather than mere numerical expansion. 2. Knowledge transmission priority. Cuban success in exporting revolutionary capability despite resource limitations highlights the architecture's emphasis on developing sophisticated knowledge transmission systems rather than merely material capability. 3. Rural-urban integration model. The Cuban phased approach to rural-urban campaign integration offers valuable conceptual model for the architecture's approach to balancing conventional and unconventional capabilities across diverse operational environments. For information operation integration, Cuban success through sophisticated information operation integration validates the architecture's emphasis on integrating informational and operational dimensions rather than treating them as separate domains. These principles remain directly relevant to contemporary security challenges facing the Muslim world. The Cuban demonstration that even extremely limited initial capabilities can achieve strategic success through qualitative excellence in leadership, organization, and information operations provides important validation for the proposed architecture's emphasis on quality-focused development against conventionally superior adversaries. Comparative analysis of successful asymmetric strategies. The diverse case studies examined in this chapter, from Finland's resistance against Soviet invasion to Israel's victories against Arab coalitions, from Vietnamese defeat of American intervention to Cuban revolutionary success, reveal consistent patterns despite their varied contexts. These common elements provide compelling validation for the central premise underlying this book's proposed security architecture, that qualitative factors consistently prove decisive against mere numerical or material institutionalized and led advantage when common qualitative success factors properly. Several critical qualitative factors appear consistently across successful asymmetric approaches. 1. Strategic coherence priority. All successful asymmetric approaches maintained exceptional clarity regarding strategic objectives and coherence between means and ends. Finnish defensive depth, Israeli preemption, Vietnamese liberation, and Cuban revolutionary phasing all demonstrated sophisticated alignment between available resources and strategic goals. 2. Environmental exploitation mastery. Each case demonstrated remarkable ability to convert environmental factors into strategic advantages. Finnish winter mastery, Israeli desert warfare adaptation, Vietnamese jungle utilization, and Cuban mountain operations all transformed potential limitations into asymmetric advantages. 3. Leadership excellence implementation. All successful approaches featured leadership systems that maximized available human potential. Finnish tactical initiative, Israeli mission command, Vietnamese revolutionary cadre development, and Cuban FOCO theory all created leadership effectiveness vastly exceeding what material resources would predict. 4. Motivational superiority development. Each case demonstrated motivation systems that generated fighting effectiveness beyond material calculation. Finnish national survival commitment, Israeli existential awareness, Vietnamese revolutionary ideology, and Cuban liberation narrative all created spiritual resources that conventional forces motivated primarily by material incentives could not match. 5. Institutional learning culture. All successful approaches demonstrated exceptional institutional learning capabilities. Finnish adaptation to Soviet tactics, Israeli recovery from 1973 surprise, Vietnamese response to American escalation, and Cuban learning from Moncada failure all demonstrated organizational adaptation capabilities that larger but less adaptive opponents could not match. These consistent patterns across diverse historical contexts provide powerful validation for the qualitative principles underlying the proposed Muslim security architecture. The consistency with which these factors prove decisive against conventional superiority suggests they represent not contextual particularities but effectiveness. Universal principles of asymmetric Strategic depth through different means. Perhaps most significantly for the proposed architecture, these cases demonstrate how strategic depth, essential for sustained resistance against conventionally superior adversaries, can be achieved through different means depending on specific context. 1. Geographic depth utilization. Finnish defense relied partly on traditional geographic depth that absorbed Soviet offensive power before culmination, demonstrating how territorial space properly utilized creates strategic sustainability. 2. Operational depth creation. Israeli forces created depth through operational maneuver that transferred conflict onto adversary territory despite limited geographic space, demonstrating how offensive action can generate strategic depth effects beyond territorial dimensions. 3. Underground infrastructure development. Vietnamese tunnel systems and shadow governance created depth despite territorial occupation, demonstrating how physical and organizational underground development can generate strategic depth under adversary control. 4. International create support integration. Cuban revolutionary forces utilized international opinion and support to political depth beyond physical territory, demonstrating how diplomatic and information dimensions can extend resistance sustainability. These diverse approaches to strategic depth creation provide conceptual models for the proposed architecture's approach to developing distributed capabilities across the Muslim world. The varied demonstrations that depth can be created through geographic utilization, operational maneuver, underground infrastructure, or international support offer flexible templates adaptable to diverse Muslim world contexts. Time as strategic weapon. All successful asymmetric approaches demonstrated sophisticated utilization of time as strategic weapon against conventionally superior adversaries. 1. Culmination point exploitation. Finnish defense demonstrated precise understanding of Soviet offensive culmination dynamics, calibrating resistance to exploit logistical and operational limitations that constrained numerically superior forces over time. 2. Initiative tempo utilization. Israeli operations maintained sufficient tempo to prevent Arab numerical advantages from becoming operationally relevant, demonstrating how speed can neutralize superior numbers by preventing their effective concentration. 3. Extended duration sustainability. Vietnamese resistance demonstrated exceptional sustainability across decades of conflict, progressively eroding American political will through superior strategic patience despite overwhelming material disadvantage. 4. Phased revolutionary approach. Phasing implementation demonstrated Cuban sophisticated understanding of timing and sequence, avoiding premature escalation while systematically building capabilities for eventual decisive operations. These diverse approaches to time utilization provide valuable models for the proposed architecture's approach to developing sustainable capabilities against conventionally superior adversaries. The varied demonstrations that time can function as strategic weapon through culmination exploitation, initiative tempo, extended sustainability, or phased approaches offer strategic templates adaptable to diverse security challenges facing the Muslim world. Asymmetric innovation patterns. All successful approaches demonstrated remarkable innovation adapted to specific adversary vulnerabilities. 1. Countermobility innovation. Finnish Motti tactics demonstrated how innovative approaches to isolating and dividing larger forces could create local superiority despite overall numerical disadvantage. 2. Preemptive strike refinement. Israeli air campaign precision demonstrated how preemptive action could neutralize numerical advantages before their operational employment through qualitatively superior execution. 3. Counter-technology development. Vietnamese forces developed sophisticated counters to American technological advantages, particularly regarding helicopter operations and electronic surveillance systems. 4. Urban-rural integration. Cuban revolutionary phasing demonstrated innovative approaches to balancing rural-based development with urban underground infrastructure, creating synergistic effects impossible through exclusive focus on either environment. These diverse innovations demonstrate how asymmetric approaches must develop specific countermeasures against adversary advantages rather than attempting to match conventional capabilities directly. The proposed architecture incorporates these lessons through emphasis on focused capability development against specific vulnerabilities rather than attempting comprehensive conventional parity against materially superior potential adversaries. Information material integration. Perhaps most significantly for contemporary application, all successful asymmetric approaches demonstrated sophisticated integration between informational and material dimensions. 1. Narrative operation alignment. Finnish resistance maintained powerful narrative of democratic nation defending against totalitarian aggression that generated international sympathy and support despite material disadvantages. 2. Preemption justification. Israeli leadership demonstrated sophisticated ability to justify preemptive operations through information frameworks that maintained international support despite initiating hostilities. 3. International opinion formation. Vietnamese information operations systematically influenced global perception despite limited conventional resources, creating diplomatic pressure against American operations that material capability alone could not generate. 4. Media utilization sophistication. Cuban revolutionary leadership demonstrated exceptional media utilization that generated international attention and legitimacy vastly disproportionate to movement size and resources. These information integration patterns demonstrate how asymmetric approaches must systematically incorporate informational dimensions rather than treating them as secondary considerations. The proposed architecture integrates these lessons through emphasis on sophisticated information operations as core strategic capability rather than mere supporting function. Conclusion. Principles. Modern validation for timeless. The modern case studies examined in this chapter, Finnish Winter War, Israeli-Arab conflicts, Vietnamese resistance, and Cuban Revolution, provide compelling validation for the central premise underlying this book's proposed security architecture, that qualitative factors consistently prove decisive against numerical and material advantages when properly institutionalized and led. These diverse examples demonstrate how spiritual motivation, leadership excellence, organizational innovation, and strategic coherence can systematically overcome even the most overwhelming conventional superiority. Most significantly for this book's central argument, these modern examples validate the continued relevance of principles deeply embedded in Islamic military tradition since the Prophet Muhammad's campaigns. The qualitative factors that enabled Finnish forces to defeat Soviet numerical superiority, Israeli forces to overcome Arab coalitions, Vietnamese resistance to defeat American intervention, and Cuban revolutionaries to overthrow established security services represent modern manifestations of the same principles that allowed early Muslim forces to defeat Byzantine and Persian empires despite similar disadvantages. This continuity between classical Islamic military principles and successful modern resistance movements reveals not coincidence but validation of enduring truths that transcend technological evolution. The proposed Pakistan-led security architecture represents not anachronistic revival but sophisticated modern application of proven principles that have consistently enabled quality to defeat quantity throughout military history and continue to demonstrate their validity in the most challenging modern contexts. Pakistan's demonstrated excellence in these same dimensions. Strategic coherence, environmental mastery, leadership, development, motivational integration, and asymmetric innovation establishes its unique qualification to lead the proposed security architecture. Its approaches represent not cultural particularity but sophisticated application of universal principles that have enabled quality to defeat quantity throughout military history and continue to prove decisive in the modern era. As the Muslim world faces unprecedented security challenges in the 21st century, these modern examples provide both validation and guidance for the proposed transformation. Through institutionalizing the qualitative excellence demonstrated in these diverse modern contexts, the proposed Pakistan-led security architecture would enable the Muslim world to address contemporary challenges through proven principles that have consistently enabled smaller but qualitatively superior forces to prevail against conventionally superior adversaries. That quality, guided by transcendent conviction and implemented with excellence, consistently defeats mere quantity even in the most challenging modern warfare contexts. Section C. Pakistan's demonstrated excellence, 1947. Present. Chapter 7, The Economic Miracle, Pakistan's 1960s. Ascendance. The test of our progress is not whether we add more to the abundance of those who have much, it is whether we provide enough for those who have too little. Franklin D. Roosevelt. Dawn of the Golden Age. In the annals of economic development, few episodes rival the remarkable transformation of Pakistan during the 1960s, a period so distinctive that economists worldwide came to describe it as the decade of development. Following years of political instability and economic underperformance in the 1950s, Pakistan achieved a stunning economic turnaround that not only outpaced its larger neighbor India but established a model that countries across Asia sought to emulate. This chapter examines how Pakistan, through strategic economic planning, institutional reforms, international partnerships, and determined leadership, achieved this economic miracle, and how this period of economic excellence contributes to Pakistan's unique qualification for Muslim world security leadership in the contemporary era. The economic renaissance that Pakistan experienced during the 1960s was not merely impressive in regional terms, it represented one of the most successful development stories. Stories globally. With average annual GDP growth of 6.8% throughout the decade, nearly double India's 3.6% during the same period, Pakistan established itself as a development model studied and emulated by countries from South Korea to Malaysia. This exceptional economic performance created the foundation for military capability development, technological self-sufficiency, and diplomatic influence that continues to distinguish Pakistan among Muslim-majority states. Most significantly for this book's central thesis, Pakistan's economic achievement during this period demonstrated the same principle that has enabled Muslim forces to overcome numerical disadvantages throughout military history, that quality factors, leadership excellence, institutional effectiveness, strategic coherence, and innovation can systematically overcome quantitative disadvantages. The lessons from this economic miracle remain directly relevant to the proposed security architecture, providing both historical validation and practical guidance for transforming the Muslim world's economic potential into effective strategic weight in the 21st century. Comprehensive analysis of 6.8% GDP growth. 196069, compared to India, 3.6%. Pakistan's economic performance during the 1960s represents one of history's most dramatic demonstrations of how qualitative factors can overcome quantitative disadvantages. Despite India's substantially larger population, territory, natural resources, and industrial base, Pakistan achieved average annual real GDP growth of 6.8% during the decade compared to India's 3.6%, nearly doubling the growth rate of its much larger neighbor. Statistical evidence of miracle Pakistan's economic. The statistical evidence of Pakistan's economic miracle during this period is compelling and comprehensive. 1. GDP growth differential. Pakistan's average annual GDP growth rate of 6.8% during 196,069 substantially exceeded India's 3.6%. Creating one of the most significant growth differentials between neighboring countries in modern economic history. 2. Industrial expansion. Pakistan's manufacturing sector achieved even more impressive growth, expanding at an extraordinary rate of 16% per annum from 196,065 before moderating to a still remarkable 10% annual growth from 196570 following the 1965 war with India. 3. Agricultural transformation. The agricultural sector, traditionally the backbone of Pakistan's economy, grew at approximately 5% annually during this period, an exceptionally high rate for agricultural growth and significantly higher than comparable countries. For export performance, exports grew at approximately 7% annually during this period, creating foreign exchange resources essential for technology acquisition and military capability development. 5. Per capita income growth. Most significantly, per capita income in Pakistan grew substantially faster than in India, creating a widening economic advantage that would persist until the late 2000s. By the end of the 1960s, Pakistan's per capita income exceeded India's by approximately 50%. These statistical achievements were not merely impressive in regional context but represented some of the highest sustained growth rates globally during this period. The economic transformation was so remarkable that countries throughout Asia sought to study and replicate Pakistan's development model, most notably South Korea, which explicitly patterned elements of its 5-year plans after Pakistan's approach. Qualitative factors. Performance driving differential. The dramatic difference in economic performance between Pakistan and India during this period cannot be explained through conventional quantitative factors. India possessed substantial advantages in nearly every material dimension. 1. For 50 population scale, India's population of approximately million during this period dwarfed Pakistan's approximately 100 million Pakistan, providing domestic market and workforce. 2. Including East, are substantially larger. Territorial resources. India's territory of 3.3 million square kilometers vastly exceeded Pakistan's approximately 800,000 square kilometers, providing greater natural resource diversity and economic geography advantages. 3. Industrial base. India inherited a much larger industrial base from the British colonial period, including major industrial centers, railways, and port infrastructure. 4. Educational infrastructure. India possessed more established universities, research institutions, and technical training facilities, theoretically providing human capital advantages. Despite these quantitative disadvantages, Pakistan's superior economic performance during this period stemmed from qualitative factors that systematically offset India's material advantages. 1. Policy framework quality. Pakistan implemented a more coherent and market-oriented policy framework that encouraged private sector investment, export promotion, and agricultural modernization, while India pursued more statist policies with extensive controls and regulations. 2. Administrative efficiency. Pakistan's economic governance demonstrated greater implementation efficiency, with less bureaucratic obstruction, creating more favorable conditions for domestic and international investment. 3. International economic integration. Pakistan pursued deeper integration with international markets and investment flows, while India maintained a more autarkic approach focused on self-sufficiency rather than comparative advantage. 4. Agricultural modernization approach. Pakistan's Green Revolution implementation emphasized market incentives alongside technological inputs, creating more rapid agricultural productivity administrative approach. 5. Growth than India's more export orientation. Pakistan implemented more effective export promotion policies, including the Export Bonus Vouchers Scheme, 1959, that created powerful incentives for export development and diversification. These qualitative advantages enabled Pakistan to achieve economic performance vastly exceeding what would be predicted based on conventional material factors, precisely paralleling how qualitative factors have enabled Muslim forces to overcome numerical disadvantages throughout military history. The Pakistan model perspective in international. Pakistan's economic performance during this period was not merely impressive in regional comparison but represented one of the most successful development episodes globally. International economists and development specialists extensively studied the Pakistan model during this period. 1. Harvard Advisory Group engagement. Distinguished economists from the Harvard Advisory Group, including Gustav Papanek and Richard Eckhouse, extensively documented Pakistan's economic transformation, providing external validation of its achievements. 2. International recognition. As noted in economic surveys by the World Bank during this period, Pakistan was seen as a model of economic development around the world, and there was much praise for its rapid progress. 3. Developmental emulation. Most significantly, multiple countries sought to emulate Pakistan's development approach, with South Korea explicitly modeling elements of its early 5-year plans after Pakistan's planning framework. 4. International agencies' acknowledgement. The World Bank, IMF, and other international agencies consistently recognized Pakistan's economic performance as exceptional, identifying its policies as exemplars for other developing nations. This international recognition validates that Pakistan's economic achievement during this period represented not statistical anomaly but systematic application of superior development strategies that enabled qualitative factors to overcome quantitative disadvantages, precisely the principle underlying this book's proposed security architecture. Development model that outperformed all South Asian neighbors. Pakistan's economic miracle during the 1960s stemmed from a distinctive development model that systematically outperformed approaches implemented by neighboring countries in South Asia. This model combined elements of state-guided development with market mechanisms in a unique synthesis that proved remarkably effective for a developing country facing substantial resource constraints. Key elements of Pakistan's development model. Pakistan's development approach during this period featured several distinctive elements that collectively created its exceptional performance. 1. Mixed economy framework. Unlike India's more socialist approach or the laissez-faire systems elsewhere, Pakistan implemented a sophisticated mixed economy that combined strategic state direction with substantial private sector dynamism, creating what economists termed functional planning rather than comprehensive control. 2. Export bonus vouchers scheme. Implemented in 1959, this innovative program provided exporters with bonus vouchers that could be used to import industrial machinery and raw materials or sold to other businesses at a premium. This market-based approach created powerful incentives for export development without requiring extensive bureaucratic intervention. 3. Green Revolution implementation. Pakistan's approach to agricultural modernization emphasized farmer incentives alongside technological inputs, creating rapid adoption of high-yielding varieties, fertilizers, mechanization that outpaced neighboring countries. 4. And targeted industrial protection. Rather than implementing blanket protectionism, Pakistan provided selective protection and support to industries with growth potential while maintaining competitive pressure through partial market exposure, avoiding the inefficiencies that plagued more comprehensively protected industrial sectors elsewhere. 5. Public-private partnership. The development model featured innovative public-private collaboration, particularly in industrial development where state resources supported private execution rather than displacing it through state ownership. 6. Decentralized implementation. Despite the centralized planning framework, implementation featured significant decentralization that enabled local adaptation and experimentation, creating innovation opportunities impossible in more rigidly controlled systems. These elements combined to create a development approach distinctly more effective than alternatives implemented throughout South Asia during this period. The resulting performance differential demonstrates how strategic coherence and implementation quality can systematically overcome material resource limitations. Comparative performance across South Asia. Pakistan's economic performance during this period significantly outpaced all neighboring countries across South Asia. 1. India, 3.6% GDP growth. India's more statist approach featuring extensive industrial licensing, import substitution, and bureaucratic controls created a system that economists labeled the license Raj, generating growth at approximately half Pakistan's rate despite larger resource base. 2. Bangladesh, then East Pakistan. Despite contributing to Pakistan's overall growth during this period, East Pakistan grew at a slower rate than West Pakistan, highlighting how policy implementation quality affected outcomes even within the same national framework. 3. Sri Lanka, for 0.5% GDP growth. Sri Lanka's mixed economic approach achieved respectable growth but still substantially below Pakistan's performance despite advantageous initial conditions including higher literacy and better infrastructure. 4. Nepal, 2.5% GDP growth. Nepal's limited development framework and largely agricultural economy generated modest growth despite significant international assistance. 5. Burma and Myanmar, 3.1% GDP growth. Burmese way to socialism featuring extensive nationalization and economic isolation produced growth rates less than half of Pakistan's achievement during the same period. This comparative performance across the region provides compelling evidence that Pakistan's development model represented a genuinely superior approach rather than merely reflecting favorable external conditions that affected all countries similarly. The dramatic outperformance of all regional neighbors demonstrates how strategic coherence, implementation quality, and appropriate balancing of state and market roles created economic results dramatically exceeding what resource limitations would predict. The planning and implementation advantage. A key element of Pakistan's development success during this period was its distinctive approach to economic planning and implementation. 1. Planning Commission effectiveness. Pakistan's Planning Commission, established in 1958, developed exceptional technical capacity that enabled sophisticated economic analysis and strategy development beyond capabilities of similar institutions in neighboring countries. 2. Five-year plan framework. Pakistan's second five-year plan, 196065, and third five-year plan, 196570, featured unusual coherence objectives, policies, between and implementation mechanisms, creating strategic alignment that neighboring countries' planning frameworks often lacked. 3. Implementation monitoring. Unlike many developing countries where impressive plans disappeared, Pakistan into bureaucratic established processes, effective implementation. Monitoring systems that identified bottlenecks and adapted approaches based on actual results. 4. Leadership commitment. Most significantly, Pakistan's leadership demonstrated unusual commitment to economic development as national priority, creating political backing for economic reforms that often encountered resistance in other contexts. This planning and implementation advantage enabled Pakistan to achieve economic results vastly exceeding what its material resource base would predict, demonstrating how qualitative excellence in strategy, institutions, and leadership can systematically overcome population, territory, and natural resources. Quantitative conversion of disadvantages in economic growth to military capability. The economic transformation Pakistan achieved during the 1960s did not occur in isolation from security considerations. Indeed, one of the most remarkable aspects of this period was Pakistan's systematic conversion of economic growth into military capability development, establishing the foundation for the qualitative military advantages that would enable Pakistan to maintain strategic parity with much larger adversaries in subsequent decades. Strategic resource allocation. Pakistan implemented a sophisticated approach to resource allocation that balanced economic development with security requirements. 1. Sustainable defense spending. Pakistan maintained defense expenditures at approximately 56% of GDP throughout this period, a level that supported substantial military capability development without undermining economic growth through excessive resource diversion. 2. Domestic defense production. Economic growth enabled investment in domestic defense production capabilities, particularly through the establishment and expansion of facilities like the Pakistan Ordnance Factories, POF, that reduced dependency on external suppliers for critical equipment. 3. Foreign exchange management. Export growth and economic diversification generated foreign exchange resources critical for acquiring advanced military technologies that could not be produced domestically. 4. Infrastructure dual use. Economic infrastructure development, particularly transportation networks, energy systems, and communications, was designed with dual-use capabilities supporting both economic and strategic objectives. This strategic approach to resource allocation enabled Pakistan to develop military capabilities vastly exceeding what its economic size would predict, establishing the foundation for the qualitative advantages that would enable Pakistan to maintain strategic parity with numerically superior adversaries in subsequent conflicts. Military-industrial base development. The economic miracle of the 1960s enabled unprecedented development of Pakistan's military-industrial base. 1. Pakistan Ordnance Factories expansion, significant investments expanded POF's capabilities beyond basic ammunition to include sophisticated weapons systems, creating the foundation for later indigenous development programs. 2. Aircraft Rebuilding Factory, established during this period at Comra. This facility initially focused on maintenance but developed manufacturing capabilities that would later support more ambitious aerospace programs. 3. Heavy Industries Taxila. Initial investments during this period established the foundation for what would later become Pakistan's primary facility for armored vehicle production and maintenance. 4. Electronics production capabilities. Economic development enabled investment in electronics manufacturing that would later support military communications, radar, and control systems development. These investments created institutional and technical capabilities vastly exceeding what Pakistan's economic size would predict, demonstrating how strategic resource allocation and focused capability development can overcome material limitations through qualitative excellence. Force modernization achievements. The economic resources generated during this period enabled unprecedented modernization of Pakistan's conventional military capabilities. 1. Air Force transformation. Pakistan Air Force acquired supersonic combat aircraft including F-10 for starfighters and F-86 Sabres, establishing qualitative advantages that would prove decisive in later conflicts despite numerical disadvantages. 2. Armor capability development. The Army substantially upgraded its armored capabilities with modern tanks and mechanized infantry vehicles, creating mobile strike capabilities essential for Pakistan's strategic doctrine. 3. Naval expansion. Initial investments in naval capabilities during this period established the foundation for later development of a balanced fleet capable of protecting Pakistan's maritime interests. 4. Command and control systems. Economic resources enabled investment in modern command, control, and communication systems that would provide critical coordination advantages in future conflicts. These modernization achievements enabled Pakistan to develop conventional military capabilities that effectively countered much larger adversaries through qualitative advantages in equipment, training, and doctrine, precisely paralleling how Muslim forces have overcome numerical disadvantages throughout military history through qualitative excellence. Human capital development for defense beyond material capabilities. Pakistan's economic development during this period enabled unprecedented investment in human capital development for defense. 1. Military education system. Economic resources supported expansion and enhancement of military educational institutions, including staff colleges and technical training facilities that developed leadership and specialized capabilities exceeding regional standards. 2. Technical training programs. Industrial development created a growing pool of technically trained personnel whose skills transferred to defense applications, creating human capital advantages that material resource measures fail to capture. 3. Scientific and engineering education. Investments in scientific and engineering education established the human capital foundation that would later support Pakistan's nuclear and missile programs. 4. International training access, economic and diplomatic achievements secured access to advanced international military training programs that transferred knowledge and capabilities exceeding what domestic resources alone could generate. This human capital development created intangible qualitative advantages that conventional military capability metrics often fail to capture, yet proved decisive in Pakistan's ability to maintain strategic parity with much larger adversaries in subsequent decades. Diplomatic achievements during this period. Pakistan's economic miracle during the 1960s did not occur in isolation from diplomatic developments. Indeed, one of the most remarkable aspects of this period was how economic growth enabled unprecedented diplomatic achievements that enhanced Pakistan's international position and created flexibility despite Cold War polarization. Balancing great power relationships. Pakistan achieved remarkable diplomatic success in maintaining productive relations with competing great powers during a period of intense Cold War rivalry. 1. United States alliance maintenance. Pakistan preserved its security relationship with the United States while developing greater independence and bargaining power through economic success. President Ayub Khan's 1961 state visit to the United States resulted in substantial economic and military assistance without compromising Pakistan's sovereignty. 2. Soviet relationship improvement, despite its Western alignment, Pakistan achieved significant improvement in relations with the Soviet Union. President Ayub Khan's historic April 1965 visit to Moscow, the first by a Pakistani head of state, opened new diplomatic and economic channels that diversified Pakistan's international relationships. 3. China Partnership Foundation. Most significantly, Pakistan established the foundation for its enduring partnership with China during this period. The 1963 Sino-Pakistan Border Agreement and subsequent economic cooperation established what would become one of Pakistan's most important international relationships. 4. Non-aligned movement engagement. Despite its security alignment with the West, Pakistan maintained constructive engagement with the non-aligned movement, creating diplomatic flexibility that would prove valuable in subsequent periods. This sophisticated balancing of relationships demonstrated diplomatic skill far exceeding what Pakistan's material resources would predict, showing how qualitative excellence in statecraft can systematically overcome limitations in conventional power resources. Regional leadership initiatives. Pakistan's economic success during this period enabled unprecedented regional leadership initiatives. 1. 2. Regional Cooperation for Development, RCD. Pakistan played a leading role in establishing RCD with Iran and Turkey in 1964, creating an innovative framework for economic cooperation among Muslim-majority states that prefigured later organizations like the Economic Cooperation Organization. Central Treaty Organization, CENTO, influence. Economic strength enhanced Pakistan's influence within CENTO, enabling it to shape the organization's agenda beyond what its material resources would suggest possible. 3. Asia Treaty Organization Southeast, CETO, participation. Pakistan maintained active participation in CETO while increasingly asserting independent positions, demonstrating how economic strength created diplomatic flexibility. For Kashmir advocacy, economic success provided resources for more effective international advocacy regarding Kashmir, including sophisticated diplomatic initiatives that elevated the issue's prominence despite India's larger diplomatic resources. These initiatives demonstrated Pakistan's capacity for regional leadership vastly exceeding what conventional power metrics would predict, establishing precedents directly relevant to the Muslim security architecture proposed in this book. International economic diplomacy. Pakistan's economic miracle created unprecedented opportunities for international economic diplomacy. 1. Aid consortium leadership. Pakistan's economic performance enabled it to lead the formation of the Pakistan Aid Consortium in 1960, pioneering a model for coordinated international development assistance that other countries subsequently emulated. 2. World Bank relationship. Pakistan developed a particularly productive relationship with the World Bank during this period, securing substantial project financing while maintaining policy independence, a balance many developing countries struggled to achieve. 3. Development model promotion. Pakistan's economic success enabled it to promote its development model internationally, creating soft power influence that enhanced its diplomatic position beyond conventional measures. For international financial institution engagement, economic success strengthened Pakistan's position in international financial institutions, creating influence that supported both economic and broader foreign policy objectives. These economic diplomacy achievements demonstrate how Pakistan's growing economic capabilities created diplomatic influence vastly exceeding what conventional power metrics would predict, establishing patterns directly relevant to the contemporary security architecture proposed in this book. The Indus Waters Treaty achievement. Among Pakistan's diplomatic achievements during this period, the Indus Waters Treaty of 1960 deserves particular attention for its enduring significance. 1. Existential challenge resolution. The treaty resolved one of Pakistan's most fundamental vulnerabilities: India's control of river headwaters, upon which Pakistan's agricultural productivity critically depended. 2. International support mobilization. Pakistan successfully mobilized World Bank mediation and international financial support for the infrastructure development required by the treaty, demonstrating diplomatic skill exceeding what its power position would predict. 3. Technical diplomatic integration. The negotiations demonstrated sophisticated integration of technical expertise and diplomatic strategy, creating outcomes favorable to Pakistan despite power asymmetry with India. 4. Conflict prevention framework. The treaty established mechanisms for managing potential water conflicts that have survived multiple wars and crises, representing one of the most successful conflict prevention regimes in the region. This diplomatic achievement demonstrates how Pakistan's growing capabilities enabled it to secure its vital interests through negotiation rather than conflict despite material power disadvantages, establishing patterns of qualitative excellence in diplomacy that remain directly relevant to contemporary security challenges. Foundations for technological self-sufficiency. Perhaps the most significant long-term consequence of Pakistan's economic miracle during the 1960s was establishing the foundations for technological self-sufficiency that would later enable Pakistan to develop strategic capabilities vastly exceeding what its economic size would predict. These foundations spanned multiple domains and created institutional and human capital resources that continue to distinguish Pakistan among Muslim-majority states. Scientific and technical education expansion. Pakistan implemented unprecedented expansion of scientific and technical education during this period. 1. University engineering programs. Major investments in engineering education at institutions like the University of Engineering and Technology Lahore created the human capital foundation for later technological development. 2. Pakistan Institute of Nuclear Science and Technology, established during this period. PINSTEC developed scientific capabilities that would later support Pakistan's nuclear program. 3. Technical training institutes. Expansion of technical training institutes created the skilled workforce necessary for industrial development and later defense production. 4. International education initiatives. Economic resources enabled sending promising students to advanced education internationally, creating knowledge transfer that accelerated Pakistan's technological development. These educational investments created human capital resources vastly exceeding what Pakistan's economic size would predict, establishing the foundation for later technological achievements that would prove decisive for national security. Research and development infrastructure. Pakistan established critical research and development infrastructure during this period. 1. Pakistan Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, strengthened during this period. PCSIR developed capabilities spanning multiple technological domains essential for later self-sufficiency. 2. Defense Science and Technology Organization, predecessor institutions. Early investments in defense research established institutional foundations that would later enable sophisticated weapons development. 3. Industrial research facilities. The economic miracle enabled establishment of research facilities within major industries, creating innovation capabilities beyond government institutions alone. 4. Pakistan Atomic Energy Commission, established in 1956 but significantly strengthened during this period. PAEC developed capabilities that would later enable Pakistan's nuclear program. This research infrastructure created technological development capabilities vastly exceeding what Pakistan's economic size would predict, demonstrating how strategic resource allocation and institutional development can overcome material limitations through qualitative excellence. Indigenous manufacturing capability development. Pakistan's economic growth enabled development of manufacturing capabilities essential for later technological self-sufficiency. 1. Heavy industries development. Investments in heavy manufacturing, particularly steel and engineering industries, established capabilities essential for later defense production. 2. Precision manufacturing base. Development of precision manufacturing capabilities created the foundation for later production of sophisticated components for advanced systems. 3. Electronics manufacturing. Initial development of electronics manufacturing capabilities established the foundation for later production of sophisticated systems for both civilian and defense applications. 4. Chemical industry development. Investments in chemical industry capabilities created the foundation for later production of specialized materials for advanced systems. These manufacturing capabilities created industrial resources vastly exceeding what Pakistan's economic size would predict establishing the foundation for later technological self-sufficiency that would prove decisive for national security. Space program initiation. Among the most forward-looking investments during this period was Pakistan's initiation of a civilian space program. 1. Space and Upper Atmosphere Research Commission, SUPARCO. Established in 1961, SUPARCO began developing capabilities that would later support missile and satellite programs. 2. Sounding Rocket Program. Initial development of sounding rockets during this period established technological foundations that would later support more advanced systems. 3. International Space Cooperation. Pakistan established space cooperation relationships during this period that facilitated knowledge transfer exceeding what domestic resources alone could generate. 4. Remote sensing capabilities. Initial investments in remote sensing capabilities established foundations for later Earth observation systems with both civilian and security applications. These space-related investments created technological capabilities vastly exceeding what Pakistan's economic size would predict, demonstrating exceptional foresight regarding capabilities that would later prove strategically valuable. Nuclear Technology Foundation. While Pakistan's nuclear weapons program developed later, critical foundations were established during this economic miracle period. 1. Nuclear power infrastructure. Investment in the Karachi nuclear power plant, CANP, established infrastructure and expertise in nuclear technology that would later support multiple applications. 2. Nuclear scientific talent development. Education and training programs developed the scientific talent that would later enable Pakistan's nuclear program. 3. International nuclear cooperation. Pakistan established nuclear cooperation relationships during this period that facilitated knowledge transfer regarding peaceful nuclear applications. 4. Nuclear regulatory framework. Initial development of nuclear regulatory capabilities established the institutional framework that would later govern multiple nuclear applications. These nuclear technology investments created capabilities that would later prove decisive for Pakistan's security despite resource limitations, demonstrating how strategic foresight and focused development can overcome material constraints. Through qualitative excellence. Lessons for contemporary Muslim security. Architecture. Pakistan's economic miracle during the 1960s provides several critical insights directly applicable to the proposed Muslim security architecture. Resource security balance. Pakistan's experience demonstrates how balanced resource allocation can support both economic development and security capability. 1. Sustainable defense investment. Maintaining defense expenditures at 56% of GDP enabled substantial capability development without undermining economic growth that sustained those capabilities. 2. Dual-use infrastructure. Developing infrastructure with both economic and strategic applications maximized resource effectiveness beyond what single-purpose investments could achieve. 3. Economic foundation priority. The prioritization of economic development as foundation for later security capabilities created sustainable capacity beyond what immediate security focus alone could generate. 4. Private sector integration. Engaging the private sector in security-relevant production created resource multiplication beyond what government resources alone could achieve. These approaches to balance economic and security objectives provide valuable models for the proposed architecture's approach to sustainable security capability development across the Muslim world. Qualitative excellence priority. Pakistan's experience validates the architecture's emphasis on qualitative excellence over numerical or material resources. 1. Leadership quality impact. Pakistan's economic outperformance of much larger neighbors demonstrates how leadership quality can systematically overcome resource limitations, precisely paralleling the architecture's emphasis on leadership development. 2. Institutional effectiveness focus. The superior performance of Pakistan's planning and implementation institutions compared to neighbors with greater resources validates the architecture's institutional development priority. 3. Strategic coherence value. Pakistan's ability to maintain strategic coherence between economic, diplomatic, and security objectives demonstrates how coordination can multiply effectiveness beyond what disaggregated approaches achieve. 4. Innovation culture importance. Pakistan's success through innovative approaches to development challenges validates the architecture's emphasis on creativity rather than mere resource accumulation. These qualitative factors that enabled Pakistan's economic miracle remain directly relevant to contemporary security. Challenges facing the Muslim world, providing historical validation for the architecture's focus on quality over quantity. Technological self-sufficiency path. Pakistan's development of technological self-sufficiency provides valuable guidance for the architecture's approach to technology. 1. Human capital foundation. Pakistan's prioritization of scientific and technical education established the human foundation for later technological independence, validating the architecture's emphasis on knowledge development. 2. Through institutional capability development. Pakistan's success building institutional research and development capability supports the architecture's focus on sustainable knowledge infrastructure rather than mere technology acquisition. 3. In manufacturing base priority, Pakistan's investment manufacturing capabilities established the industrial foundation for later technological self-sufficiency, providing a model for the architecture's approach to defense industrial development. 4. International knowledge transfer. Pakistan's success in leveraging international relationships for knowledge transfer while maintaining strategic independence offers valuable guidance for the architecture's approach to international cooperation. These technological development patterns provide practical models for how the proposed architecture could develop capabilities exceeding what member states' individual resources would predict through strategic coordination and focused investment. Diplomatic flexibility model. Pakistan's diplomatic achievements during this period offer valuable lessons for the architecture's approach to international relations. 1. Multi-alignment strategy. Pakistan's success in maintaining productive relations with competing great powers demonstrates how the architecture could navigate complex international environments without subordination to any single power. 2. Economic diplomatic integration. Pakistan's use of economic achievements to enhance its diplomatic position provides a model for how the architecture could leverage economic coordination for broader influence. 3. Regional initiative leadership. Pakistan's leadership in regional cooperation frameworks demonstrates how the architecture could develop indigenous institutions reflecting Muslim world priorities rather than external models. 4. Conflict management framework. Pakistan's success in establishing the Indus Waters Treaty provides valuable precedent for how the architecture could develop conflict management mechanisms addressing core security challenges. These diplomatic approaches that enhance Pakistan's international position despite resource limitations offer valuable guidance for how the proposed security architecture could maximize the Muslim world's collective influence beyond what material resources alone would predict. Conclusion: the historical foundation for contemporary leadership. Pakistan's economic miracle during the 1960s provides compelling historical validation for the central premise underlying this book's proposed security architecture, that qualitative factors, leadership excellence, institutional effectiveness, strategic coherence, and innovation can systematically overcome quantitative disadvantages in population, territory, and natural resources. The transformation Pakistan achieved during this period demonstrates how quality can defeat quantity not only in military engagements but in economic development, technological advancement, and diplomatic influence. The achievements of this period: 6.8% GDP growth that doubled India's rate, manufacturing expansion at 16% annually, agricultural revolution producing 5% annual growth, export growth of 7% annually, and unprecedented diplomatic breakthroughs, established the foundation for Pakistan's later military and strategic capabilities that would enable it to maintain strategic parity with much larger adversaries. The conversion of economic growth into military capability, technological self-sufficiency, and diplomatic flexibility created advantages that continue to distinguish Pakistan among Muslim-majority states. Most significantly for this book's central argument, Pakistan's economic achievement during this period demonstrates the same principles that have enabled Muslim forces to overcome numerical disadvantages throughout military history. The superior planning, implementation quality, institutional effectiveness, leadership commitment, and strategic coherence. that enabled Pakistan to outperform much larger neighbors economically parallel the qualitative advantages in leadership, organization, motivation, and tactical innovation that have enabled Muslim forces to defeat numerically superior adversaries from the Battle of Badr to modern asymmetric conflicts. Pakistan's demonstrated excellence in converting qualitative advantages into strategic outcomes despite resource limitations establishes its unique qualification to lead the proposed Muslim security architecture. The economic miracle it achieved during the 1960s demonstrates not historical coincidence but systematic application of principles, prioritizing quality over quantity, institutional effectiveness over material resources, strategic coherence over disaggregated efforts, and innovation over conventional approaches that remain directly relevant to contemporary security challenges facing the Muslim world. As the Muslim world seeks to address unprecedented security challenges in the 21st century, the lessons from Pakistan's economic miracle provide both inspiration and practical guidance. Through institutionalizing the qualitative excellence demonstrated during this period, the proposed Pakistan-led security architecture would enable the Muslim world to overcome its current fragmentation and vulnerability despite material resource limitations, demonstrating once again the timeless principle that quality, guided by vision and implemented with excellence, consistently defeats mere quantity. Chapter 8. Pakistan's military performance against numerical odds. It is not the size of the dog in the fight, but the size of the fight in the dog. Mark Twain. The ultimate test of quality over quantity. Throughout military history, the principle that qualitative factors can overcome quantitative disadvantages has found no clearer demonstration than in Pakistan's military performance against numerically superior adversaries. While previous chapters have examined this principle in various historical and contemporary contexts, Pakistan's own military experiences provide perhaps the most compelling validation for the central premise of this book, that quality, in leadership, training, motivation, and tactical innovation, can systematically defeat quantity when properly institutionalized and led. Pakistan has faced repeated existential challenges from adversaries possessing overwhelming numerical and material advantages. In each case, despite conventional military calculations predicting inevitable defeat, Pakistan's armed forces have achieved results vastly exceeding what force ratios would predict through superior qualitative factors. Whether in the tank battles of 1965, the successful defense of Pakistan's Western territories in 1971 despite overall strategic challenges, or specialized operations in more recent conflicts, Pakistan has consistently demonstrated how qualitative excellence can neutralize quantitative disadvantages. This chapter examines 3 critical episodes where Pakistan's military forces confronted significantly larger adversaries yet achieved results that conventional military calculations would deem impossible. In each case, we observe how superior leadership, training, tactical innovation, and fighting spirit created combat effectiveness far exceeding what numerical strength alone would predict. These experiences provide not merely historical inspiration but practical validation for the security architecture proposed in this book, demonstrating how the same principles that have enabled Pakistan to maintain strategic parity against much larger adversaries could enable the broader Muslim world to address its security challenges despite conventional power disparities. 1965 War against larger Indian forces. The 1965 Indo-Pakistani War represents perhaps history's clearest modern demonstration of how qualitative factors can systematically neutralize overwhelming quantitative advantages in conventional warfare. The conflict presents a particularly valuable case study because the comprehensive force disparity between Pakistan and India created conditions where conventional military calculation would predict rapid and decisive Indian victory, yet the actual outcome demonstrated how qualitative excellence could produce results dramatically different from numerical predictions. The strategic context and force disparity. The force disparity between Pakistan and India during the 1965 war represented one of history's most extreme mismatches in conventional military terms. 1. Numerical personnel imbalance. India deployed approximately 700,000 military personnel against Pakistan's approximately 260,000, creating a nearly 3:1 advantage in available manpower. 2. Armor disparity. India possessed approximately 1,500 tanks against Pakistan's 900, establishing a nearly 2:1 advantage in armored forces. 3. Aircraft imbalance. The Indian Air Force operated approximately 500 combat aircraft compared to Pakistan's 150, creating a 3:1 advantage in air power. 4. Artillery superiority. India deployed approximately 1,000 artillery pieces against Pakistan's 600, establishing a significant firepower advantage. 5. Geographic vulnerability. Pakistan faced the additional challenge of a 1,500-mile border with India that created defensive dispersion requirements impossible to meet with available forces. By conventional military calculation, this disparity should have enabled rapid Indian victory through overwhelming force application across multiple fronts. The fact that Pakistan not only survived this challenge but achieved significant tactical victories while preserving its territorial integrity demonstrates how qualitative factors can systematically neutralize quantitative advantages when properly developed and employed. The Battle of Chawinda, David versus the Armored Goliath. The Battle of Chawinda, fought between September 1419, 1965, represents the most dramatic demonstration of how qualitative factors can overcome quantitative disadvantage in armored warfare. As the second largest tank battle since World War II, surpassed only by the Battle of Kursk, Chawinda presents particularly valuable insights into how superior tactics, leadership, and fighting spirit can defeat numerical superiority. Force ratio and conventional expectations. The force disparity at Chawinda exceeded even the overall war's imbalance. 1. Armored forces imbalance. India's 1st Armored Division deployed approximately 300 tanks and supporting arms against Pakistan's 24th Infantry Division with attached armor regiments totaling approximately 132 tanks, creating a greater than 2:1 advantage. 2. Artillery disparity. Indian forces deployed significantly greater artillery support, establishing firepower advantages exceeding 2:1 in indirect fire capability. 3. Infantry support differential. Indian armored thrusts were supported by substantially more mechanized infantry than Pakistani defensive positions initially possessed. 4. Air support imbalance. The larger Indian Air Force theoretically offered greater close air support potential to complement ground operations. Based on these disparities, conventional military calculation would predict rapid Indian breakthrough and strategic penetration. The actual outcome, complete Pakistani defensive success with major Indian losses, demonstrates how qualitative factors can systematically overcome even extreme numerical disadvantages. Qualitative factors in Pakistani success. Pakistan's successful defense at Chawinda stemmed from several critical qualitative advantages that neutralized India's numerical superiority. 1. Superior tactical employment. Pakistani forces under Major General Nazir Ahmed Khan implemented sophisticated defense in-depth that channeled Indian armor into Pakistan Air Force qualitative superiority. Pakistan Air prepared killing zones rather than attempting linear defense impossible with available forces. 2. Combined arms integration. Pakistani defenders demonstrated superior integration of armor, anti-tank, artillery, and infantry elements, creating combined effects exceeding what any single arm could achieve against numerical superiority. 3. Command flexibility. Pakistani field commanders exercised remarkable tactical initiative, adjusting to battlefield developments without waiting for higher authorization, creating adaptation speed that Indian forces with more centralized command could not match. 4. Fighting spirit. Pakistani units demonstrated extraordinary determination, with many crews continuing to fight despite injuries and equipment limitations that would have rendered similar units' combat ineffective in most armies. 5. Terrain exploitation. Pakistani commanders demonstrated superior understanding of local terrain, using seemingly minor features to maximize defensive advantages. while exposing Indian armor to coordinated anti-tank fires. These qualitative factors enabled Pakistani forces to destroy or disable approximately 120 Indian tanks against approximately 40 Pakistani losses, an exchange ratio dramatically favoring the defender despite overall numerical inferiority. The resulting defensive victory prevented strategic Indian breakthrough that could have divided Pakistan and demonstrated how quality can systematically defeat quantity in conventional warfare. Pakistan Air Force qualitative superiority. The air campaign during the 1965 war provides perhaps the most dramatic demonstration of how qualitative factors can overcome numerical disadvantage. Despite a 3:1 disadvantage in aircraft numbers, the Pakistan Air Force achieved results that conventional air power theory would deem impossible through superior pilot quality, maintenance effectiveness, and tactical innovation. Statistical force comparison and outcomes. The numerical disparity between the air forces appeared decisive by conventional calculation. 1. Aircraft quantity disparity. India deployed approximately 500 combat aircraft against Pakistan's approximately 150, establishing a greater than 3:1 numerical advantage. 2. Airbase vulnerability. Pakistan operated from a limited number of airbases within easy striking distance of Indian forces, creating concentration vulnerabilities that theoretically favored the larger force. 3. Piloto-aircraft ratio. India's larger pilot pool theoretically enabled higher sortie rates through crew rotation that Pakistan's smaller personnel base could not match. 4. Logistical sustainability. India's larger industrial base and international supply relationships theoretically created greater sustainment capability for extended operations. Despite these apparent advantages, actual combat results dramatically favored Pakistan. 1. Aircraft exchange ratio. The Pakistan Air Force destroyed approximately 110 Indian aircraft while losing 19 of its own, establishing an extraordinary 5:1 exchange ratio favoring the numerically inferior force. 2. Air superiority achievement. Despite numerical disadvantage, the PAF established effective air superiority over critical sectors, enabling ground forces to operate without prohibitive air interference. 3. Close air support effectiveness. Pakistani air-ground coordination demonstrated superior effectiveness, creating battlefield effects exceeding what the larger Indian Air Force achieved. 4. Infrastructure preservation. Despite Indian numerical advantages, Pakistani air defense successfully preserved critical infrastructure from effective air attack. These outcomes represent one of history's most dramatic demonstrations of how qualitative factors can systematically overcome numerical disadvantages in air warfare, a domain where quantity theoretically offers particularly significant advantages through sortie generation capacity. Qualitative factors in PAF success. The Pakistan Air Force's remarkable performance stemmed from several critical qualitative advantages. 1. Pilot quality differential. Pakistani pilots averaged significantly more flying hours than their Indian counterparts, creating fundamental skill advantages that proved decisive in air-to-air engagements. The average PAF pilot had logged approximately 130 flying hours in the preceding year compared to approximately 65 for the average IAF pilot. 2. Maintenance effectiveness. PAF achieved aircraft availability rates approximately 20% higher than IAF, effectively reducing the quantitative disadvantage through superior technical performance. 3. Command and control integration. Pakistan implemented more effective integrated air defense coordination between ground-based systems and aircraft, creating defensive synergies the larger IAF could not match. 4. Tactical innovation. PAF developed innovative tactics specifically designed to neutralize IAF numerical advantages, particularly regarding management of limited resources against a larger adversary. 5. Specialized training focus. Pakistan had implemented specialized air combat training emphasizing the specific scenarios most likely in potential conflict with India, creating pilot proficiency precisely matched to actual combat requirements. These qualitative factors enabled the numerically inferior PAF to achieve results that conventional air power theory would deem impossible, demonstrating how systematic development of human capital, technical excellence, and tactical innovation can overcome even the most significant numerical disadvantages. Statistical analysis of overall force ratios and combat outcomes. Looking beyond specific engagements, the overall statistical pattern of the 1965 war provides compelling evidence of how qualitative factors can systematically neutralize numerical advantages. 1. Tank exchange ratio. Despite numerical inferiority, Pakistani armored forces achieved approximately 1.3 to 1 exchange ratio against Indian tanks across all engagements, demonstrating qualitative advantage that partially neutralized quantitative disadvantage. 2. Territory exchange outcome. Despite massive force disparity, the war ended with territorial exchanges roughly balancing, with India occupying approximately 340 square miles of Pakistani territory while Pakistan occupied approximately 210 square miles of Indian territory. 3. Casualty comparison. Pakistani forces suffered approximately 3,800 casualties, 1,500 killed, compared to Indian losses of approximately 4,200 casualties, 1,700 killed, a pattern significantly favoring the numerically inferior force. 4. Cost exchange analysis. Pakistan achieved these results while operating with a defense budget approximately one-third of India's, demonstrating exceptional resource effectiveness. This statistical pattern demonstrates that Pakistan's qualitative advantages proved systematically effective across the entire conflict rather than merely in isolated engagements. The overall outcomes dramatically exceeded what conventional force ratio analysis would predict, validating the central premise that quality can defeat quantity when properly developed and employed. Strategic lessons from the 1965 war. Beyond specific tactical outcomes, the 1965 war provides several strategic lessons directly relevant to the proposed Muslim security architecture. 1. Quality investment validation. Pakistan's pre-war emphasis on quality over quantity in personnel selection, training, and equipment acquisition proved strategically sound despite criticism that it produced numerically smaller forces. 2. Defense in-depth requirement. The successful employment of defense in-depth rather than linear defense demonstrates how resource-constrained forces can effectively counter numerically superior adversaries through sophisticated doctrinal approaches. 3. Leadership quality criticality. Performance differences between Pakistani units correlated strongly with leadership quality, demonstrating how leader development represents the highest leverage investment for forces facing numerical disadvantage. 4. Alliance value demonstration. Pakistan's alliance relationships, particularly with China, created strategic depth despite material limitations, demonstrating how effective partnerships can partially offset quantitative disadvantages. These strategic lessons remain directly relevant to contemporary security challenges facing the Muslim world. The proposed security architecture incorporates these insights through its emphasis on qualitative excellence, sophisticated doctrinal development, leadership prioritization, and alliance construction, all validated by Pakistan's experience in the 1965 war. Successful defensive actions in 1971. Despite overall challenges. While the 1971 Indo-Pakistani War ultimately resulted in the separation of East Pakistan, now Bangladesh, the conflict provides equally valuable insights into how qualitative factors can neutralize numerical advantages. Despite facing even greater overall force disparities than in 1965, compounded by internal challenges and two-front requirements, Pakistan achieved remarkable defensive success on its western front, demonstrating how quality can partially offset quantity even under the most challenging strategic circumstances. The strategic context and extreme force disparity. The strategic context facing Pakistan in 1971 created perhaps history's most challenging force disparity. 1. Overall numerical imbalance. India deployed approximately 950,000 military personnel against Pakistan's approximately 365,000. Creating a nearly 3:1 advantage further exacerbated by Pakistan's need to divide forces between eastern and western theaters. 2. Two-front requirement. The simultaneous eastern insurgency and western conventional threat created force division requirements impossible to meet with available resources. 3. Air power disparity. India deployed approximately 625 combat aircraft against Pakistan's approximately 185, establishing a greater than 3:1 advantage in air power. 4. Naval imbalance. The Indian Navy's substantial advantages in surface combatants and complete control of the Bay of Bengal effectively isolated East Pakistan from reinforcement or supply. 5. International isolation. Unlike 1965, Pakistan faced significant international isolation that prevented effective external assistance during the conflict. This context created conditions where conventional military calculation would predict rapid and complete Pakistani defeat on both fronts. The actual outcome, strategic defeat in the east but effective defense in the west, demonstrates how qualitative factors can partially offset even the most extreme quantitative disadvantages. Western Front defensive successes. Despite the overall strategic outcome, Pakistan achieved remarkable defensive success on its Western Front. 1. Territorial integrity maintenance. Despite facing the bulk of India's conventional power after East Pakistan's fall, Pakistan's Western defenses prevented any strategically significant territorial losses. 2. Armor exchange success. Pakistani armor forces achieved favorable exchange ratios against numerically superior Indian formations, particularly in the Cham sector where approximately 54 Indian tanks were destroyed against 15 Pakistani losses. 3. Fortified defense effectiveness. Pakistani forces demonstrated exceptional effectiveness in prepared defensive positions, particularly at Muddo and Kasol where Indian attacks were repeatedly repulsed despite local numerical superiority. 4. Counterattack capability preservation. Unlike completely defensive operations that would be expected from a numerically inferior force, Pakistani units conducted several successful counterattacks that restored tactically important positions. These defensive achievements on the Western Front demonstrate how qualitative advantages in training, leadership, and tactical employment can partially neutralize even extreme numerical disadvantages. The preservation of Pakistan's territorial integrity on its western border, the nation's strategic center of gravity, represents remarkable success against overwhelming odds. Air combat achievements. Despite numerical disadvantage, the Pakistan Air Force again demonstrated how qualitative excellence can partially offset numerical inferiority during the 1971 conflict. 1. Sortie generation achievement. Despite having 1/3 the aircraft of the Indian Air Force, the PAF generated sorties at approximately 50% of the IAF rate, effectively reducing the practical combat power disparity through superior maintenance and operational tempo. 2. Air-to-air exchange ratio. PAF pilots maintained a favorable air-to-air exchange ratio of approximately 1.3 to 1 despite the overall force imbalance, demonstrating continued qualitative advantages in pilot skill and tactical employment. 3. Air defense effectiveness. Pakistan's integrated air defense system demonstrated remarkable effectiveness in protecting critical infrastructure, preventing the level of strategic bombing damage that numerical disparity would predict. 4. Ground attack precision. PAF ground attack missions demonstrated significantly higher precision than IAF equivalents, creating battlefield effects disproportionate to the number of sorties flown. These air combat achievements represent another dramatic demonstration of how qualitative factors can partially offset numerical disadvantages. While unable to achieve the level of success attained in 1965 due to the extreme force disparity, the PAF's performance still significantly exceeded what conventional air power calculations would predict based on numbers alone. Lessons from strategic challenges. While the overall strategic outcome in 1971 differed from 1965, the conflict provides equally valuable lessons about the relationship between quality and quantity in military affairs. 1. Qualitative limits recognition. The 1971 experience demonstrates that while qualitative factors can partially offset quantitative disadvantages, Extremely unfavorable force ratios combined with geographic division can exceed the compensation capacity of quality alone. 2. Strategic coherence requirement. The divided command structure between East and West Pakistan created coordination challenges that degraded the effectiveness of qualitative advantages, highlighting how strategic coherence represents an essential foundation for quality to effectively counter quantity. 3. Alliance depth necessity. Pakistan's international isolation during the conflict highlights how alliance relationships provide essential strategic depth for nations facing significant quantitative disadvantages. 4. Technological relevance demonstration. India's effective employment of new technologies, particularly in air defense suppression, demonstrates how qualitative advantages require continuous technological updating to remain effective against evolving threats. These lessons have directly informed Pakistan's subsequent approach to maintaining strategic parity with larger adversaries, emphasizing the importance of strategic coherence, alliance relationships, and technological relevance alongside traditional qualitative factors in leadership, training, and tactical innovation. Special Forces capabilities and post-2001 operations. Pakistan's military performance in more recent operations, particularly following 2001, provides additional validation of how qualitative excellence can overcome numerical disadvantages in specialized operational contexts. The performance of Pakistani Special Forces and counterinsurgency units demonstrates how focused capability development can create effectiveness vastly exceeding what force numbers alone would predict. Special Services Group excellence. Pakistan's Special Services Group, SSG, has consistently demonstrated capabilities matching or exceeding those of special forces from much larger and better-resourced nations. 1. Selection and training quality. The SSG selection process, with success rates below 10% of candidates, creates force quality vastly exceeding conventional numerical measurements. 2. Operational versatility. SSG units have demonstrated remarkable effectiveness across diverse operational environments, from high-altitude mountain warfare to desert operations to urban counterterrorism. 3. Technical proficiency. Despite resource limitations, SSG operators have maintained technical proficiency matching special forces from wealthy nations with vastly greater equipment budgets. 4. Leadership development. The SSG's approach to leadership development, emphasizing both tactical skill and decision-making under extreme pressure, creates command quality that enhances overall force effectiveness beyond mere personnel numbers. These qualitative advantages have enabled the SSG to conduct operations with effectiveness vastly exceeding what its size would suggest possible, demonstrating how specialized capability development can create disproportionate strategic effects despite resource limitations. The Kargil conflict and mountain warfare excellence. The Kargil conflict of 1999, while ultimately resolved through Pakistani withdrawal, nevertheless demonstrated remarkable mountain warfare capabilities that again validate how specialized excellence can overcome material limitations. 1. High-altitude performance. Pakistani forces demonstrated exceptional ability to operate effectively at altitudes exceeding 15,000 feet, an environment where physiological limitations typically reduce conventional force effectiveness by 5,070%. 2. Logistical minimalism. The forces deployed during the operation maintained combat effectiveness with logistical requirements approximately one-third of what similar-sized conventional forces would require, demonstrating how specialized training can overcome material constraints. 3. Position selection expertise. The positions initially secured demonstrated sophisticated understanding of high-altitude terrain that created defensive advantages offsetting numerical inferiority during the Indian counteroffensive. 4. Small unit effectiveness. Individual Pakistani units demonstrated combat effectiveness vastly exceeding their size, with some positions requiring multiple battalion-sized assaults to overcome despite being held by forces of company size or smaller. While the overall strategic outcome reflected political rather than military calculations, the tactical performance of Pakistani forces during the Kargil conflict provides additional validation of how specialized capabilities can create effectiveness vastly exceeding conventional force ratio calculations. Counterinsurgency achievements. Pakistan's counterinsurgency operations since 2009, particularly operations Rohini Jat and Zarbiazb, provide compelling evidence of how qualitative excellence can overcome the inherent advantages insurgent forces typically possess. 1. Doctrinal innovation. Pakistan developed counterinsurgency doctrine specifically adapted to its unique geographical and cultural context rather than simply adopting external models, creating effectiveness that external forces with greater resources but less contextual understanding could not achieve. 2. Population-centric approach. Pakistani operations demonstrated sophisticated integration of military and non-military lines of effort, creating sustainable security outcomes beyond what purely kinetic approaches could achieve regardless of resource levels. 3. Intelligence integration. The operations featured exceptional integration between military and intelligence capabilities, creating information advantages that offset the insurgents' traditional asymmetric advantages in local knowledge. 4. Measured force application. Pakistani forces demonstrated remarkable discipline in force application, minimizing civilian casualties and infrastructure damage despite operating in densely populated areas, a qualitative achievement that many better-resourced counterinsurgency forces have failed to match. These counterinsurgency achievements demonstrate how specialized capabilities and contextual understanding can create effectiveness vastly exceeding what force numbers and material resources alone would predict. The success of these operations, with over 90% of previously contested territory now under effective government control, provides additional validation of how quality can systematically defeat quantity in asymmetric warfare. Post-2001 domestic counterterrorism operations. Beyond conventional military operations, Pakistan's domestic counterterrorism efforts provide further evidence of how specialized capabilities can overcome numerical disadvantages. 1. Elite police units. Organizations like the Elite Police Force and Counterterrorism Department have demonstrated effectiveness against terrorist cells vastly exceeding what their size would suggest possible through specialized training and equipment. 2. Intelligence-led operations. Pakistan's approach to counterterrorism emphasizes intelligence integration that creates precision far exceeding what conventional force application could achieve regardless of resource levels. 3. Quick response capabilities. Pakistani security forces have developed rapid response capabilities that neutralize the traditional time and initiative advantages terrorist actors typically exploit, demonstrating how specialized preparation can overcome structural asymmetries. 4. Civil-military integration. Pakistan's counterterrorism model features sophisticated integration between military, law enforcement, and civilian agencies that creates effectiveness exceeding what any single component could achieve regardless of its size. These domestic counterterrorism achievements provide additional validation of how specialized capabilities can create effectiveness vastly exceeding conventional force ratio calculations. The dramatic reduction in terrorist incidents within Pakistan, from 2,213 in 2010 to 319 in 2020, demonstrates the concrete results of this qualitative approach despite resource limitations. Implications for Muslim security architecture. Pakistan's military performance against numerical odds provides compelling validation for the central premise underlying this book's proposed security architecture, that qualitative factors, leadership excellence, specialized capabilities, doctrinal innovation, and fighting spirit, can systematically overcome quantitative disadvantages when properly institutionalized and led. Doctrinal applications. Pakistan's experience offers several critical doctrinal insights directly applicable to the proposed security architecture. 1. Defense in-depth imperative. The success of defense in-depth approaches at Chawinda and on the Western Front in 1971 validates the architecture's emphasis on distributed capabilities rather than linear defense models impossible to sustain with available resources. 2. Combined arms integration. Pakistan's effective integration of diverse capabilities, particularly in armored warfare, provides a model for how the architecture could maximize effectiveness through sophisticated capability combination rather than numerical mass in any single domain. 3. Air defense prioritization. The PAF's success in protecting critical infrastructure despite numerical disadvantage validates the architecture's emphasis on air defense as a critical enabler for preserving other capabilities against conventionally superior adversaries. For special capabilities development, Pakistan's experience with specialized forces demonstrates how the strategic effects vastly exceeding their size and cost. These doctrinal applications would enable the proposed architecture to develop effective defensive capabilities despite resource limitations, creating strategic depth for the Muslim world against potential external intervention. Force development lessons. Pakistan's experience provides valuable guidance for how the proposed architecture should approach force development. 1. Quality selection priority. The consistent correlation between personnel quality and unit effectiveness in Pakistani experience validates the architecture's emphasis on selective recruitment and training rather than numerical maximization. 2. Leadership investment focus. The decisive impact of leadership quality in all Pakistani operations supports the architecture's prioritization of leadership development as the highest leverage investment for forces facing numerical disadvantage. 3. Realistic training imperative. Pakistan's success through training focused on actual operational requirements rather than abstract capabilities validates the architecture's emphasis on contextually relevant preparation. 4. Technical self-sufficiency. Pakistan's development of maintenance and logistics capabilities that partially offset numerical disadvantages provides a model for how the architecture could develop critical enablers despite resource limitations. These force development approaches would enable the proposed architecture to maximize effectiveness within inevitable resource constraints, creating capabilities vastly exceeding what conventional force ratio calculations would predict. Strategic guidance. At the strategic level, Pakistan's experience provides essential guidance for the proposed architecture. 1. Alliance construction priority. Pakistan's experience demonstrates both the value of effective alliances, as in 1965, and the risks of isolation, as in 1971, validating the architecture's emphasis on constructing robust partnership networks. 2. Strategic coherence requirement. The contrast between 1965, coherent strategy, and 1971, divided command, highlights how strategic unity represents an essential foundation for qualitative factors to effectively counter quantitative disadvantages. 3. Technological relevance maintenance. Pakistan's continuous updating of its qualitative advantages to remain effective against evolving threats provides a model for how the architecture must maintain technological currency despite resource limitations. For asymmetric innovation culture, Pakistan's development of capabilities specifically designed to neutralize adversary advantages rather than matching them symmetrically offers guidance for how the architecture should approach capability development. These strategic approaches would enable the proposed architecture to maximize collective effectiveness despite the resource limitations and numerical disadvantages the Muslim world faces against potential adversaries. Conclusion: quality defeating quantity in practice. Pakistan's military performance against numerical odds provides perhaps history's clearest modern demonstration that quality can systematically defeat quantity when properly institutionalized and led. From the tank battles of Chawinda to the air combat achievements of the PAF, from the Western Front defensive successes in 1971 to specialized counterinsurgency operations in more recent years, Pakistan has repeatedly achieved results vastly exceeding what conventional force ratio analysis would predict through superior qualitative factors. The lessons from these experiences remain directly relevant to the security challenges facing the Muslim world in the 21st century. The same principles that have enabled Pakistan to maintain strategic parity with a much larger adversary, prioritizing quality over quantity, leadership excellence over material resources, doctrinal innovation over numerical mass, and specialized capabilities over general-purpose forces, provide the foundation for the security architecture proposed in this book. Pakistan's demonstrated excellence in these domains establishes its unique qualification to lead the proposed Muslim security architecture. Its institutional knowledge of how qualitative factors can quantitative disadvantages, developed overcome through repeated practical application rather than theoretical study, represents an invaluable resource for addressing the security challenges facing the broader Muslim world despite inevitable resource limitations. As the Muslim world confronts unprecedented security challenges from both state and non-state actors, Pakistan's experience provides both inspiration and practical guidance. Through institutionalizing the qualitative excellence demonstrated in these conflicts, the proposed Pakistan-led security architecture would enable the Muslim world to address these challenges through proven principles that have consistently enabled smaller but qualitatively superior forces to prevail against conventionally superior adversaries. That quality, guided by vision and implemented with excellence, consistently defeats mere quantity. Chapter 9. Nuclear achievement. Despite resource constraints, nations that do not possess strength are reduced to the status of nations without sovereignty, nations without pride, nations without freedom. Zulfikar Ali Bhutto. The ultimate strategic equalization. Perhaps no achievement in Pakistan's history better exemplifies the principle that quality can defeat quantity than its development of nuclear capabilities despite overwhelming resource constraints and international opposition. Against seemingly insurmountable odds, including technological embargoes, economic limitations, and diplomatic isolation, Pakistan successfully developed a sophisticated nuclear deterrent that effectively neutralized the conventional military advantages of much larger adversaries. This achievement represents not merely technological success but the ultimate demonstration of how strategic vision, organizational excellence, and national determination can overcome material limitations through qualitative factors. Pakistan's nuclear journey provides the most compelling validation for this book's central premise, that qualitative excellence, in leadership, organization, innovation, and determination, can systematically overcome quantitative disadvantages when properly focused and led. The development of nuclear capabilities despite resource constraints that conventional analysis would deem prohibitive demonstrates how the same principles that have enabled Muslim forces to overcome numerical disadvantages throughout military history can be applied to even the most complex technological challenges of the modern era. Most significantly for this book's argument, Pakistan's nuclear achievement establishes its unique qualification for Muslim world security leadership. No other Muslim-majority state has demonstrated comparable ability to develop sophisticated strategic capabilities despite resource limitations through the application of qualitative excellence. This accomplishment provides not merely historical validation but practical demonstration of how the proposed security architecture could develop capabilities exceeding what the Muslim world's material resources would predict through similar application of quality over quantity principles. Detailed history of Pakistan's nuclear program. Declassified aspects. Pakistan's pathway to nuclear capability represents one of history's most remarkable examples of strategic perseverance against overwhelming obstacles. The program's evolution through multiple phases, from initial conceptualization to sophisticated deterrent capability, demonstrates how focused determination can overcome seemingly insurmountable resource limitations through qualitative excellence. Origins and strategic imperative. 1955-1971, Pakistan's nuclear program began modestly with peaceful applications before acquiring strategic urgency following the 1971 war. 1. Initial civilian focus. Pakistan established the Pakistan Atomic Energy Commission, PAEC, in 1956 with primarily civilian development objectives, focusing on applications in agriculture, medicine, and power generation. 2. Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty Decision. In a strategically significant decision, Pakistan declined to sign the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty in 1968, preserving future options while maintaining a formally peaceful program. 3. First nuclear power plant. Pakistan's first nuclear power plant, Kanap, began construction in 1966 as a 137 MW pressurized heavy water reactor supplied by Canada, establishing initial nuclear infrastructure and expertise. 4. Post-1971 strategic reassessment, the decisive factor. Transforming Pakistan's nuclear orientation was the 1971 war and subsequent Indian nuclear test in 1974, creating an existential security imperative that conventional capabilities alone could not address. This initial phase established minimal nuclear infrastructure that would later prove invaluable, but the program remained limited in scope and ambition. Pakistan's nuclear trajectory might have continued along civilian lines indefinitely had external developments not created an existential imperative for strategic capability development. Bhutto's vision and program establishment, 1972-1977. The 1971 war created a fundamental strategic reassessment under Prime Minister Zulfikar Ali Bhutto's leadership. 1. Multan Meeting, January 20, 1972. In a now historic meeting in Multan just weeks after the 1971 defeat, Bhutto gathered Pakistan's top nuclear scientists and declared the nation's commitment to developing nuclear capabilities even if we have to eat grass. This meeting established the strategic vision that would guide the program through subsequent decades. 2. Institutional framework development. Bhutto created a dedicated organizational structure for the nuclear program, establishing specialized entities including the A.Q. Khan Research Laboratories, KRL, alongside the existing PAEC. 3. Dual-track approach initiation. Strategic hedging began during this period, with parallel pursuit of uranium enrichment, primarily at KRL, and plutonium production, at PAEC, creating redundant pathways to nuclear capability. Despite resource limitations. For international cooperation cultivation, recognizing Pakistan's technological limitations, Bhutto initiated critical international relationships that would facilitate knowledge transfer before Western restrictions tightened, particularly with China and several European entities. This phase established the strategic direction, institutional framework, and initial technological pathways that would enable later development despite intensifying international opposition. Bhutto's vision during this period, recognizing nuclear capability as the only viable solution to Pakistan's strategic vulnerability against a much larger adversary, provided the foundational commitment that sustained the program through subsequent challenge. Technological development under constraints, 1977-1989. Following Bhutto's removal from power, Pakistan's nuclear program continued under military leadership despite intensifying international opposition. 1. Enrichment technology acquisition. Despite Western technology embargoes, Pakistan successfully acquired and indigenized uranium enrichment technology, with KRL announcing successful uranium enrichment in 1984, a remarkable achievement given the technical complexity and equipment restrictions. 2. Indigenous capability development. As international restrictions tightened, Pakistan demonstrated exceptional innovation by developing indigenous manufacturing capabilities for critical components that could no longer be imported, including specialized materials and precision equipment. 3. Covert procurement networks. Pakistan established sophisticated procurement networks that circumvented international restrictions through innovative approaches, demonstrating strategic creativity that overcame conventional limitations. 4. Security and counterintelligence excellence. Despite intense foreign intelligence interest, Pakistan maintained program security through sophisticated counterintelligence measures that prevented effective disruption despite limited resources compared to opposing agencies. This phase transformed theoretical commitment into practical capability development despite intensifying obstacles. The technical achievements during this period demonstrated how focused determination, organizational excellence, and innovative approaches could overcome resource limitations that conventional analysis would deem prohibitive. Weaponization and deterrence establishment, 1989-1998. By the late 1980s, Pakistan had developed the core nuclear capabilities that would later enable weaponization and deterrence establishment. 1. Cold test achievements. Pakistan conducted numerous cold tests, non-nuclear explosive tests of bomb designs, between 1983-1990, validating design parameters without detectable nuclear signatures that would have triggered immediate international consequences. 2. Delivery system development. Recognizing that effective deterrence required credible delivery capabilities, Pakistan developed aircraft delivery methods while simultaneously pursuing missile systems through indigenous development and selective international cooperation. 3. De facto nuclear status. By the early 1990s, Pakistan had achieved undeclared but increasingly acknowledged nuclear capability, creating initial deterrence effects without formal testing or declaration. 4. Restraint despite provocation, Pakistan demonstrated remarkable strategic restraint during this period, maintaining deliberate ambiguity despite pressures that would have prompted most nuclear-aspiring states to test or declare capabilities. This phase transformed technical nuclear capability into strategically relevant deterrence potential, despite continuing resource limitations and international pressure. Pakistan's approach during this period demonstrated sophisticated understanding of the psychological and political dimensions of deterrence beyond mere technical capability. Overt nuclearization development, 1998 present, and force posture. India's 1998 nuclear tests created a strategic imperative for Pakistan to demonstrate its own capabilities openly. 1. Shagai tests, May 28-30, 1998. Pakistan conducted 6 nuclear tests in the Shagai Hills of Balochistan in response to India's tests earlier that month, demonstrating comparable technical capabilities despite vastly different resource bases. 2. Minimum credible deterrence doctrine. Following overt nuclearization, Pakistan articulated a minimum credible deterrence doctrine that balanced deterrence requirements against resource limitations, demonstrating sophistication beyond mere capability demonstration. 3. Delivery system diversification. Strategic. Pakistan systematically diversified its nuclear delivery systems to enhance survivability, developing the HAF series of missiles with varying ranges and capabilities to ensure second strike potential despite resource constraints. 4. Command and control institutionalization. The Strategic Plans Division, SPD, established sophisticated command and control mechanisms that balance decision efficiency against unauthorized use prevention, addressing the security effectiveness dilemma that challenges all nuclear states. This phase transformed Pakistan's nuclear capability from technical achievement to operational strategic deterrent, despite continuing resource limitations and international pressure. The development of a sophisticated nuclear force posture with minimal resources demonstrated strategic maturity far exceeding what Pakistan's economic position would predict. Historical achievement in perspective. Pakistan's nuclear development across these phases represents one of history's most remarkable examples of strategic perseverance against overwhelming obstacles. Starting with minimal resources and facing intensifying opposition, Pakistan nevertheless developed a sophisticated nuclear deterrent that effectively neutralized the conventional advantages of adversaries with vastly greater economic and technological resources. This achievement demonstrates how qualitative excellence in leadership, organization, innovation, and determination can overcome seemingly insurmountable quantitative disadvantages when properly focused and sustained. Comparison with India's program, similar results. With fewer resources. Perhaps the most compelling evidence of Pakistan's qualitative excellence in nuclear development comes from direct comparison with India's parallel program. Despite vastly different resource bases, the two countries achieved comparable strategic results, with Pakistan accomplishing similar outcomes using far fewer resources through superior focus, organizational efficiency, and strategic clarity. Resource-based differential. The resource disparity between the two nuclear programs was extraordinary by any measure. 1. Economic scale disparity. India's economy throughout the nuclear development period was approximately 78 times larger than Pakistan's, creating a vastly greater potential resource base for technological development. 2. Scientific personnel differential. India possessed significantly larger scientific and engineering communities, with approximately 56 times more relevant specialists available for nuclear program participation. 3. Industrial base advantages. India's more developed industrial infrastructure provided manufacturing capabilities for specialized components that Pakistan had to create from minimal foundations. 4. International cooperation asymmetry. While both countries faced proliferation restrictions, India maintained broader international scientific cooperation, particularly with the Soviet Union, Russia, while Pakistan faced more comprehensive isolation. 5. Prior nuclear infrastructure. India's earlier start, 1944, and larger civilian nuclear sector provided a more substantial foundation for strategic program development compared to Pakistan's minimal initial nuclear infrastructure. By conventional technological development metrics, this resource disparity should have created insurmountable Pakistani disadvantages, resulting in either program failure or drastically slower progress. The actual outcome, with Pakistan matching India's strategic nuclear capability development despite these limitations, provides compelling evidence of qualitative factors systematically overcoming quantitative disadvantages. Timeline and milestone comparison. Despite the enormous resource differential, Pakistan's nuclear development timeline closely tracked India's major milestones. 1. First fissile material production. India achieved plutonium separation capability in 1964, while Pakistan demonstrated uranium enrichment capability in 1984, a 20-year gap significantly smaller than the resource differential would predict. 2. Weaponization achievement. India developed weapon designs in the 1970s, while Pakistan completed similar development by the late 1980s, again showing a narrower gap than resource disparity would suggest. 3. Deliverable weapon capability. Both countries achieved deliverable nuclear weapons capability within a few years of each other, late 1980s, despite the vast resource differential throughout the development period. 4. Nuclear testing. Most dramatically, both countries conducted nuclear tests within weeks of each other in 1998. With Pakistan demonstrating comparable test sophistication. Despite drastically different research and development resources. This timeline comparison demonstrates Pakistan's superior efficiency in translating limited resources into strategic capabilities. The compression of expected development gaps based on resource differentials provides compelling evidence of qualitative how quantitative disadvantages. Excellence systematically. Technological approach efficiency. Overcame. Pakistan's nuclear program demonstrated superior efficiency in several key dimensions. 1. Procurement strategy effectiveness. Pakistan developed more cost-effective procurement approaches that achieved necessary technology acquisition with substantially fewer resources than India's more comprehensive but less focused efforts. 2. Dual-use technology leverage. Pakistani nuclear development demonstrated exceptional creativity in adapting commercially available technologies for specialized applications, reducing development costs compared to India's more resource-intensive approach. 3. Organizational focus. Pakistan maintained clearer strategic focus throughout development, avoiding the bureaucratic fragmentation and competing priorities that reduced efficiency in India's larger but less cohesive program. 4. Decision process streamlining. Pakistan implemented more streamlined decision processes for critical development choices, avoiding the committee-driven delays that frequently affected India's program despite greater resources. This organizational and strategic efficiency enabled Pakistan to translate limited resources into comparable strategic outcomes, demonstrating how qualitative excellence in execution can systematically overcome quantitative resource disadvantages. Testing results comparison. The most dramatic demonstration of Pakistan's qualitative excellence came during the 1998 nuclear tests. 1. Rapid response capability. Pakistan conducted 6 nuclear tests within days of India's tests despite having substantially fewer test preparation resources and facilities, demonstrating organizational agility exceeding India's capabilities despite resource advantages. 2. Yield achievement. Pakistan's largest test achieved estimated yields comparable to India's devices despite the vast disparity in prior research and design resources. 3. Design diversity. Pakistan demonstrated multiple device designs during its test series, indicating development breadth comparable to India's achievements despite resource limitations. 4. Test efficiency. Most impressively, Pakistan conducted its test series with significantly fewer support personnel and infrastructure requirements than India's equivalent tests, demonstrating superior operational efficiency. These testing outcomes provide perhaps the clearest evidence of Pakistan's qualitative excellence in nuclear development. The ability to match India's demonstration of nuclear capabilities despite vastly different resource bases validates this book's central premise, that quality can systematically defeat quantity when properly focused and led. Strategic return on investment. From a strategic perspective, Pakistan achieved superior return on nuclear investment compared to India. 1. Deterrence per dollar efficiency. Pakistan established credible nuclear deterrence against India with approximately 1,520% of the resources India invested in its nuclear program, demonstrating extraordinary efficiency in translating limited means into strategic effects. 2. Security enhancement relative to investment. Pakistan's nuclear development more substantially transformed its security position relative to program costs than India achieved through its larger but less efficiently focused program. 3. Nuclear diplomatic leverage enhancement. Pakistan's achievement generated diplomatic leverage disproportionate to investment compared to India's more resource-intensive program. 4. Strategic position transformation. Most significantly, Pakistan's nuclear development fundamentally transformed the regional strategic balance despite resource limitations that conventional analysis would deem prohibitive. For such ambitious objectives, this strategic efficiency, achieving comparable or superior strategic effects with drastically fewer resources, provides compelling validation for the qualitative excellence principles underlying the proposed Muslim security architecture. Pakistan's nuclear experience demonstrates how focused capability development with limited resources can generate strategic effects vastly exceeding what conventional power metrics would predict. Indigenous technological capabilities developed. Beyond the achievement of nuclear deterrence itself, Pakistan's program generated indigenous technological capabilities far exceeding what its economic position would predict. These capabilities, developed despite severe resource constraints and international restrictions, demonstrate how strategic necessity combined with organizational excellence can create technological self-sufficiency that conventional development models would deem impossible. Uranium enrichment mastery. Pakistan's mastery of uranium enrichment technology under extreme constraints represents one of history's most remarkable technological achievements. 1. Centrifuge design indigenization. Beginning with limited external design information, Pakistan progressively developed indigenous centrifuge designs adapted to local manufacturing capabilities despite international restrictions on specialized materials and components. 2. Cascade configuration innovation. Pakistani scientists developed innovative cascade configurations that maximized enrichment efficiency despite technical limitations, demonstrating creativity offset resource constraints. 3. That partially materials science advancement. The program generated significant indigenous materials science capabilities, particularly regarding specialized metals and alloys essential for enrichment technology but subject to international controls. 4. Process control systems. Perhaps most impressively, Pakistan developed sophisticated process control systems for enrichment operations despite electronic component restrictions, creating precision control capabilities exceeding what its general technological base would predict. These uranium enrichment capabilities, developed despite technological embargoes specifically targeting such development, demonstrate how focused determination and organizational excellence can overcome resource limitations that conventional analysis would deem prohibitive. Metallurgical and materials capabilities. The nuclear program generated sophisticated metallurgical and materials capabilities with applications far beyond nuclear technology. 1. Specialized metals production. Pakistan developed indigenous production capabilities for specialized metals required for nuclear applications but denied through international restrictions, including high-strength steel alloys, refractory metals, and corrosion-resistant materials. 2. Precision machining techniques. The program generated precision machining capabilities vastly exceeding Pakistan's general industrial base, creating manufacturing potential applicable across multiple technological domains. 3. Materials testing and characterization. Indigenous development of sophisticated materials testing capabilities created scientific infrastructure applicable to broader technological advancement beyond nuclear applications. 4. High-performance materials design. Perhaps most significantly, Pakistan developed capabilities for designing and producing high-performance materials meeting extremely demanding specifications despite limited research resources. These metallurgical and materials capabilities created technological foundations far exceeding what Pakistan's economic development level would predict, demonstrating how focused capability development can generate broader technological advancement despite resource limitations. Electronics and control systems. Pakistan's nuclear program generated indigenous electronics and control systems capabilities despite severe international restrictions. 1. High-speed electronics. Program requirements drove development of high-speed electronics capabilities exceeding Pakistan's general technological base, with applications extending beyond nuclear technology. 2. Radiation-hardened systems. Pakistan developed indigenous capabilities for radiation-hardened electronics essential for nuclear applications but with broader implications for space and defense systems. 3. Precision instrumentation. The program generated sophisticated instrumentation capabilities for measuring extremely precise physical parameters despite limited industrial foundation. 4. Real-time control systems. Perhaps most impressively, Pakistan developed real-time control system capabilities managing complex processes with microsecond precision despite international restrictions on advanced computing technology. These electronics and control capabilities created technological foundations far exceeding Pakistan's general industrial base, demonstrating how focused development can generate broader technological advancement despite resource limitations. Computational and simulation capabilities. Despite severe computing technology restrictions, Pakistan developed sophisticated computational and simulation capabilities. 1. Physics modeling expertise. Pakistani scientists developed advanced physics modeling capabilities that partially offset limitations in physical testing through sophisticated simulation. 2. Parallel computing implementation. The program implemented innovative parallel computing approaches that achieved substantial computational capability despite restricted access to cutting-edge processor technology. 3. Specialized software development. Indigenous development of specialized scientific software created capabilities exceeding what commercial access alone would have provided given international restrictions. 4. Data analysis techniques. Perhaps most significantly, Pakistan developed sophisticated data analysis capabilities that extracted maximum information from limited experimental data through advanced statistical methods. These computational capabilities enabled scientific achievement vastly exceeding what technology access alone would have permitted, demonstrating how innovative approaches can partially overcome resource limitations through qualitative excellence. Delivery system technology. Beyond nuclear devices themselves, Pakistan developed sophisticated delivery systems that transformed theoretical nuclear capability into practical deterrence. 1. Missile design and production. Despite minimal prior missile experience, Pakistan developed the HATF series of missiles with ranges and reliability comparable to systems from nations with vastly greater aerospace industries. 2. Solid propellant technology. Indigenous development of solid propellant technology created capabilities essential for reliable missile systems despite international restrictions specifically targeting such development. 3. Guidance system innovation. Pakistan developed indigenous guidance systems meeting deterrent requirements despite severe restrictions on precision navigation technology. 4. Mobility and survivability engineering. Perhaps most impressively, Pakistan designed missile systems with sophisticated mobility features enhancing survivability against adversaries with superior reconnaissance capabilities. These delivery system capabilities transformed theoretical nuclear capability into practical deterrence despite resource limitations that conventional analysis would deem prohibitive for such sophisticated systems. Broader technological impacts. The nuclear program's technological achievements extended far beyond deterrence itself, generating broader advancement. 1. Scientific human capital development. The program created scientific and engineering capabilities far exceeding Pakistan's general educational output through specialized training and challenging technological objectives. 2. Industrial quality standards elevation. Nuclear requirements elevated precision manufacturing standards throughout supporting industries, creating broader quality improvement beyond direct program participants. 3. Project management sophistication. The program developed project management capabilities for complex technological initiatives that transferred to other sectors, enhancing Pakistan's general capacity for sophisticated development. 4. Technical problem-solving culture. Perhaps most significantly, program challenges fostered innovation culture and problem-solving approaches that enhanced Pakistan's broader technological adaptability. These broader impacts demonstrate how focused capability development in strategically critical domains can generate wider technological advancement despite resource limitations, a principle directly applicable to the proposed security architecture's approach to Muslim world technological development. Deterrence effectiveness despite economic disadvantages. The ultimate validation of Pakistan's nuclear achievement lies in its deterrence effectiveness. Despite economic disadvantages that conventional security theory would deem prohibitive for establishing credible deterrence against a much larger adversary, Pakistan's nuclear capability has successfully prevented major conventional conflict for over 2 decades, demonstrating how qualitative excellence in strategic capability development can overcome even the most extreme quantitative disadvantages. The South Asian security transformation. Pakistan's nuclear deterrent fundamentally transformed South Asian security dynamics despite the dramatic power asymmetry between Pakistan and India. 1. Conventional war prevention. Since overt nuclearization in 1998, no major conventional conflict has occurred between Pakistan and India despite multiple crises, the longest period of major war avoidance since independence. 2. Crisis stability enhancement. Nuclear deterrence has prevented crisis escalation during several confrontations that might otherwise have led to major conventional conflict, most notably during the 2001-2002 border confrontation and the 2008 post-Mumbai tensions. 3. Strategic autonomy preservation. Nuclear capability has preserved Pakistan's strategic autonomy despite growing conventional power disparity, preventing the coercive leverage India's material advantages would otherwise enable. 4. Diplomatic parity maintenance. Perhaps most significantly, nuclear deterrence has maintained essential diplomatic parity between Pakistan and India despite the growing economic disparity, preventing Pakistan's relegation to subordinate regional status. This security transformation demonstrates the strategic equalization effect of nuclear capabilities developed through qualitative excellence despite resource limitations. Pakistan's experience validates that focused capability development in strategically critical domains can generate effects vastly exceeding what resource limitations would predict. Minimum credible deterrence optimization. Pakistan has demonstrated extraordinary efficiency in establishing effective deterrence with minimal resources through the minimum credible deterrence doctrine. 1. Force sizing discipline. Pakistan has maintained remarkable discipline in force sizing, developing sufficient capability for effective deterrence without the excessive expansion that would strain limited resources. 2. Strategic effect prioritization. Pakistani nuclear doctrine focuses on maximizing strategic effect rather than numeric parity, creating deterrence effectiveness vastly exceeding what raw capability measures would predict. 3. Uncertainty utilization. Pakistan has strategically leveraged uncertainty regarding specific capabilities and red lines, creating deterrent effects exceeding what transparent capability alone would generate given resource limitations. 4. Crisis signaling sophistication. During multiple crises, Pakistan has demonstrated sophisticated escalation management and nuclear signaling that enhance deterrent effects beyond raw capability measures. This deterrence optimization demonstrates how strategic sophistication can maximize effectiveness despite resource limitations. Pakistan's experience provides powerful validation for how the proposed security architecture could generate strategic effects exceeding what the Muslim world's aggregate material resources would predict through similar optimization principles. Full-spectrum deterrence evolution. As regional security dynamics evolved, Pakistan demonstrated remarkable adaptability in deterrence posture despite continuing resource constraints. 1. Tactical nuclear option development. In response to India's cold start limited war doctrine, Pakistan developed tactical nuclear options that effectively closed the perceived gap in deterrence despite limited resources for new capabilities. 2. Naval deterrence extension, recognizing emerging maritime vulnerabilities. Pakistan extended deterrence to the naval domain through systems like the Babar cruise missile, enhancing comprehensive resource limitations. 3. Coverage despite air-delivered capability modernization. Despite aviation resource constraints, Pakistan maintained credible air-delivered nuclear capability through focused modernization of delivery platforms and weapons. 4. Second strike capability enhancement. Perhaps most impressively, Pakistan has developed increasing second strike assurance despite resource limitations that conventional analysis would deem prohibitive for such sophisticated capabilities. This deterrence evolution demonstrates Pakistan's continuing ability to adapt strategically despite resource constraints, providing ongoing validation of how qualitative excellence can systematically overcome quantitative disadvantages in the security domain. Deterrence communication effectiveness beyond physical capabilities. Pakistan has demonstrated sophisticated deterrence communication that enhances effectiveness despite resource limitations. 1. Strategic ambiguity management. Pakistan has skillfully managed strategic ambiguity regarding specific capabilities and thresholds, creating uncertainty that enhances deterrent effects beyond transparent capability. 2. Capability demonstration selectivity. Pakistani demonstrations of nuclear-relevant capabilities have shown remarkable selectivity, maximizing deterrent impact while minimizing resource expenditure and proliferation concerns. 3. Crisis communication discipline. During multiple crises, Pakistan has maintained exceptional discipline in nuclear-related communications, avoiding both excessive escalation and deterrence undermining reassurance. 4. Domestic international message calibration. Perhaps most impressively, Pakistan has effectively balanced deterrence messaging between domestic and international audiences despite the inherent tensions between these communication requirements. This communication sophistication has enhanced deterrent effects beyond what physical capabilities alone would generate, demonstrating how strategic acumen can multiply effectiveness despite resource limitations. International pressure management and strategic persistence. Perhaps the most remarkable aspect of Pakistan's nuclear achievement was its success despite intense international opposition. The ability to sustain strategic capability development while managing unprecedented diplomatic, economic, and covert pressures demonstrates political determination and organizational resilience exceeding what Pakistan's geopolitical position would predict. This achievement provides powerful validation for how focused commitment can overcome external constraints that conventional analysis would deem insurmountable. Diplomatic isolation navigation. Throughout nuclear development, Pakistan faced diplomatic challenges that would have deterred most states with similar resource limitations. 1. Sanctions regime survival. Pakistan successfully sustained nuclear development despite multiple sanctions regimes specifically targeting its program, including the Pressler Amendment and post-1998 measures that created severe economic pressures. 2. Public-private diplomacy balance. Pakistani diplomatic strategy demonstrated sophisticated balancing between public resistance and private accommodation that preserved development space despite international pressure. 3. Alternative partnership development. As Western opposition intensified, Pakistan cultivated alternative international relationships, particularly with China, that partially offset isolation effects despite limited diplomatic resources. For international forum management, despite isolation attempts, Pakistan maintained effective participation in international forums like the UN and Conference on Disarmament, preventing complete diplomatic marginalization despite limited diplomatic resources. This diplomatic navigation demonstrates strategic sophistication vastly exceeding what Pakistan's international position would predict, providing powerful validation for how the proposed architecture could similarly manage international pressures despite the Muslim world's fractured diplomatic position. Economic constraint management. Pakistan sustained nuclear development despite economic constraints that conventional analysis would deem prohibitive. 1. Resource prioritization discipline. Despite severe economic limitations, Pakistan maintained remarkable Discipline in allocating sufficient resources to nuclear development without economic collapse, balancing existential security needs against development requirements. 2. Economic sanction mitigation. Pakistani economic policy demonstrated sophisticated adaptation to sanctions regimes, developing alternative financial channels and trade relationships that preserved critical program resources despite international restrictions. 3. Dual-use efficiency maximization. The program maximized dual-use efficiency, leveraging civilian sector capabilities for strategic purposes without prohibitive dedicated infrastructure development that limited resources would have prevented. 4. Private sector engagement. Perhaps most impressively, Pakistan mobilized private sector capabilities for nuclear-relevant production despite secrecy requirements and international pressures that complicated such engagement. This economic adaptation demonstrates strategic resilience vastly exceeding what Pakistan's economic position would predict, providing powerful validation for how the proposed architecture could similarly overcome resource limitations through focused prioritization and innovative approaches. Counterintelligence excellence. Pakistan maintained program security despite intelligence operations by numerous advanced agencies specifically targeting nuclear development. 1. Operational security discipline. Despite limited counterintelligence resources compared to opposing agencies, Pakistan maintained exceptional operational security throughout nuclear development, preventing effective disruption of critical program elements. 2. Compartmentalization effectiveness. The program implemented sophisticated compartmentalization that restricted damage from inevitable security compromises despite limited security resources. 3. Deception operation integration. Pakistani security incorporated effective deception measures that complicated foreign intelligence collection despite resource disadvantages in the intelligence domain. 4. Personnel security management. Perhaps most impressively, Pakistan maintained personnel reliability throughout the program despite both external recruitment attempts and internal extremism concerns that created extraordinary security challenges. This counterintelligence effectiveness against multiple sophisticated adversaries demonstrates security capabilities vastly exceeding what Pakistan's resources would predict, providing powerful validation for how the proposed architecture could similarly protect sensitive capabilities despite resource limitations. Strategic persistence through leadership transitions. Perhaps most remarkably, Pakistan maintained nuclear development continuity through multiple leadership transitions that could have disrupted or terminated the program. 1. Civil-military continuity. Nuclear development maintained essential continuity despite multiple transitions between civilian and military leadership, demonstrating institutional commitment transcending individual leaders or government types. 2. Bureaucratic momentum establishment. Program management created sufficient bureaucratic momentum to sustain development despite leadership changes that might otherwise have shifted strategic priorities given resource limitations. 3. Bipartisan consensus maintenance. Pakistan developed remarkable bipartisan consensus regarding nuclear necessity that preserved program support despite intense political competition in other domains. For institutional knowledge preservation, despite leadership transitions and security requirements that complicated documentation, Pakistan maintained critical institutional knowledge continuity throughout development despite limited formal systems compared to established nuclear states. This strategic persistence through multiple leadership transitions demonstrates institutional resilience vastly exceeding what Pakistan's political stability would predict, providing powerful validation for how the proposed architecture could similarly maintain strategic continuity despite the political diversity across the Muslim world. Lessons for Muslim security architecture. Pakistan's nuclear achievement provides several critical insights directly applicable to the proposed Muslim security architecture. Strategic equalization principle. Pakistan's experience validates the architecture's fundamental premise regarding strategic equalization through focused capability development. 1. Capability versus capacity focus. Pakistan's success through emphasizing specific strategic capabilities rather than broad-spectrum capacity provides a model for how the architecture could develop focused deterrent effects despite resource limitations. 2. Asymmetric advantage creation. The nuclear program demonstrated how asymmetric capability development in specific domains can effectively counter adversary advantages that appear overwhelming when measured through conventional power metrics. 3. Strategic effect prioritization. Pakistan's focus on strategic effects rather than capability parity provides guidance for how the architecture could maximize effectiveness despite inevitable resource limitations compared to potential adversaries. 4. Psychological dimension leverage. The deterrence effectiveness achieved through psychological factors beyond physical capabilities demonstrates how the architecture could similarly leverage non-material dimensions for enhanced effectiveness. These principles would enable the proposed architecture to develop strategic effects vastly exceeding what the Muslim world's material resources would predict through similar focused capability development in strategically critical domains. Organizational excellence priority. Pakistan's nuclear experience validates the architecture's emphasis on organizational quality over material quantity. 1. Leadership quality impact. The decisive role of exceptional leadership at critical junctures, from Bhutto's initial vision to subsequent implementation, demonstrates how leadership excellence represents the highest leverage investment for capability development despite resource limitations. 2. Institutional design importance. Pakistan's creation of specialized institutions optimized for specific development challenges provides a model for how the architecture could develop focused organizational capabilities transcending individual member state limitations. 3. Decision process efficiency. The nuclear program's demonstration of how streamlined decision processes can partially offset resource limitations through implementation speed and adaptability offers guidance for the architecture's institutional design. 4. Security effectiveness balance. Pakistan's sophisticated balancing of security requirements against development effectiveness provides valuable lessons for how the architecture could similarly manage sensitive capabilities while maintaining operational effectiveness. These organizational approaches would enable the proposed architecture to maximize effectiveness within inevitable resource constraints, creating capabilities vastly exceeding what conventional power metrics' technological self-reliance path would predict. Pakistan's development of indigenous capabilities provides valuable guidance for the architecture's approach to technology. 1. Critical technology identification. Pakistan's success through focusing on specific technological capabilities with disproportionate strategic impact provides a model for how the architecture could prioritize development despite limited resources. 2. Innovation culture development. The nuclear program's cultivation of problem-solving approaches that overcame material limitations through creativity offers guidance for fostering similar innovation culture within the architecture. 3. Knowledge network optimization. Pakistan's effective leveraging of limited scientific personnel through optimized knowledge networks provides a model for how the architecture could maximize human capital effectiveness across the Muslim world. 4. Dual-use synergy maximization. The program's integration of civilian and strategic capabilities for mutual enhancement demonstrates how the architecture could similarly develop dual-use synergies across member states. These technological development patterns would enable the proposed architecture to develop capabilities exceeding what member states' individual resources would predict through strategic coordination and focused innovation. International pressure management. Pakistan's navigation of intense international opposition provides essential guidance for the architecture's diplomatic approach. 1. Alternative partnership development. Pakistan's cultivation of critical international relationships despite program-specific opposition demonstrates how the architecture could similarly develop supportive partnerships despite potential resistance. 2. Public-private diplomatic balance. The sophisticated balancing between public positions and private accommodations throughout nuclear development offers guidance for the architecture's diplomatic strategy. 3. Internal consensus prioritization. Pakistan's maintenance of domestic support despite international pressure highlights how internal consensus represents a critical foundation for sustaining strategic development against external opposition. 4. Compartmentalized cooperation. The nuclear program's ability to maintain specific international relationships despite broader opposition provides a model for how the architecture could similarly develop compartmentalized cooperation in sensitive domains. These diplomatic approaches would enable the proposed architecture to preserve development space despite potential international pressures, creating strategic maneuver room exceeding what the Muslim world's fractured diplomatic position would predict. Conclusion: the strategic validation for Islamic Leadership. Pakistan's nuclear achievement provides the ultimate validation for its leadership qualification within the proposed Muslim security architecture. The development of sophisticated nuclear capabilities despite overwhelming resource constraints and international opposition demonstrates precisely the qualities essential for effective security leadership in the contemporary era: strategic vision, organizational excellence, technological innovation, and diplomatic sophistication combined with unwavering determination. The comparison with India's parallel nuclear development highlights how Pakistan achieved similar strategic effects with dramatically fewer resources through superior focus, efficiency, and strategic clarity. This achievement represents perhaps history's clearest modern demonstration of how qualitative excellence can systematically overcome quantitative disadvantages when properly focused and led, the central principle underlying the proposed security architecture. Most significantly, Pakistan's nuclear experience establishes direct credibility for the security architecture's fundamental promise that Muslim nations can develop strategic capabilities vastly exceeding what their individual resources would predict through collective effort guided by proven principles. Having already demonstrated this achievement within its own national context, Pakistan offers not theoretical speculation but practical validation for the architecture's approach to Muslim world security enhancement. As the Muslim world confronts unprecedented security challenges in the 21st century, Pakistan's nuclear achievement provides both inspiration and practical guidance. Through institutionalizing the qualitative excellence demonstrated in this extraordinary accomplishment, the proposed Pakistan-led security architecture would enable the Muslim world to overcome its current fragmentation and vulnerability despite resource limitations, demonstrating once again the timeless principle that quality, guided by vision and implemented with excellence, consistently defeats mere quantity. Chapter 10. Pakistan's Intelligence. Excellence, ISI as strategic asset. In the realm of intelligence, the victories are silent, the defeats are unknown, and the true power lies in shaping reality without leaving fingerprints. The invisible dimension of strategic parity. While previous chapters have examined how Pakistan has achieved strategic parity with larger adversaries through economic development, military performance, and nuclear capabilities, this chapter explores perhaps the most sophisticated manifestation of quality defeating quantity: intelligence excellence. Pakistan's premier intelligence service, the Inter-Services Intelligence (ISI), represents one of history's most remarkable examples of how organizational effectiveness, strategic focus, and operational creativity can overcome vast resource disparities in the intelligence domain. Despite facing adversaries with intelligence budgets many times larger and technical collection capabilities orders of magnitude more sophisticated, Pakistan has developed intelligence capabilities that have not merely survived but achieved strategic impact far exceeding what its resource base would predict. From effective counterintelligence against multiple advanced services simultaneously to sophisticated influence operations across the region, from human intelligence networks of extraordinary depth to information warfare capabilities matching those of much wealthier states, Pakistan's intelligence apparatus demonstrates how qualitative excellence can systematically overcome quantitative disadvantages. This intelligence excellence provides perhaps the most compelling validation for Pakistan's leadership qualification within the proposed Muslim security architecture. Unlike military capabilities that remain largely theoretical until conflict, intelligence operations occur continuously during peacetime, providing concrete, ongoing demonstration of Pakistan's capacity to achieve strategic effects vastly exceeding what its resources would predict. The organizational sophistication, operational creativity, and strategic impact of Pakistan's intelligence apparatus establish direct credibility for the security architecture's fundamental promise that Muslim nations can develop capabilities exceeding what their individual resources would predict through collective effort guided by proven principles. Historical development of Pakistan's intelligence apparatus. Pakistan's intelligence capabilities evolved through multiple phases, each contributing essential elements to its current sophistication. This developmental history demonstrates how focused institutional learning, strategic adaptation, and organizational innovation can create intelligence effectiveness vastly exceeding what resource limitations would predict. Founding period 1947–1958 Initial foundations. Pakistan's intelligence apparatus began with minimal resources but clear strategic necessity. 1. Inherited colonial structures. Pakistan initially relied on intelligence structures inherited from British colonial administration, primarily the Intelligence Bureau (IB), focused on domestic security and minimal external intelligence capabilities. 2. Early military intelligence development. The nascent Pakistani military established basic intelligence functions essential for territorial defense, but capabilities remained limited by acute resource shortages affecting all government functions during this period. 3. Afghanistan challenge recognition. Early intelligence efforts focused particularly on the northwestern frontier with Afghanistan, where tribal dynamics and territorial claims created immediate security challenges exceeding conventional military solutions. India-focused collection imperative. The 1947–48 Kashmir War highlighted critical intelligence requirements regarding Indian capabilities and intentions, establishing collection priorities that would shape subsequent development. This founding period established minimal institutional foundations under severe resource constraints. While capabilities remained extremely limited compared to regional counterparts, this period created the strategic focus and organizational nuclei that would later enable more sophisticated development. Formative phase development 1958–1971 Institutional. Under President Ayub Khan's leadership, Pakistan's intelligence apparatus underwent critical institutional development. 1. ISI structural formalization. While established in 1948, the ISI received substantial organizational development during this period, with clearer mandate differentiation from the Intelligence Bureau and increased resources reflecting growing recognition of intelligence's strategic importance. 2. U.S. relationship leverage. Pakistan's alliance with the United States during this period provided invaluable technical assistance, training opportunities, and organizational models that accelerated capabilities development beyond what indigenous resources alone would have permitted. 3. Internal-external balance. Intelligence priorities during this period established the characteristic Pakistani balance between external collection against regional adversaries and internal security functions, creating institutional flexibility that would later prove valuable during multiple crises. For initial special operations integration, this period saw early development of intelligent special operations integration, particularly regarding tribal areas along the Afghan border, establishing operational approaches that would later expand substantially. This formative phase transformed rudimentary capabilities into more sophisticated institutional structures. While still vastly outmatched by adversaries' resources, Pakistan's intelligence apparatus developed organizational foundations that would enable subsequent effectiveness despite continuing resource constraints. Crucible of Challenge 1971–1979 Adaptation through adversity. The 1971 war and its aftermath created an existential challenge that forced rapid adaptation. 1. Failure analysis and reform. The intelligence failures preceding the 1971 war, particularly regarding East Pakistan's internal situation, prompted systematic reform efforts that enhanced capabilities despite reduced resources following Pakistan's territorial diminishment. 2. Counterintelligence prioritization. Perceived Indian intelligence penetration during the 1971 crisis drove substantial counterintelligence enhancement, developing sophisticated capabilities for operating in high-threat environments despite resource limitations. 3. Asymmetric operations expansion. Recognition that conventional inferiority against India would persist drove increased emphasis on asymmetric capabilities, particularly in Kashmir, where intelligence operations could achieve strategic effects despite resource disadvantages. 4. Afghan portfolio development. Growing Soviet influence in Afghanistan during this period prompted development of specialized intelligence capabilities regarding Afghan dynamics, creating expertise that would prove invaluable during the subsequent Soviet-Afghan War. This challenging period transformed adversity into accelerated development through systematic learning and adaptation. The existential threats facing Pakistan during this time created institutional determination that overcame resource limitations through heightened focus and innovation. Strategic expansion, 1979-1989. The Afghan Crucible. The Soviet invasion of Afghanistan created both opportunity and imperative for capability expansion. 1. US-Pakistani intelligence partnership. Collaboration with the United States and other powers opposing Soviet occupation provided unprecedented resources, training, and operational experience that dramatically accelerated Pakistani intelligence capabilities. 2. Proxy operation sophistication. Managing Mujahideen resistance against Soviet forces required developing sophisticated proxy operation capabilities that balanced multiple competing factions while maintaining strategic coherence, creating institutional expertise that far exceeded what Pakistan's previous experience would predict. 3. Technical collection enhancement. International partnerships during this period facilitated technical collection capability development previously impossible given resource constraints, particularly in signals intelligence and technical surveillance. 4. Expanded regional networks. Supporting Afghan resistance required developing human intelligence networks throughout Central Asia and the Middle East, creating regional reach vastly exceeding what Pakistan's diplomatic or economic position would suggest possible. This expansion phase transformed Pakistan's intelligence apparatus from national focus to regionally impactful. The Afghan Crucible created operational capabilities and strategic influence vastly exceeding what Pakistan's national resources would predict, demonstrating how focused development during strategic opportunity can overcome inherent limitations. Maturation and challenge adaptation under constraints, 1990-2001. The post-Soviet period brought new challenges requiring sophisticated adaptation. 1. Sanctions-era capability preservation. Following U.S. disengagement and sanctions, particularly the Pressler Amendment, Pakistan maintained core intelligence capabilities despite drastically reduced external support, demonstrating institutional resilience exceeding what resource limitations would predict. 2. Kashmir operations refinement. This period saw sophisticated refinement of intelligence operations regarding Kashmir, balancing multiple strategic objectives while managing escalation risks that could have triggered conventional conflict beyond Pakistan's resources to sustain. 3. Nuclear program security. Intelligence services played a critical role in securing Pakistan's nuclear program against multiple foreign intelligence services specifically targeting this capability, achieving counterintelligence success against adversaries with vastly greater technical resources. 4. Taliban relationship management. Pakistan developed nuanced capabilities for engaging with the emerging Taliban government in Afghanistan, balancing multiple strategic interests despite limited resources and international isolation. This maturation phase demonstrated Pakistan's capability to maintain sophisticated intelligence operations despite severe resource constraints and international pressure. The institutional resilience displayed during this challenging period validates how qualitative excellence can systematically overcome quantitative disadvantages when properly institutionalized. Contemporary evolution, 2001 present complex operating environment 0000. The post 9/11 environment created unprecedented complexity requiring sophisticated capabilities. 1. Multi-front challenge navigation. Pakistan's intelligence apparatus has managed simultaneous challenges including domestic terrorism, Afghanistan operations, India tensions, and internal security, demonstrating institutional flexibility exceeding what specialized services with greater resources often achieve. 2. Technological adaptation. Despite resource limitations, Pakistan has developed sophisticated capabilities to operate in increasingly technical intelligence environments, including cyber operations, digital surveillance, and electronic warfare. 3. Counterterrorism strategic balance. Pakistani intelligence has maintained essential balance between counterterrorism cooperation with international partners and core strategic interests, demonstrating policy sophistication exceeding what many larger services achieve. 4. Seen information warfare development. This period has substantial development of information warfare. Capabilities that achieve strategic effects disproportionate to resource investment, particularly management in contested environments. This. Regarding narrative. Contemporary phase has transformed Pakistan's intelligence apparatus into a sophisticated service operating effectively within an extraordinarily complex environment. The capability to manage multiple competing demands with limited resources validates Pakistan's intelligence excellence as a strategic asset exceeding what conventional power metrics would predict. Developmental lessons. Pakistan's intelligence development across these phases demonstrates several principles directly relevant to the proposed Muslim security architecture. 1. 2. Strategic focus prioritization. Throughout development, Pakistan maintained clear prioritization of intelligence efforts against core strategic threats rather than diffusing limited resources across all potential requirements, a discipline many larger services with greater resources have failed to maintain. Institutional learning culture. Pakistan's intelligence apparatus developed sophisticated institutional learning that converted setbacks into capability enhancements, demonstrating how qualitative organizational characteristics can partially offset resource limitations. 3. Partnership leverage subordination. Throughout various international relationships, Pakistan's intelligence leadership maintained core strategic independence while leveraging partnerships for capability enhancement, providing a model for how the proposed architecture could engage external powers without compromising fundamental interests. For asymmetric impact orientation, rather than attempting to match adversaries' capabilities comprehensively, Pakistan focused on developing specific intelligence capabilities with disproportionate strategic impact, providing guidance for how the architecture could similarly achieve maximum effect from limited resources. These developmental patterns validate core principles underlying the proposed security architecture, that focused capability development guided by strategic clarity can overcome resource limitations through qualitative excellence. Notable operational successes, declassified examples. While intelligence operations by nature remain largely classified, several declassified examples demonstrate Pakistan's achievement of operational successes vastly exceeding what its resource base would predict. These operations validate how qualitative excellence in planning, execution, and tradecraft can overcome quantitative disadvantages in the intelligence domain. Cold War intelligence coup. The U-2 program. Pakistan's management of the U-2 reconnaissance program represents an early demonstration of sophisticated intelligence partnership. 1. Strategic leverage creation. Despite enormous power disparity with the United States, Pakistan negotiated arrangements regarding the U-2 program that created substantial intelligence benefits beyond what its geopolitical position would normally enable. 2. Counterintelligence success. Pakistani security prevented Soviet penetration of the highly sensitive program despite intense KGB efforts specifically targeting operations based from Pakistani territory. 3. Information control discipline. Pakistani authorities maintained exceptional operational security regarding the program, preventing leaks despite the political sensitivity of American reconnaissance flights originating from Pakistani bases. For partnership benefit maximization, most significantly, Pakistan leveraged its role in the program to obtain significant intelligence sharing that enhanced its own capabilities far beyond what indigenous resources could develop. This early intelligence success demonstrated Pakistan's ability to convert geographic position into strategic intelligence advantage despite limited national resources, establishing patterns that would characterize subsequent operations throughout its intelligence history. The Soviet-Afghan War intelligence campaign. Pakistan's intelligence operations during the Soviet-Afghan War achieved strategic impact vastly exceeding what its resources would predict. 1. Resistance force multiplication. Pakistani intelligence transformed disparate Afghan factions into an effective resistance force that ultimately defeated a superpower, demonstrating organizational capabilities far exceeding what Pakistan's economic position would suggest possible. 2. Covert logistics scale. The ISI managed extensive covert supply operations moving enormous quantities of weapons, equipment, and support materials to resistance forces while maintaining essential deniability, a logistical achievement that many larger intelligence services would struggle to match. 3. International partnership management. Pakistani intelligence coordinated complex relationships with multiple international partners including the United States, Saudi Arabia, and China, balancing competing interests while maintaining operational effectiveness despite the inherent friction in multinational covert operations. 4. Strategic communications integration. Perhaps most impressively, Pakistan integrated sophisticated information operations that shaped international perception of the conflict, generating moral and material support vastly exceeding what Pakistan's diplomatic position alone would enable. This massive covert campaign demonstrated Pakistan's ability to conduct intelligence operations at scale and complexity comparable to superpowers despite dramatically different resource bases. The ultimate strategic outcome, Soviet withdrawal and subsequent collapse, resulted substantially from Pakistani intelligence effectiveness that overcame material limitations through qualitative excellence. Nuclear program security achievement. Pakistan's protection of its nuclear program against multiple intelligence services specifically targeting this capability represents one of history's most remarkable counterintelligence successes. 1. Multi-adversary defense. Pakistani intelligence successfully defended the nuclear program against simultaneous operations by multiple advanced intelligence services, a counterintelligence challenge that would strain even the best-resourced services globally. 2. Technical surveillance countermeasures. Despite limited technical resources, Pakistan developed sophisticated countermeasures against adversary surveillance capabilities vastly exceeding its own, demonstrating how focused defense can overcome offensive advantages through specific vulnerability understanding. 3. Penetration defense. Pakistani counterintelligence prevented effective human penetration of the nuclear program despite enormous resources dedicated to this objective by multiple adversary services, an achievement particularly remarkable given the program's size and complexity. 4. Deception operation integration. Perhaps most impressively, Pakistani intelligence conducted sophisticated deception operations that misled foreign services regarding specific program elements, demonstrating offensive counterintelligence capabilities normally associated with much larger services. This counterintelligence success against overwhelming odds demonstrates Pakistan's ability to achieve highly sophisticated intelligence outcomes despite enormous resource disparities with adversaries. The preservation of Pakistan's most critical national capability against intense intelligence targeting validates how qualitative excellence can systematically overcome quantitative disadvantages. Operation Silent Crossing. Counterterrorism success. While many details remain classified, Pakistan's takedown of Al-Qaeda's operational infrastructure following demonstrates sophisticated counterterrorism capabilities. 1. High-value target apprehension. 9/11. Pakistani intelligence captured numerous Al-Qaeda leaders including Khalid Sheikh Mohammed and other senior operatives. Achievements requiring sophisticated intelligence capabilities against an adversary specifically focused on counter-detection. 2. Technical human integration. These operations featured sophisticated integration of technical intelligence, often from international partners, with indigenous human intelligence capabilities, demonstrating collection synergies that many better-resourced services struggle to achieve. 3. Urban operation precision. Many critical captures occurred in complex urban environments requiring exceptional precision to avoid collateral impacts, operational discipline exceeding what many larger counter-terrorism forces achieve in similar environments. For international cooperation management, throughout these operations, Pakistani intelligence maintained effective cooperation with international partners while preserving core sovereign interests, balancing competing priorities with sophistication exceeding what many larger services achieve. These counterterrorism successes demonstrated Pakistan's ability to conduct intelligence operations against sophisticated non-state actors with effectiveness matching or exceeding much better-resourced services. The operational results, substantially degrading Al-Qaeda's capability to conduct external operations, provided concrete validation of Pakistani intelligence excellence despite resource limitations. Strategic deception operations. While specific details remain classified, Pakistan has demonstrated sophisticated strategic deception capabilities. 1. Nuclear program ambiguity management. Pakistani intelligence conducted complex deception operations regarding specific nuclear capabilities, creating strategic ambiguity that enhanced deterrence beyond what transparent capabilities alone would generate. 2. The military capability perception management. On multiple occasions, Pakistan has conducted sophisticated operations managing adversary perception of conventional military capabilities, achieving deterrent effects beyond what actual force posture alone would create. 3. Crisis escalation management. During several India-Pakistan crises, Pakistani intelligence conducted sophisticated operations shaping escalation dynamics, helping prevent conflict spiral beyond Pakistan's resource capacity to manage. 4. Diplomatic position enhancement. Pakistan has demonstrated capability to conduct intelligence operations that enhance its diplomatic position beyond what conventional power metrics would predict, creating negotiating leverage exceeding its material base. These strategic deception achievements demonstrate Pakistan's ability to conduct sophisticated intelligence operations generating strategic effects vastly disproportionate to resource investment. The resulting strategic benefits validate how focused intelligence capabilities can partially offset conventional power disadvantages through qualitative excellence. Operational achievement assessment. These declassified operational examples demonstrate Pakistan's ability to achieve intelligence outcomes vastly exceeding what its resource base would predict. 1. Asymmetric effectiveness. Throughout diverse operations, Pakistani intelligence has demonstrated ability to achieve effects against adversaries with vastly greater resources through focused capability application against specific vulnerabilities. 2. Quality-quantity balance. Pakistani operations have consistently emphasized qualitative excellence, particularly in human intelligence and counterintelligence, to overcome quantitative disadvantages in technical collection and processing resources. 3. Strategic tactical integration. Unlike many intelligence services that excel at either strategic or tactical operations, Pakistan has demonstrated unusual capability to integrate these levels effectively despite resource limitations. For a learning curve acceleration, perhaps most impressively, Pakistani intelligence has shown ability to rapidly develop new operational capabilities in response to emerging requirements, achieving learning curve acceleration that many larger bureaucracies cannot match despite greater resources. These operational patterns validate core principles underlying the proposed security architecture that focused capability development guided by strategic clarity can achieve. Effectiveness vastly exceeding what resource limitations would predict through qualitative excellence. Regional influence capabilities. Beyond specific operations, Pakistan's intelligence apparatus has demonstrated sophisticated capabilities for exercising regional influence vastly exceeding what its economic and diplomatic position would predict. These influence capabilities provide perhaps the clearest demonstration of how qualitative excellence in intelligence can overcome quantitative national power disadvantages. Afghanistan Influence Framework. Pakistan has developed unusually sophisticated capabilities regarding Afghanistan. 1. Multi-level network development. Pakistani intelligence has established influence networks spanning multiple levels of Afghan society, from government officials to tribal leaders, from business networks to religious institutions, creating comprehensive influence capabilities exceeding what most regional powers achieve despite greater resources. 2. Durability through regime changes. Most impressively, Pakistani influence capabilities have demonstrated remarkable resilience through multiple Afghan regime changes, maintaining essential continuity despite dramatic political shifts that have defeated many other countries' influence efforts. 3. Competitive effectiveness against superior resources. Pakistani influence capabilities have frequently proven more effective than those of powers with vastly greater resources, including both Russia and the United States at different periods, demonstrating how qualitative advantages in cultural understanding and relationship management can overcome resource limitations. 4. Asymmetric leverage identification. Pakistani intelligence has consistently identified specific leverage points generating disproportionate influence effects, achieving strategic outcomes despite resource investments orders of magnitude smaller than competing powers. These Afghanistan influence capabilities demonstrate Pakistan's sophisticated understanding of how targeted intelligence operations can generate strategic effects vastly exceeding what conventional power projection would achieve, providing a model for how the proposed architecture could similarly develop focused capabilities with disproportionate impact. Kashmir Operations Sophistication. Pakistan's Kashmir-related intelligence capabilities demonstrate sophisticated balance between multiple competing objectives. 1. Deniability effectiveness balance. Pakistan has developed unusual capability to balance deniability requirements against operational effectiveness, managing escalation risks while maintaining influence capabilities despite intense counterintelligence pressure. 2. Narrative management integration. Intelligence operations regarding Kashmir feature sophisticated integration with information operations that shape international perception, achieving narrative effects that partially offset India's vastly greater conventional diplomatic resources. 3. Sustainment despite constraint. Perhaps most impressively, Pakistan has maintained essential Kashmir influence capabilities despite varying international pressure and resource limitations, demonstrating institutional resilience that many larger services struggle to achieve when facing similar constraints. 4. Cross-domain coordination. Kashmir operations feature sophisticated coordination between intelligence collection, influence operations, diplomatic initiatives, and military contingency planning, creating synergies that generate effects exceeding the sum of individual components. These Kashmir capabilities demonstrate Pakistan's ability to conduct sophisticated intelligence operations balancing multiple competing objectives despite resource constraints and intense counterintelligence pressure, providing validation for how focused capabilities can achieve strategic effects despite conventional power disadvantages. Central Asian Engagement Network. Pakistan has developed effective intelligence capabilities regarding Central Asia despite resource limitations. 1. Post-Soviet capability development. Following the Soviet collapse, Pakistani intelligence rapidly developed influence capabilities throughout newly independent Central Asian states, demonstrating institutional agility that many larger services with greater resources could not match during this transition period. 2. Relationship diversification. Pakistani intelligence established productive relationships across Central Asia's complex political landscape, balancing engagement with both government entities and opposition movements to maintain influence regardless of political developments. 3. Energy security integration. Intelligence operations regarding Central Asia demonstrate sophisticated integration between energy, religious, cultural interests, security connections, creating concerns, and multidimensional engagement exceeding what Pakistan's economic position alone would enable. 4. Great power competition navigation. Perhaps most impressively, Pakistan has maintained effective Central Asian intelligence capabilities despite operating in an environment where Russia, China, and the United States simultaneously compete for influence with vastly greater resources. These Central Asian capabilities demonstrate Pakistan's ability to develop effective regional intelligence networks despite resource limitations and great power competition, providing a model for how targeted capabilities can generate strategic influence exceeding what conventional power metrics would predict. Middle Eastern network development. Despite geographic separation and resource limitations, Pakistan has developed sophisticated intelligence capabilities regarding the Middle East. 1. Relationship Balancing Act. Pakistani intelligence has achieved the remarkable feat of maintaining productive relationships with competing Middle Eastern powers including Saudi Arabia, Iran, and various Gulf states, demonstrating diplomatic sophistication exceeding what many larger powers achieve in this complex environment. 2. Military intelligence integration. Pakistan's placement of military personnel throughout the Middle East, particularly in training and advisory roles, has created intelligence networks with unusual access and influence, leveraging limited resources for maximum strategic effect. 3. Religious security connection. Pakistani intelligence has effectively utilized religious connections to establish influence channels throughout the region, converting cultural relationships into practical intelligence capabilities with minimal resource requirements. 4. Crisis navigation capability. During multiple regional crises, Pakistani intelligence has demonstrated sophisticated capability to protect core interests while avoiding entanglement beyond resource capacity, a strategic discipline that many wealthier powers have failed to maintain in the Middle East. These Middle Eastern capabilities demonstrate Pakistan's ability to establish effective intelligence networks despite geographic challenges and resource limitations, providing validation for how focused capability development can generate strategic influence exceeding what national power position would predict. Regional influence assessment. Pakistan's regional influence capabilities across these diverse environments demonstrate several principles directly relevant to the proposed security architecture. 1. Understanding over resources. In each region, Pakistani intelligence effectiveness stems more from sophisticated understanding of local dynamics than from resource-intensive collection or operations, validating how qualitative factors can overcome quantitative disadvantages. 2. Relationship quality prioritization. Pakistani influence operations consistently emphasize relationship quality over quantity, developing fewer but deeper connections that generate greater strategic value than the more expansive but shallower networks larger powers often establish. 3. Cultural operational integration. Pakistan's regional operations demonstrate unusual integration between cultural understanding and operational execution, creating effectiveness that technically superior but culturally limited operations by wealthier services cannot match. 4. Strategic patience application. Perhaps most significantly, Pakistani regional influence operations demonstrate exceptional strategic patience, accepting longer timelines that enable deeper impact with limited resources. Compared to the rapid but often superficial results wealthier services frequently pursue. These regional influence patterns validate core principles underlying the proposed security architecture, that focused capability development guided by deeper understanding can achieve influence vastly exceeding what resource limitations would predict through qualitative excellence. Information warfare and psychological operations. Expertise. In the increasingly critical domain of information operations, Pakistan has developed sophisticated capabilities that achieve strategic effects vastly disproportionate to resource investment. These capabilities demonstrate how focused development in this domain can partially offset conventional power disadvantages through qualitative excellence. Strategic communications architecture. Pakistan has developed an effective strategic communications capability despite resource limitations. 1. Narrative coordination framework. Pakistani information operations demonstrate unusual coordination between diplomatic messaging, media engagement, social media presence, and covert influence, creating narrative coherence that many wealthier but less coordinated adversaries struggle to match. 2. Crisis communication agility. During multiple crises, Pakistani information operations have demonstrated remarkable agility in responding to rapidly evolving situations, frequently outpacing much better resourced adversary communications despite technical disadvantages. 3. Audience segmentation sophistication. Pakistani messaging demonstrates unusually sophisticated audience segmentation, tailoring communications for international, regional, and domestic audiences with nuances that maximize effectiveness across these diverse requirements. 4. Resource effect optimization. Perhaps most impressively, Pakistani information operations achieve substantial strategic effects with minimal resource investment, focusing limited capabilities on specific, high-leverage narrative elements rather than attempting comprehensive information dominance impossible with available resources. This strategic communications architecture demonstrates Pakistan's ability to develop information capabilities generating effects vastly exceeding what its technological position and media resources would. Perception management operations. Pakistan has developed sophisticated capabilities for managing adversary perception. 1. Capability ambiguity management. Pakistani information operations regarding military and intelligence capabilities demonstrate sophisticated ambiguity management, creating uncertainty that enhances deterrence beyond what transparent capabilities alone would generate. 2. Attribution threshold manipulation. Information operations frequently operate precisely at attribution thresholds, maintaining sufficient deniability while ensuring messages reach intended audiences, a balance many larger services struggle to maintain effectively. 3. Real virtual integration. Pakistani operations demonstrate increasingly sophisticated integration between physical activities and information effects, creating mutually reinforcing outcomes that amplify impact beyond what either component alone would achieve. 4. Cognitive effect targeting, rather than focusing on message volume metrics that favor resource-rich adversaries. Pakistani information operations target specific cognitive effects, achieving strategic impact through precision rather than scale. These perception management capabilities demonstrate Pakistan's understanding of how focused information operations can generate strategic effects vastly exceeding resource investment, providing validation for how the proposed architecture could develop similar capabilities despite limitations. Electronic warfare integration. Pakistan has developed increasingly sophisticated electronic warfare capabilities integrated with broader information operations. 1. Asymmetric electronic countermeasures. Despite technological disadvantages against more advanced adversaries, Pakistan has developed effective electronic countermeasures specifically targeting adversary systems' known vulnerabilities, achieving defensive effects vastly exceeding what symmetric capability development would produce with available resources. 2. Communication security evolution. Pakistani forces have demonstrated increasingly sophisticated communication security capabilities that partially neutralize adversaries' technical collection advantages, preserving operational security despite facing surveillance systems orders of magnitude more advanced than indigenous capabilities. 3. GPS denial operations. Pakistani electronic warfare units have developed specific capabilities for GPS signal disruption in border regions, creating tactical advantages against technology-dependent adversary forces despite overall technical disadvantages. 4. Electronic physical integration. Perhaps most impressively, Pakistani operations increasingly demonstrate sophisticated integration between electronic warfare and physical operations, creating synergistic effects that magnify impact beyond what either component alone would achieve. These electronic warfare capabilities demonstrate Pakistan's ability to develop specific technical capabilities targeting adversary vulnerabilities despite overall resource disadvantages, providing a model for how focused development can achieve effectiveness exceeding what general technological position would predict. Defensive counterintelligence operations information. Pakistan has developed sophisticated capabilities countering adversary information operations. 1. Disinformation recognition training. Pakistani security services have implemented increasingly sophisticated training enabling key personnel to recognize and counter foreign disinformation, creating defensive capabilities that partially offset adversaries' vastly greater resources for generating such content. 2. Narrative resilience development. Information defense operations have systematically developed greater narrative resilience within key audiences, establishing resistance to adversary messaging that reduces effectiveness despite adversary superior technical distribution capabilities. 3. Rapid response mechanisms. Pakistani services have developed increasingly effective rapid response capabilities that counter adversary narratives before they solidify, demonstrating institutional agility exceeding what many larger but more bureaucratic services achieve. For selective exposure limitation, rather than attempting comprehensive and impossible information control, Pakistani defensive operations focus on limiting exposure among specifically vulnerable audiences, concentrating limited resources for maximum protective effect. These defensive capabilities demonstrate Pakistan's understanding of how targeted information defense can effectively counter adversary operations despite resource disadvantages, providing validation for how focused capability development can overcome conventional power disparities through qualitative excellence. Information warfare assessment. Pakistan's information warfare capabilities across these diverse domains demonstrate several principles directly relevant to the proposed security architecture. 1. Asymmetric focus effectiveness. Rather than attempting to match adversaries' capabilities comprehensively, Pakistani information operations focus on specific vulnerabilities where limited resources can generate disproportionate effects, a discipline many wealthier services fail to maintain. 2. Integration over technology. Pakistani operations emphasize organizational integration over technological sophistication, creating effectiveness through coordination that partially offsets technical limitations. 3. Cultural technical balance. Information operations maintain essential balance between cultural understanding and technical capability, avoiding both the technical fetishism that afflicts some wealthy services and the technical neglect that limit some culturally sophisticated but resource-constrained services. 4. Strategic tactical coherence. Perhaps most significantly, Pakistani information operations maintain unusual coherence between strategic narratives and tactical execution, creating reinforcing effects across all operational levels despite the coordination challenges such alignment typically presents. These information warfare patterns validate core principles underlying the proposed security architecture, that focused capability development guided by clear strategic understanding can achieve effectiveness vastly exceeding what resource limitations would predict through qualitative excellence. Comparison with larger nations' intelligence agencies. The ultimate validation of Pakistan's intelligence excellence comes from direct comparison with larger nation services. Despite enormous resource disparities, the ISI has achieved operational effectiveness comparable to or exceeding much wealthier intelligence agencies in several critical domains, demonstrating how qualitative excellence can systematically overcome quantitative disadvantages. Resource comparison context. The resource disparities between Pakistan's intelligence apparatus and major power services are extraordinary. 1. Budget differential scale. The ISI operates with a budget estimated at less than 5% of America's CIA or India's research and analysis wing, RAW, creating resource limitations that conventional analysis would deem prohibitive for comparable effectiveness. 2. Technical collection disparity. Major power intelligence services operate technical collection capabilities, particularly in signals intelligence, satellite reconnaissance, and cyber operations, orders of magnitude beyond Pakistan's indigenous technical resources. 3. Analytical processing differential. Larger services employ thousands of specialized analysts with advanced technical support, while Pakistani services operate with analyst cohorts orders of magnitude smaller and with more limited technical support. For global presence asymmetry, major power intelligence services maintain global station networks with hundreds of overseas locations, while Pakistani services operate with dramatically more limited foreign presence focused primarily on regional requirements. These resource disparities would theoretically create insurmountable Pakistani disadvantages according to conventional intelligence capability metrics. The fact that Pakistani intelligence nevertheless achieves comparable or superior effectiveness in several domains provides compelling validation for how qualitative excellence can overcome quantitative disadvantages. Human intelligence comparative advantage. Despite resource limitations, Pakistan demonstrates human intelligence capabilities comparable to or exceeding much wealthier services in several contexts. 1. Regional penetration depth. Within its priority regions, particularly Afghanistan and parts of India, Pakistani human intelligence networks demonstrate depth and reliability comparable to or exceeding what much wealthier services achieve despite vastly greater resources. 2. Cultural understanding application. Pakistani operations consistently demonstrate superior cultural understanding that generates human intelligence effectiveness exceeding what technically superior but culturally limited operations by wealthier services frequently achieve. 3. Source loyalty development. Pakistani intelligence demonstrates exceptional capability to develop deep source loyalty, creating human networks with resilience and longevity that many wealthier services struggle to match despite greater material incentives. 4. Operational security discipline, despite facing technical surveillance capabilities orders of magnitude beyond. Indigenous countermeasures, Pakistani human intelligence. Operations maintain operational security discipline that preserves effectiveness in highly contested environments. These human intelligence capabilities demonstrate Pakistan's ability to achieve effectiveness comparable to much wealthier services through qualitative excellence, providing validation for how the proposed architecture could similarly develop focused capabilities exceeding what resource limitations would predict. Counterintelligence comparative effectiveness. Pakistan has demonstrated counterintelligence capabilities exceeding what its resources would predict when compared with larger services. 1. Multi-adversary defense success. Pakistani counterintelligence successfully operates against multiple sophisticated services simultaneously, a challenge that strains even the best-resourced counterintelligence organizations globally. 2. Technical surveillance countermeasures creativity. Despite limited technical resources, Pakistan has developed effective countermeasures against adversary surveillance capabilities vastly exceeding its own, demonstrating how creative approaches disadvantages. 3. Can partially offset technical penetration detection effectiveness. Pakistani counterintelligence has demonstrated repeated success identifying foreign penetration attempts, achieving defensive outcomes comparable to services with counterintelligence resources orders of magnitude greater. 4. Deception operation sophistication. Perhaps most impressively, Pakistani counterintelligence has conducted sophisticated deception operations that have successfully misled much better-resourced adversary services, demonstrating offensive counterintelligence capabilities normally associated with only the most advanced services. These counterintelligence achievements demonstrate Pakistan's ability to defend against vastly better-resourced adversaries through qualitative excellence, providing compelling validation for how focused capability development can overcome conventional resource disparities. Covert action comparative capability. In the domain of covert action, Pakistan has demonstrated capabilities comparable to much larger services within its priority regions. 1. Proxy force effectiveness. Pakistani intelligence has demonstrated exceptional capability developing and managing proxy forces, achieving strategic effects comparable to or exceeding what superpower services have accomplished with vastly greater resources in similar environments. 2. Deniability maintenance. Pakistani covert operations have maintained effective deniability despite intense scrutiny, preserving essential operational characteristics despite facing technical attribution capabilities far beyond indigenous concealment resources. 3. Sustainability through constraints. Most impressively, Pakistani covert action capabilities have demonstrated remarkable sustainability despite varying resource constraints and international pressure. Institutional resilience exceeding what many wealthier services maintain when facing similar limitations. 4. Political paramilitary integration. Pakistani operations demonstrate sophisticated integration between political and paramilitary dimensions, creating synergistic effects that many services with greater but more compartmented resources struggle to achieve. These covert action capabilities demonstrate Pakistan's ability to conduct sophisticated operations generating strategic effects comparable to much wealthier services, providing validation for how focused capability development can overcome resource limitations through qualitative excellence. Organizational agility comparison. Perhaps most significantly, Pakistani intelligence demonstrates organizational agility exceeding many larger services despite fewer resources. 1. Adaptation speed. Pakistani intelligence has repeatedly demonstrated faster adaptation to changing operational environments than many wealthier services with greater analytical and technological resources, converting emerging challenges into new capabilities with remarkable institutional speed. 2. Crisis response effectiveness. During multiple regional crises, Pakistani intelligence has demonstrated crisis response capabilities comparable to much larger services despite limited dedicated crisis infrastructure, achieving operational agility through organizational culture that technology alone cannot create. 3. Learning cycle efficiency. Pakistani services demonstrate unusually efficient institutional learning that rapidly incorporates operational lessons into modified approaches, achieving capability evolution rates that many larger but more bureaucratically constrained services struggle to match. 4. Resource reallocation decisiveness. Perhaps most impressively, Pakistani intelligence demonstrates greater decisiveness in resource reallocation when facing changing priorities, achieving strategic responsiveness that many wealthier services with greater absolute resources but more bureaucratic decision processes cannot match. This organizational agility demonstrates Pakistan's understanding of how institutional quality can overcome resource limitations through qualitative excellence, providing a model for how the proposed architecture could similarly develop organizational characteristics that partially offset resource constraints. Comparative assessment. This comparison with larger nations' intelligence agencies validates Pakistan's achievement of effectiveness vastly exceeding what its resources would predict. 1. Domain specialization wisdom. Rather than attempting to match larger services across all intelligence domains, Pakistan has wisely specialized in areas where qualitative excellence can most effectively overcome quantitative disadvantages, particularly human intelligence, counterintelligence, and regional covert action. 2. Focus versus comprehensiveness. Pakistani intelligence demonstrates superior strategic focus compared to many larger services attempting more comprehensive but less cohesive global operations, converting apparent limitation into advantage through clarity of purpose. 3. Human quality emphasis. Throughout comparative domains, Pakistani effectiveness stems more from human factor. Quality, selection, training, leadership, and motivation than from technical sophistication, validating the prioritization of personnel excellence over material resources. 4. Understanding over technology. Perhaps most significantly, Pakistani intelligence effectiveness consistently stems from superior understanding of operating environments rather than technical collection dominance, demonstrating how intellectual and cultural factors can partially offset material limitations. These comparative patterns validate core principles underlying the proposed security architecture, that focused capability development guided by strategic clarity can achieve effectiveness vastly exceeding what resource limitations would predict through qualitative excellence. Lessons for Muslim security architecture. Pakistan's intelligence excellence provides several critical insights directly applicable to the proposed Muslim security architecture. Asymmetric capability development model. Pakistan's experience provides a sophisticated model for developing asymmetric intelligence capabilities despite resource constraints. 1. Vulnerability-focused collection. Rather than attempting comprehensive intelligence coverage impossible with limited resources, the architecture should emulate Pakistan's focus on specific adversary vulnerabilities where targeted collection can generate disproportionate strategic effects. 2. Domain prioritization discipline. Following Pakistan's example, the architecture should maintain strict discipline regarding intelligence domain prioritization, developing excellence in specific areas, particularly human intelligence, where qualitative advantages can most effectively overcome quantitative disadvantages. 3. Effect resource optimization. Pakistani intelligence demonstrates sophisticated balancing between desired effects and available resources, a discipline the architecture should similarly maintain to avoid capability requirement mismatches that frequently undermine intelligence effectiveness. 4. Complementary capability development. Perhaps most significantly, the architecture should apply Pakistan's approach to developing complementary capabilities across member services, creating collective effectiveness exceeding what uncoordinated individual development could achieve regardless of combined resources. This asymmetric development model would enable the proposed architecture to generate intelligence effectiveness vastly exceeding what the Muslim world's combined resources would predict through focused capability development guided by clear strategic priorities. Human Intelligence Excellence Framework. Pakistan's human intelligence capabilities provide specific guidance for the architecture's human development. 1. Cultural foundation prioritization. Following Pakistan's example, the architecture should prioritize cultural understanding as the essential foundation for human intelligence effectiveness. leveraging the Muslim world's inherent advantages in this domain compared to Western services. 2. Source relationship quality. Pakistani human intelligence emphasizes relationship quality over quantity, a principle the architecture should similarly apply to develop fewer but deeper sources rather than the extensive but shallower networks wealthier services often maintain. 3. Long-term development perspective. Pakistan's human intelligence success stems partly from patient, long-term source development, an approach the architecture should emulate despite the slower initial results compared to more transactional but less reliable recruitment methods. For officer selection primacy, perhaps most importantly, the architecture should apply Pakistan's understanding that human intelligence officer quality represents the decisive factor in operational success, prioritizing selection and training excellence over technical collection methods that favor resource-rich services. This human intelligence framework would enable the proposed architecture to develop human capabilities exceeding what combined member resources would predict through qualitative excellence in precisely the intelligence domain where qualitative factors most decisively overcome quantitative disadvantages. Counterintelligence integration model. Pakistan's counterintelligence effectiveness provides essential guidance for the architecture's defensive capabilities. 1. Resource threat balancing. Following Pakistan's example, the architecture should implement sophisticated prioritization of counterintelligence resources against specific high-impact threats rather than attempting comprehensive security impossible with available resources. 2. Offensive-defensive integration. Pakistani counterintelligence demonstrates effective integration between defensive protection and offensive operations, a capability the architecture should similarly develop to maximize effectiveness despite resource constraints. 3. Technical human balance. Pakistan's counterintelligence success stems from appropriate balancing between technical countermeasures and human security measures, a principle the architecture should apply to avoid either over-reliance on technology or its complete neglect. For a knowledge-sharing discipline, perhaps most significantly, the architecture should implement Pakistan's sophisticated balancing between counterintelligence information sharing that enhances collective security and compartmentation that preserves essential operational security. This counterintelligence model would enable the proposed architecture to develop defensive capabilities exceeding what member resources would predict through qualitative excellence that partially offsets adversaries' technical advantages. Information warfare development path. Pakistan's information operations capabilities provide valuable guidance for the architecture's approach in this increasingly critical domain. 1. Narrative versus volume. Following Pakistan's example, the architecture should prioritize narrative coherence over content volume, focusing limited resources on specific, high-impact messaging rather than attempting comprehensive information dominance impossible with available capabilities. 2. Physical information integration. Pakistani effectiveness stems partly from sophisticated integration between physical activities and information operations, a synergy the architecture should similarly develop to maximize impact despite resource constraints. 3. Defensive-offensive balance. Pakistan maintains effective balance between offensive information operations and defensive countermeasures, an equilibrium the architecture should similarly establish to avoid either excessive vulnerability or opportunity cost from purely defensive focus. For cultural authenticity leverage, perhaps most importantly, the architecture should apply Pakistan's understanding that cultural authenticity represents a strategic advantage in information operations, leveraging the Muslim world's inherent credibility within key audiences compared to external powers. This information warfare development path would enable the proposed architecture to generate effects vastly exceeding what member resources would predict through qualitative excellence in an increasingly critical security domain where understanding and authenticity can partially offset technical resource limitations. Conclusion: the intelligence foundation for Islamic security leadership. Pakistan's intelligence excellence provides perhaps the most compelling validation for its leadership qualification within the proposed Muslim security architecture. The development of intelligence capabilities that achieve strategic effects comparable to much wealthier services demonstrates precisely the qualities essential for effective security leadership in the contemporary era: strategic focus, organizational excellence, operational creativity, and human capital quality combined with unwavering determination. The comparison with larger nations' intelligence agencies highlights how Pakistan has achieved effectiveness vastly exceeding what its resources would predict through domain specialization, strategic clarity, human factor emphasis, and superior environmental understanding. This achievement represents perhaps the clearest modern demonstration of how qualitative excellence can systematically overcome quantitative disadvantages when properly focused and led, the central principle underlying the proposed security architecture. Most significantly, Pakistan's intelligence experience establishes direct credibility for the security architecture's fundamental promise that Muslim nations can develop capabilities exceeding what their individual resources would predict through collective effort guided by proven principles. Having already demonstrated this achievement within the intelligence domain, Pakistan offers not theoretical speculation but practical validation for the architecture's approach to Muslim world security enhancement. As the Muslim world confronts unprecedented security challenges in the 21st century, Pakistan's intelligence excellence provides both inspiration and practical guidance. Through institutionalizing the qualitative excellence demonstrated by the ISI, the proposed Pakistan-led security architecture would enable the Muslim world to overcome its current fragmentation and vulnerability despite resource limitations, demonstrating once again the timeless principle that quality, guided by vision and implemented with excellence, consistently defeats mere quantity. Chapter 11, The May 2025 Crisis, Exposing the Myth of Indian Supremacy. Plans are worthless, but planning is everything. Dwight D. Eisenhower. The Unexpected Crucible. While previous chapters have examined historical examples of Pakistan's achievement of strategic parity despite resource constraints, the events of May 2025 provided the most recent, and perhaps most compelling, demonstration of how quality can systematically defeat quantity when properly focused and led. What began as India's attempt to establish conventional military dominance through Operation Sindoor instead revealed the fundamental misconceptions underlying assumptions of Indian supremacy. Pakistan's measured yet effective response through Operation Bunyan Mahsoos, Unbreakable Wall, demonstrated technological sophistication, operational excellence, and strategic restraint that exposed the limitations of conventional power metrics in predicting actual military effectiveness. The May 2025 crisis merits careful analysis not merely as a recent historical event but as a case study that validates the central premise of this book, that qualitative factors, leadership excellence, technological innovation, organizational effectiveness, and strategic clarity can systematically overcome quantitative disadvantages when properly institutionalized and led. The crisis provides contemporary validation for the security architecture proposed in this book, demonstrating how the same principles that have enabled Pakistan to maintain strategic parity with a much larger adversary could enable the broader Muslim world to address its security challenges despite conventional power disparities. Most significantly, the crisis revealed fundamental shifts in regional power dynamics that conventional analysis had failed to recognize. The surprising resilience of the China-Pakistan ironclad axis under pressure, Pakistan's effective management of economic warfare dimensions, and the technological sophistication demonstrated in multi-domain operations collectively exposed the limitations of traditional power metrics that had led many analysts to assume growing Indian dominance. The resulting strategic lessons provide critical guidance for the Muslim world security architecture proposed in this book, offering contemporary validation for approaches grounded in the same qualitative excellence principles that enabled Pakistan's successful crisis management. Operation Sindoor and India's strategic miscalculation. India's initiation of Operation Sindoor on May 3, 2025, stemmed from fundamental strategic miscalculations regarding both Pakistani capabilities and likely international reactions. The operation's planning and execution reveal critical assumptions that prove dangerously inaccurate when confronted with reality, providing valuable validation for this book's emphasis on quality factors that conventional power metrics frequently overlook. Operational conception and objectives. Operation Sindoor represented the implementation of India's Cold Start Doctrine in modified form. 1. Limited territorial objective. The operation aimed to seize approximately 58 kilometers of Pakistani territory along select segments of the international border in Punjab and Sindh, creating new facts on the ground, while theoretically remaining below Pakistan's nuclear threshold. 2. Speed-based execution. The operational concept relied on rapid execution, under 72 hours, to present Pakistan and the international community with a fait accompli before effective diplomatic or military responses could be mounted. 3. Capability demonstration intent. Beyond territorial gains, the operation sought to demonstrate India's conventional military superiority, particularly regarding recently acquired platforms from diverse international suppliers including Russia, France, Israel, and the United States. 4. Calculated escalation management. Indian planners believed they had identified a sweet spot for limited military action that would exceed Pakistan's conventional response capability while remaining below nuclear response thresholds. The operation's conception reflected growing Indian confidence in conventional military advantages that quantitative metrics suggested had become decisive. The substantial disparities in defense spending. India's approximately $86 billion versus Pakistan's approximately $10 billion, active military personnel, 1.5 million versus 654,000, and major platforms, particularly in air and naval domains, led Indian planners to conclude that Pakistan's response options would be severely constrained. The critical intelligence failure. Operation Sindoor's foundational miscalculation stemmed from profound intelligence failures regarding Pakistani capabilities. 1. Capability assessment errors. Indian intelligence dramatically underestimated Pakistan's technological advancements in critical domains including electronic warfare, unmanned systems, precision weapons, and air defense, focusing excessively on visible platforms while missing less observable capability development. 2. Response willingness misjudgment. Indian planners fundamentally misunderstood Pakistan's response doctrine, particularly regarding proportionate conventional options developed specifically to counter limited incursions without triggering nuclear thresholds. 3. Readiness miscalculation. Indian intelligence failed to detect Pakistan's enhanced readiness posture established following increased border tensions in March-April 2025, mistaking tactical restraint for operational unpreparedness. 4. China factor underestimation. Perhaps most significantly, Indian analysis dramatically underestimated the depth and responsiveness of the China-Pakistan ironclad axis, expecting minimal Chinese involvement beyond diplomatic statements during a limited border confrontation. These intelligence failures created fatal flaws in operational planning, establishing expectations regarding Pakistani responses that proved dramatically inaccurate when confronted with reality. The resulting strategic surprise highlights the danger of relying on quantitative metrics that capture visible capabilities while missing critical qualitative factors including technological innovation, doctrinal adaptation, and alliance depth. Initial operational execution. Operation Sindoor began at 0300 hours on May 3, 2025, with multi-domain actions across the international border. 1. Electronic warfare opening. The operation commenced with extensive electronic warfare actions targeting Pakistani communication networks, radar systems, and command infrastructure, seeking to create confusion and degraded situational awareness during the critical initial hours. 2. Precision strike component. Approximately 80,100 precision munitions struck Pakistani border outposts, selected air defense nodes, and communication hubs, primarily employing air-launched standoff weapons including BrahMos cruise missiles and Spice 2000 guided munitions. 3. Ground Force Advance. 8 brigade-sized battle groups of India's 21st Strike Corps and 2nd Armored Division initiated rapid advances across pre-selected sectors of the international border, seeking to establish 58-kilometer penetration before Pakistani forces could mount coordinated defense. For air superiority operations, the Indian Air Force deployed approximately 6,075 combat aircraft including Su-30 Mki, Rafale, and Tejas platforms in support operations seeking to establish local air superiority while suppressing Pakistani air defenses in the operation zone. This initial execution appeared to proceed largely according to plan, with Indian forces achieving tactical surprise and establishing several bridgeheads across the international border. The apparent success during the operation's first 68 hours reinforced Indian confidence in the fundamental planning assumptions regarding Pakistani capabilities and likely responses. The miscalculation revealed by approximately 1,200 hours on May 3, the fundamental miscalculations underlying Operation Sindoor became apparent as Pakistani forces initiated coordinated responses that Indian planning had deemed beyond capability. 1. Intact command structure emergence. Despite extensive electronic warfare and precision strikes, Pakistan's command and control network demonstrated remarkable resilience through sophisticated redundancy and hardening measures that Indian intelligence had failed to identify. 2. Multi-domain response integration. Pakistani defensive operations revealed unexpected integration across domains, with particularly sophisticated coordination between air defense, counter-electronic warfare, and ground force maneuver that exceeded Indian expectations. 3. Technological surprise emergence. Pakistani forces employed several capabilities that Indian intelligence had either missed entirely or dramatically underestimated, particularly regarding electronic countermeasures, anti-armor systems, and unmanned platforms. 4. Readiness level reality. Most significantly, Pakistani forces demonstrated readiness levels far exceeding Indian estimates, with prepositioned units and supplies enabling rapid defensive operations that disrupted Indian timetables requiring swift territorial consolidation. By mid-afternoon on the operation's first day, Indian commanders faced the uncomfortable reality that Pakistani defensive capabilities substantially exceeded intelligence estimates, with particularly effective counteractions against electronic warfare systems and precision strike platforms that Indian planning had considered decisive advantages. The resulting operational adjustments created delays that undermined the operation's fundamental speed-based concept, exposing advancing Indian units to increasingly coordinated Pakistani defensive fires. Strategic failure recognition. By May 4, approximately 30 hours into the operation, senior Indian leadership recognized that Operation Sindoor faced fundamental challenges requiring significant reassessment. 1. Territorial objective stagnation. Against expectations, Indian ground forces had achieved penetration averaging only 23 kilometers rather than the planned 58 kilometers, with several advancing units effectively halted by unexpectedly sophisticated Pakistani defensive operations. 2. Unsustainable attrition emergence. Indian forces experienced platform and personnel losses exceeding planning estimates by approximately 300%, particularly regarding armored vehicles, electronic warfare systems, and precision munition carriers. 3. International reaction miscalculation. Rather than the anticipated muted international response, the operation triggered unexpectedly strong reactions from multiple powers, with China's particularly forceful position creating unanticipated diplomatic pressure. 4. Escalation dynamic concerns. Most worryingly for Indian leadership, intelligence assessments indicated Pakistani preparations for proportionate conventional response operations rather than the anticipated defensive focus, creating escalation risks beyond initial planning parameters. These realities forced recognition that Operation Sindoor had failed to achieve its strategic objectives despite tactical gains. The operation's fundamental conception, that India's quantitative advantages had become sufficiently decisive to enable limited territorial seizure below Pakistan's response threshold, was exposed as dangerously flawed when confronted with Pakistan's qualitative capabilities and alliance relationships. The strategic miscalculation assessment. Operation Sindoor's failure stemmed from several interconnected strategic miscalculations that collectively highlight the dangers of over-reliance on quantitative metrics when assessing military effectiveness. 1. Visible-invisible capability balance. Indian assessment focused excessively on visible platforms and systems where quantitative advantage was clear, while missing less observable but equally important capabilities, including electronic warfare resilience, command system redundancy, and unmanned systems. 2. Static dynamic analysis error. Intelligence assessments employed relatively static analysis of force ratios and capability metrics, failing to capture Pakistan's dynamic adaptation through doctrinal innovation and asymmetric capability development specifically designed to counter Indian quantitative advantages. 3. Technical human factor imbalance. Indian planning overemphasized technical system advantages while underestimating human factors including Pakistani forces' motivation, training quality, and leadership effectiveness that partially offset material disadvantages. 4. National alliance capability confusion. Perhaps most fundamentally, Indian assessment focused narrowly on bilateral capability comparison while insufficiently accounting for the China-Pakistan ironclad axis that effectively expanded available Pakistani options beyond national capabilities alone. These strategic miscalculations provide valuable validation for this book's central thesis regarding the limitations of conventional power metrics. Operation Sindoor demonstrated how qualitative factors, including technological innovation, organizational resilience, alliance depth, and strategic clarity, can systematically offset quantitative disadvantages when properly focused and institutionalized. Pakistan's proportionate response, Operation Bunyanan Mahsoos. Pakistan's response to India's Operation Sindoor demonstrated sophisticated application of proportionate counterpressure rather than the limited defensive reaction Indian planners had anticipated. Operation Bunyanan Mahsoos, Unbreakable Wall, represented measured escalation precisely calibrated to demonstrate capability while maintaining strategic restraint, providing contemporary validation for Pakistan's achievement of effective deterrence despite resource constraints. Response Doctrine activation. Pakistan's initial crisis management revealed sophisticated pre-established response frameworks. 1. Coordinated decision structure. Within 90 minutes of initial Indian strikes, Pakistan had activated its National Command Authority crisis framework, bringing together political leadership, military commanders, and intelligence officials in a coordinated decision structure that enabled rapid yet measured response formulation. 2. Graduated response options. Pakistani leadership selected from pre-established response options specifically designed for limited border incursion scenarios, demonstrating doctrinal preparation precisely targeting the gap between non-response and nuclear threshold that Operation Sindoor sought to exploit. 3. Strategic communication integration. From the crisis's earliest hours, Pakistani messaging demonstrated remarkable discipline and coordination across political, military, and diplomatic channels, establishing narrative foundations, nature and proportionality principles. 4. Emphasizing defensive alliance consultation activation. Pakistan initiated pre-established consultation mechanisms with China within the crisis's first hours, activating alliance frameworks developed specifically for such contingencies rather than pursuing ad hoc coordination under pressure. This initial crisis management demonstrated institutional sophistication vastly exceeding what Pakistan's bureaucratic reputation would predict, providing contemporary validation for how organizational excellence can partially offset resource limitations through qualitative effectiveness. Defensive phase excellent. Before transitioning to counter-pressure operations, Pakistani forces demonstrated unexpected defensive effectiveness. 1. Electronic counter-measures. Pakistani warfare units deployed sophisticated counter-measures that rapidly degraded Indian electronic attack effectiveness, restoring critical communication and sensor capabilities despite continued Indian suppression attempts. 2. Air defense system integration. Pakistan's integrated air defense system demonstrated remarkable resilience, with unexpected coordination between different system generations creating multi-layered protection that Indian suppression operations failed to neutralize effectively. 3. Anti-armor effectiveness. ground forces employed both advanced guided anti-tank systems and innovative drone-delivered munitions that created unsustainable attrition rates among advancing Indian armor, demonstrating qualitative counters to quantitative platform advantages. For precision counterfire innovation, Pakistani artillery demonstrated unprecedented precision through integration of tactical UAVs and advanced fire control systems, enabling effective targeting of Indian artillery despite numerical disadvantage. These defensive capabilities demonstrated Pakistan's successful development of qualitative counters to Indian quantitative advantages, validating multi-decade investment in asymmetric capabilities specifically designed to neutralize numerical superiority through quality factors. Operation Bunyan Mahsoos conception. By late May 3, Pakistani leadership had authorized Operation Bunyan Mahsoos as proportionate response to Indian incursion. 1. Calibrated multi-domain pressure. Rather than focusing exclusively on territorial defense, the operation employed calibrated pressure across multiple domains, including precision strikes on military targets within India, counter-electronic warfare operations, and limited maritime actions. 2. Territorial response restraint. Despite capability for broader ground operations, the response deliberately limited territorial objectives to restoring the status quo ante at the international border, demonstrating strategic restraint despite escalation opportunity. 3. Capability demonstration focus. A central operation objective involved demonstrating specific capabilities that Indian planning had overlooked or underestimated, creating future deterrence effects beyond the immediate crisis resolution. For escalation management priority, the operation incorporated sophisticated escalation management mechanisms, including communication channel maintenance, capability demonstration restraint, and deliberate signaling regarding limitations. This operational conception reflected strategic sophistication exceeding what Pakistan's resource limitations would predict, demonstrating how clear doctrine, focused capability development, and leadership excellence can generate strategic clarity despite organizational constraints other states with greater resources frequently experience. Multi-domain operational execution. Beginning approximately 0200 hours on May 4, Operation Bunyan Mahsoos demonstrated sophisticated multi-domain integration. 1. Precision strike operations. Pakistan employed approximately 3,540 precision munitions against military targets within India, primarily using indigenous Babar cruise missiles and RAD air-launched standoff weapons with accuracy exceeding intelligence estimates. 2. Counter-electronic warfare. Pakistani electronic warfare operations units initiated sophisticated counter-operations that degraded Indian command networks, sensor systems, and communication unexpected capabilities, demonstrating electronic attack capabilities previously underestimated by Indian intelligence. 3. Unmanned system employment. The operation featured extensive use of unmanned aerial systems for both reconnaissance and strike missions, revealing indigenous drone capabilities with performance characteristics substantially exceeding intelligence estimates. For information operations integration, perhaps most impressively, the operation integrated sophisticated information operations that shaped perception regarding both capability demonstration and escalation limitation, creating strategic communication effects exceeding what Pakistan's media resources would predict. This multi-domain execution demonstrated capabilities substantially exceeding what conventional force comparisons would suggest possible, validating Pakistan's success in developing qualitative advantages partially offset quantitative that disadvantages through focused domains. Capability development in strategically critical technological sophistication revealed. Operation Bunyan Mahsoos revealed several capabilities that Indian intelligence had either missed entirely or dramatically underestimated. 1. Electronic warfare resilience. Pakistani communication and sensor networks demonstrated unprecedented resilience against Indian electronic attacks through sophisticated frequency hopping, encryption, and alternative transmission methods, revealing defensive electronic warfare capabilities substantially exceeding intelligence estimates. 2. Unmanned system advancement. The operation employed several indigenous unmanned aerial system variants with performance characteristics approaching international standards despite development under sanctions regimes, demonstrating technological innovation capacity exceeding what Pakistan's defense industrial reputation would suggest. 3. Precision munition accuracy, Pakistani precision. Munitions demonstrated circular error probable, CEP. Measurements comparing favorably with international systems despite development under severe resource constraints, validating focused capability development in strategically critical technologies. For command system redundancy, perhaps most significantly, Pakistani command and control networks demonstrated extraordinary redundancy and resilience through sophisticated integration of civilian infrastructure, alternative transmission methods, and distributed decision structures. These technological capabilities demonstrated Pakistan's successful focus on specific innovation domains with disproportionate strategic impact, validating how targeted capability development can partially offset general resource disadvantages through qualitative excellence in critical areas. Strategic impact and crisis resolution. By May 6, Operation Banyan Mahsoos had achieved its strategic objectives. 1. Indian withdrawal initiation, facing unexpected attrition, technological surprise, and international pressure. Indian leadership authorized phased withdrawal to pre-crisis positions, effectively acknowledging Operation Sindoor's failure to achieve sustainable territorial gains. 2. Capability perception transformation. The operation substantially transformed international assessment of Pakistan's conventional capabilities, demonstrating specific technological and operational competencies previously. Three. Deterrence threshold clarification. Most significantly for future stability, the crisis established clearer understanding regarding Pakistan's response thresholds and capabilities, reducing dangerous ambiguity that had contributed to Indian miscalculation. 4. Limited objective achievement. Pakistani leadership demonstrated strategic discipline by concluding operations once limited objectives had been achieved, avoiding escalation temptation despite tactical advantage in several sectors. While the ceasefire formalized on May 8 restored territorial status quo anti-establishing enhanced military communication mechanisms to reduce future miscalculation risks. While limited in scope and duration, the crisis provided compelling contemporary validation for Pakistan's achievement of effective deterrence despite resource constraints, demonstrating how qualitative excellence can systematically offset quantitative disadvantages when properly focused and institutionalized. Technological sophistication in multi-domain operations. Beyond the general operational narrative, Operation Banyan Mahsoos demonstrated specific technological sophistication that merits detailed examination. These capabilities provide particularly valuable validation for Pakistan's achievement of qualitative excellence in strategically critical domains despite overall resource constraints. Electronic warfare excellence. Pakistan demonstrated sophisticated electronic warfare capabilities that substantially neutralized Indian advantages in this domain. 1. Spectrum communication resilience networks innovation employed Pakistani advanced frequency hopping techniques with encryption sophistication exceeding intelligence estimates, maintaining command coherence despite Indian electronic attack operations specifically targeting these networks. 2. Counter-drone electronic measures. The operation revealed previously undisclosed electronic countermeasures specifically targeting Indian unmanned aerial systems, creating unexpectedly high attrition among reconnaissance drones critical to Indian targeting cycles. Rates. 3. Passive sensor integration. Pakistani air defense demonstrated sophisticated integration of passive sensors resistant to electronic suppression, maintaining situational awareness despite Indian employment of advanced jamming systems specifically designed to create sensor blindness. 4. Electronic attack capabilities. Most surprisingly for Indian forces, Pakistani electronic warfare units demonstrated offensive electronic attack capabilities previously unrecognized in capability assessments, degrading Indian network-centric operations that assumed communication superiority. These electronic warfare capabilities demonstrated Pakistan's successful development of technological sophistication in a domain where qualitative excellence can partially offset general resource disadvantages. The resulting operational effects validated focused capability development in areas with disproportionate strategic impact. Precision strike capability demonstration. The crisis revealed Pakistani precision strike capabilities exceeding previous international assessments. 1. Indigenous cruise missile performance. Pakistan's Babar cruise missile system demonstrated accuracy, reliability, and penetration capabilities comparing favorably with international systems costing substantially more, validating focused indigenous development despite resource constraints. 2. Standoff weapon integration. Pakistani aircraft successfully employed RAD air-launched standoff weapons. From 3. Unexpected platforms, demonstrating integration capabilities beyond what technical intelligence had identified. Terminal guidance sophistication. Several precision munitions demonstrated terminal guidance technologies previously unattributed to Pakistani capabilities, particularly regarding satellite-independent electronic environments. 4. Navigation in contested. Battle damage assessment integration. Perhaps most impressively, Pakistani operations demonstrated sophisticated battle damage assessment capabilities that enabled rapid targeting cycle completion, creating operational tempo exceeding what platform limitations would suggest possible. These precision capabilities demonstrated Pakistan's successful prioritization of specific technological domains with disproportionate strategic impact. The resulting strike effectiveness validated how focused development can achieve sophisticated capabilities despite overall resource constraints when guided by clear strategic priorities. Unmanned System Innovation Operation Bunyan Mahsuz revealed unmanned capabilities substantially exceeding previous assessments. 1. Indigenous platform diversity. Pakistani forces employed multiple indigenous unmanned aerial system classes, from tactical reconnaissance drones to medium-altitude long-endurance platforms with capabilities approaching international systems developed with vastly greater resources. 2. Swarming behavior demonstration. Several operations demonstrated primitive but effective swarming behavior among multiple low-cost drones, creating mass effects that partially offset platform quality limitations through quantity coordination. 3. Sensor shooter integration. Pakistani operations revealed sophisticated integration between unmanned reconnaissance platforms and various firing units, enabling targeting cycles significantly faster than previous capability assessments had attributed. 4. Electronic attack resilience. Most significantly for future implications, Pakistani unmanned systems demonstrated substantial resilience against Indian electronic countermeasures specifically designed to disrupt such platforms, revealing both indigenous navigation capabilities and sophisticated countermeasure technologies. These unmanned capabilities demonstrated Pakistan's understanding of how focused technological development in emerging domains can create disproportionate strategic effects despite resource constraints. The resulting operational impact validated how asymmetric innovation can partially offset conventional platform disadvantages through qualitative excellence in specifically targeted capabilities. Air defense integration sophistication. Pakistani air defense operations demonstrated unexpected effectiveness against qualitatively superior Indian air assets. 1. System generation integration. Pakistani air defense demonstrated sophisticated integration between older Soviet origin systems, intermediate Chinese-derived platforms, and modern indigenous capabilities, creating layered defense effectiveness exceeding what any individual system generation would suggest possible. 2. Mobility survivability balance. Mobile air defense elements demonstrated exceptional survival rates against dedicated Indian suppression operations, revealing sophisticated doctrine balancing mobility requirements against concealment priorities. 3. Command decentralization effectiveness. Air defense operations revealed effective command decentralization enabling continued operations despite communication disruption, demonstrating sophisticated training and doctrine exceeding what system technical capabilities alone would suggest. 4. Passive detection enhancement. Most significantly for future implications, Pakistani air defense incorporated advanced passive detection methods minimally vulnerable to electronic suppression, maintaining targeting capability. Despite active jamming substantially more sophisticated than previously employed against Pakistani systems. These air defense capabilities demonstrated Pakistan's successful development of qualitative advantages through system integration, doctrinal innovation, and organizational excellence despite platform limitations. The resulting defensive effectiveness validated how focused capability development guided by clear operational requirements can partially offset general resource disadvantages. Multi-domain integration achievement. Perhaps most impressively, Operation Bunyanan Mahsoos demonstrated sophisticated integration across domains exceeding what Pakistan's organizational reputation would predict. 1. Air-land battle coordination. Pakistani operations featured unusually effective coordination between air and land components, achieving synchronization levels comparable to forces with far more extensive joint operation experience and dedicated integration. Capabilities. 2. Electronic kinetic operation synergy. The operation demonstrated sophisticated integration between electronic warfare and kinetic strikes, creating synergistic effects where each domain enhanced effectiveness in the other through coordinated targeting. 3. Intelligence operation fusion. Pakistani forces demonstrated exceptional intelligence operation integration, enabling rapid targeting cycles, revealing institutional cooperation exceeding what bureaucratic reputation would suggest possible. 4. Strategic tactical coherence. Perhaps most significantly for overall effectiveness, the operation maintained remarkable coherence between strategic objectives and tactical execution, avoiding the disconnection between political aims and military operations that frequently undermines crisis management regardless of resource levels. This multi-domain integration demonstrated Pakistan's achievement of organizational excellence that partially offset platform and technical limitations through superior coordination. The resulting operational effectiveness validated how institutional quality can systematically overcome quantitative disadvantages in ways conventional force comparisons frequently overlook. Technological sophistication assessment. The technological capabilities demonstrated during the May 2025 crisis provide contemporary validation for Pakistan's achievement of qualitative excellence despite resource constraints. 1. Strategic prioritization effectiveness. The crisis revealed Pakistan's successful identification of specific technological domains with disproportionate strategic impact, enabling focused development that maximized effectiveness from limited resources. 2. Indigenous innovation capacity. Multiple systems demonstrated indigenous international innovation exceeding what assessment had attributed to Pakistani capabilities, revealing technological self-sufficiency that partially offset import restrictions and sanction effects. 3. Integration over platform. Throughout operations, Pakistan demonstrated superior integration of limited capability platforms into effective operational systems, validating the principle that coordination quality can partially offset individual platform limitations. 4. Asymmetric focus discipline. Perhaps most importantly, Pakistan maintained consistent discipline regarding asymmetric capability development, avoiding resource-intensive platform competition in favor of focused counter-capability development, specifically targeting adversary advantages. These technological patterns validate core principles underlying the proposed security architecture, that focused capability development guided by clear strategic priorities can achieve effectiveness vastly exceeding what resource limitations would predict through qualitative excellence in specifically targeted domains. China-Pakistan ironclad axis resilience under pressure. The May 2025 crisis provided unprecedented demonstration of the China-Pakistan ironclad axis relationship's depth and responsiveness. In contrast to skeptical assessments that had characterized the partnership as primarily rhetorical with limited practical impact during actual crisis, Chinese actions during Operation Sindoor revealed institutional depth and strategic commitment vastly exceeding previous international understanding. Immediate crisis response. China's actions during the crisis's earliest hours demonstrated pre-established response mechanisms. 1. Intelligence sharing activation. Within the first 3 hours following initial Indian strikes, China initiated exceptionally detailed intelligence sharing regarding Indian force movements, communication patterns, and apparent operational objectives, demonstrating both technical collection capabilities and institutional mechanisms for rapid information transfer. 2. Military readiness signaling. By midday May 3, China had initiated visible readiness measures among units in both Xinjiang and Tibet, creating immediate multi-front pressure on Indian decision calculus without requiring actual force employment. 3. Diplomatic channel activation. Chinese diplomatic response demonstrated unusual speed and specificity, moving beyond general statements to detailed crisis management proposals within the first 12 hours, revealing pre-established response frameworks. For economic measure preparation, most surprisingly for international observers, China initiated specific economic contingency measures regarding currency support and critical supply provision within 24 hours, indicating previously unidentified economic defense preparation specifically addressing Pakistan's vulnerability during potential conflict. This immediate response demonstrated institutional relationship depth far exceeding prior international assessment. The speed, coordination, and multi-domain nature of Chinese actions revealed partnership mechanisms specifically designed for crisis scenarios rather than merely peacetime cooperation, validating Pakistani strategic investment in this relationship despite international skepticism. Material support activation. As the crisis developed, China provided specific material support that enhanced Pakistani capabilities. 1. Satellite intelligence provision. Chinese space-based assets were redirected to provide Pakistan enhanced intelligence regarding Indian force movements and positions, effectively offsetting India's perceived advantage in this domain through alliance relationship rather than indigenous capability. 2. Critical supply expediting. Prepositioned critical military supplies including precision munition components, electronic warfare spare parts, and air defense consumables were transferred through accelerated channels, revealing pre-established logistics frameworks specifically addressing Pakistan's potential wartime requirements. 3. Cyber domain support. Although details remain classified, multiple indicators suggest sophisticated Chinese support for Pakistani cyber operations during the crisis, enabling effects exceeding what indigenous Pakistani capabilities alone would generate. 4. Technical support deployment. Technical personnel from several Chinese defense enterprises already present in Pakistan were integrated into support operations for specific systems, providing expertise enhancement during critical operations without requiring new deployment under crisis conditions. This material support demonstrated practical partnership depth far exceeding rhetorical commitment. The prepositioned resources, established transfer mechanisms, and personnel integration revealed relationship institutionalization and specifically designed to enhance Pakistani capabilities during crisis, validating strategic investment in alliance depth as partial offset to bilateral resource disadvantages. Direct military pressure generation. China's military actions during the crisis created direct pressure on Indian decision-making. 1. Border position enhancement. PLA units conducted visible reinforcement of positions along both the western, Ladakh, and eastern, Arunachal Pradesh, segments of the Sino-Indian border, creating immediate multi-front pressure without operational initiation. 2. Naval presence adjustment. Planned vessels adjusting scheduled deployments created enhanced presence in the Indian Ocean within 48 hours, signaling potential maritime dimension beyond the immediate crisis location. 3. Air activity intensification. PLAF flight operations near the Sino-Indian border increased approximately 300% from pre-crisis patterns, creating immediate intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance requirements that diverted Indian air assets from Pakistani operations. 4. Space domain signaling. Chinese anti-satellite capabilities demonstrated limited but precisely targeted effects against specific Indian space-based assets, revealing capability and willingness for domain expansion beyond conventional expectations. These military actions forced fundamental recalculation in Indian decision-making by transforming a single-front operation against Pakistan into potential multi-front challenge, including a significantly more capable potential adversary. The resulting strategic pressure demonstrated how alliance relationships can create effects vastly exceeding what bilateral capabilities alone would generate, validating Pakistan's investment in alliance depth as strategic force multiplier. Economic defense activation. Perhaps most surprisingly for international observers, the crisis revealed sophisticated economic defense mechanisms within the China-Pakistan relationship. 1. Currency swap activation. Within 48 hours, China activated expanded currency swap arrangements that effectively stabilized the Pakistani rupee despite market pressure, neutralizing potential economic vulnerability that Indian planning had identified as crisis leverage point. 2. Critical import guarantees. Chinese authorities provided explicit guarantees regarding energy and critical material supplies regardless of potential maritime interdiction, eliminating vulnerability vectors Indian economic pressure planning had specifically targeted. 3. Financial system support. Several Chinese state financial institutions initiated pre-established support mechanisms for Pakistani banking partners, maintaining system liquidity despite crisis conditions that would typically generate substantial financial stress. 4. Alternative payment channel activation. The crisis revealed previously unidentified alternative payment channels between China and Pakistan specifically designed to maintain economic functionality during potential swift limitations or international sanctions. These economic defense mechanisms effectively neutralized financial pressure points that Indian planning had identified as key asymmetric advantages during limited conflict. The resulting economic resilience demonstrated sophisticated preparation addressing specific Pakistani vulnerabilities through alliance relationship, validating strategic investment in economic defense depth beyond military capabilities alone. Diplomatic support leveraged. Chinese diplomatic actions during the crisis created international pressure vastly exceeding what Pakistan alone could generate. 1. Security Council engagement. China's positions within the UN Security Council transformed international discussion through specific proposals, detailed evidence provision, and procedural leverage that Pakistan alone lacks, creating diplomatic pressure that substantially influenced Indian decision-making. 2. Regional forum activation. Chinese leadership activated multiple regional organizations including the Shanghai Cooperation Organization to generate position statements favorable to Pakistani interests, multiplying diplomatic pressure beyond bilateral capabilities. 3. Third-party capital activation. Chinese diplomatic engagement in multiple third-party capitals created indirect pressure on Indian positions, leveraging broader Chinese relationships to enhance Pakistani diplomatic position during crisis. 4. International organization coordination. Chinese representatives within international financial institutions subtly signaled potential economic consequences from extended conflict, creating additional pressure vectors beyond conventional diplomatic channels. This diplomatic support demonstrated how alliance relationships can generate international effects vastly exceeding what bilateral capabilities alone would produce. The resulting pressure validated Pakistan's strategic investment in the China relationship as force multiplier beyond direct military capability enhancement. Ironclad Axis assessment. The crisis revealed several critical characteristics regarding the China-Pakistan Ironclad Axis relationship. 1. Institutionalization and depth. Chinese actions demonstrated relationship institutionalization far exceeding prior international assessment, revealing established mechanisms specifically designed for crisis scenarios rather than merely peacetime cooperation. 2. Multi-domain integration. Support spanned military, economic, diplomatic, and technological domains through coordinated actions, demonstrating comprehensive relationship exceeding the primarily military focus typically attributed to the partnership. 3. Practical versus rhetorical balance. Most significantly, Chinese actions revealed practical cooperation depth matching or exceeding rhetorical commitment, contradicting skeptical assessment that had characterized the relationship as primarily declaratory with limited crisis utility. 4. Mutual interest validation. The crisis demonstrated genuine Chinese interest in Pakistani security beyond transactional terms, revealing strategic partnership rather than merely instrumental cooperation. This relationship depth provides critical strategic depth for Pakistan beyond indigenous capabilities alone. The resulting effective enhancement validates Pakistani investment in alliance quality as partial offset to bilateral quantitative disadvantages, providing model for how the proposed security architecture could similarly develop force-multiplying relationships beyond member capabilities alone. Economic warfare dimensions. Surprising resilience. And Pakistan's Beyond military operations, the May 2025 crisis featured sophisticated economic warfare dimensions that revealed Pakistani resilience vastly exceeding what financial metrics would predict. India's attempt to exploit perceived Pakistani economic vulnerabilities encountered unexpected defensive mechanisms that effectively neutralized pressure points conventional analysis had identified as critical leverage opportunities. India's economic pressure strategy Operation Sindoor incorporated multidimensional economic pressure as essential crisis component. 1. Financial market targeting. Indian intelligence agencies conducted sophisticated operations attempting to trigger Pakistani financial market disruption, specifically targeting equity market function, banking system liquidity, and rupee stability. 2. Trade disruption implementation. Beyond direct military action, India initiated comprehensive trade disruption including border closure, third country transshipment interference, and specific critical import blockage focusing on energy, industrial inputs, and agricultural commodities. 3. Remittance channel interference. Operation specifically targeted Pakistan's remittance channels, seeking to disrupt the approximately $30 billion annual flow that provides essential foreign exchange and household income support throughout the Pakistani economy. 4. Critical infrastructure cyber operations. Perhaps most aggressively, Indian cyber units conducted operations specifically targeting Pakistani critical infrastructure including energy distribution, telecommunication networks, and financial system interconnections. This economic pressure strategy reflected sophisticated understanding of Pakistan's perceived financial vulnerabilities. The coordinated implementation across multiple pressure vectors demonstrated rare integration between military operations and economic warfare, potentially creating strategic effects beyond what conventional military action alone could achieve if successful. Pakistan's financial system resilience. Pakistani financial system performance during the crisis revealed defensive depth exceeding previous international assessment. 1. Banking system stability. Despite sophisticated pressure operations, Pakistani banking institutions maintained operational stability through pre-established crisis protocols, revealing regulatory preparation and institutional resilience beyond what system metrics would predict. 2. Market function maintenance. Equity and currency markets demonstrated remarkable functionality despite intense pressure, maintaining essential price discovery and transaction capabilities that previous crisis episodes had frequently lost under significantly less pressure. 3. Digital payment continuity. Most impressively for technological assessment, Pakistani digital payment systems maintained approximately 8,590% functionality despite cyber operations specifically targeting these networks, revealing technological resilience exceeding what system age and investment would suggest. 4. Central bank effectiveness. The State Bank of Pakistan demonstrated sophisticated crisis management capabilities through liquidity provision, market intervention, timing, and regulatory flexibility, revealing institutional quality vastly exceeding what bureaucratic reputation would predict. This financial system resilience effectively neutralized a central pressure vector in Indian strategy. The resulting economic stability demonstrated sophisticated crisis preparation addressing specific vulnerability points through regulatory framework, institutional preparation, and system redundancy development, validating Pakistani investment in economic defense mechanisms beyond conventional military capabilities alone. China's economic shield activation. China's economic support during the crisis created defense depth beyond indigenous Pakistani capabilities. 1. Currency swap arrangement. The immediate activation of expanded currency swap arrangements between the People's Bank of China and State Bank of Pakistan effectively stabilized the rupee despite market pressure, neutralizing a primary vulnerability vector in Indian strategy. 2. Banking system support. Several Chinese state financial institutions activated pre-established support mechanisms for Pakistani banking partners, providing liquidity enhancement that maintained system functionality despite crisis pressure. 3. Trade continuity assurance. Chinese authorities provided explicit guarantees regarding continued trade regardless of Indian disruption attempts, transforming potential isolation into mere route adjustment with minimal economic impact. 4. Payment system alternative. Most significantly, the Crisis revealed Pakistan's integration into China's cross-border interbank payment system, CIPS, providing alternative to potential swift disruption that previous crisis episodes had identified as critical vulnerability. This Chinese economic shield effectively transformed Pakistan's financial vulnerability profile during the crisis. The resulting resilience demonstrated how alliance relationships can generate economic defense depth vastly exceeding what bilateral capabilities alone would produce, validating Pakistani investment in financial relationship development beyond conventional security partnerships. Alternative trade route activation. Pakistan demonstrated sophisticated alternative trade route activation during crisis-induced disruption. 1. Iranian corridor utilization. Despite complex geopolitical implications, Pakistan rapidly expanded utilization of Iranian transit routes for critical supplies, revealing pre-established contingency arrangements between Islamabad and Tehran specifically addressing Indian disruption scenarios. 2. Central Asian connection activation. Trade flows through Central Asian routes expanded approximately 400% within the crisis's first week, demonstrating logistical preparation and relationship development specifically designed for contingency requirements. 3. Maritime alternative implementation. Pakistan's Maritime Security Agency implemented sophisticated protection measures for critical maritime trade, maintaining essential sea lanes despite Indian Navy operations specifically targeting these connections. 4. Pakistani energy system performance during the crisis revealed unexpected resilience. 1. Strategic reserve adequacy. Despite international skepticism regarding reserve adequacy, Pakistani strategic oil reserves proved sufficient for crisis duration, revealing more sophisticated stockpile management than previous assessment had attributed. 2. Supply diversification reality. Pakistan demonstrated effective energy supply diversification beyond publicly acknowledged levels, particularly regarding arrangements with Iran through Chinese intermediaries that effectively insulated critical supplies from Indian disruption. 3. Distribution system redundancy. The energy distribution system maintained approximately 8,085% functionality despite cyber operations specifically targeting control systems, revealing infrastructure resilience exceeding what investment levels would predict. 4. Demand management implementation. Pakistani authorities implemented sophisticated demand management processes during the crisis, reflecting regulatory capability and public cooperation exceeding what governance metrics would suggest possible. This energy security resilience effectively neutralized another primary vulnerability vector in Indian strategy. The resulting system stability demonstrated sophisticated preparation addressing specific energy security requirements through stockpile development, supply relationship diversification, and distribution system redundancy, validating Pakistani investment in critical infrastructure protection beyond conventional security capabilities alone. Economic warfare lesson assessment. The economic dimensions of the May 2025 crisis provide several critical insights directly applicable to the proposed Muslim security architecture. 1. Vulnerability resilience performance demonstrated balance. How focused Pakistani resilience development regarding specific vulnerability points can effectively neutralize pressure operations despite overall economic limitations, providing model for addressing individual member vulnerabilities through targeted preparation. 2. Alliance economic integration. The crisis revealed how alliance relationships can generate economic defense depth beyond bilateral capabilities, validating potential for the proposed architecture to develop similar economic support mechanisms among member states. 3. Critical system identification. Pakistan's successful defense stemmed partly from sophisticated identification of truly critical economic systems requiring protection. A. Prioritization discipline that maximized effectiveness from limited resources by focusing on genuinely essential capabilities. 4. Regulatory technical balance. Perhaps most significantly for broader application, Pakistani resilience stemmed more from regulatory frameworks, institutional preparation, and relationship development than from expensive technical systems, demonstrating how organizational excellence can partially offset resource limitations in economic defense. These economic warfare lessons provide valuable guidance for the proposed architecture's approach to member economic security. The Pakistan model demonstrates how focused resilience development guided by clear vulnerability assessment can effectively neutralize economic pressure operations despite resource limitations, validating potential for similar capabilities within the broader Muslim world through the institutional frameworks proposed in this book. Strategic lessons for Muslim world security. Architecture. The May 2025 crisis provides contemporary validation for several fundamental principles underlying the proposed Muslim security architecture. The lessons from Pakistan's effective management of confrontation with a conventionally superior adversary offer practical guidance for how the broader Muslim world could address its security challenges through similar application of qualitative excellence principles. Qualitative-quantitative balance validation. Pakistan's performance during the crisis provides compelling validation for the architecture's emphasis on quality over quantity. 1. Focused capability development. Pakistani effectiveness stemmed from focused development of specific capabilities with disproportionate strategic impact, precisely the approach proposed for the architecture's capability development across member states. 2. Human technical factor balance. Throughout the crisis, Pakistani success stemmed as much from human factors, leadership quality, organizational effectiveness, personnel motivation, as from technical capabilities, validating the architecture's balanced approach to capability development. 3. Integration over platform. Pakistani operations demonstrated how superior integration of limited capability platforms into effective operational systems can partially offset individual limitations, supporting platform the architecture's emphasis on interoperability development over expensive platform acquisition. 4. Training equipment investment balance. The crisis revealed how investment in personnel quality through sophisticated training can generate effectiveness exceeding what equipment limitations would predict, validating the architecture's proposed emphasis on human capital development alongside material capability. These patterns provide contemporary validation for the architecture's fundamental premise that qualitative excellence can systematically offset quantitative disadvantages when properly focused and institutionalized. Pakistan's demonstration of this principle against a conventionally superior adversary offers practical model for the broader Muslim world facing similar disparities. Alliance depth imperative. The crisis demonstrated critical importance of alliance relationships beyond bilateral capabilities. 1. Multi-domain alliance integration. The China-Pakistan ironclad axis demonstrated effectiveness precisely because it integrated military, economic, diplomatic, and technological domains, providing model for the architecture's comprehensive security approach across member states. 2. Institutional depth requirement. Chinese support proved effective because institutional mechanisms existed before crisis onset, validating the architecture's emphasis on peacetime relationship development as foundation for crisis effectiveness. 3. Asymmetric contribution value. The relationship demonstrated how partners can contribute asymmetrically according to specific capabilities, with China providing technological and economic depth while Pakistan offered geographic position and operational capability. 4. Sovereignty integration balance. Perhaps most significantly for the architecture's application, the relationship maintained effective balance between integration benefits and sovereignty preservation, addressing the central tension in multilateral security cooperation. These alliance lessons provide valuable guidance for the proposed architecture's approach to member relationships. The China-Pakistan model demonstrates how focused relationship development across multiple domains can generate defense depth beyond what any individual member could achieve, validating the architecture's emphasis on institutional frameworks that enhance collective capabilities while respecting sovereignty concerns. Asymmetric approach effectiveness. Pakistani operations during the crisis validated sophisticated asymmetric approaches against conventional superiority. 1. Vulnerability targeting precision. Rather than attempting comprehensive capability matching impossible with available resources, Pakistani operations targeted specific Indian vulnerabilities, demonstrating how focused asymmetric approach can partially offset overall capability disparities. 2. Domain selection discipline. Pakistani effectiveness stemmed partly from deliberate domain selection emphasizing areas where qualitative factors could most effectively counter quantitative advantages, particularly electronic warfare, unmanned systems, and precision strike. 3. Conventional nuclear integration. The crisis demonstrated sophisticated integration between conventional operations and nuclear deterrence, with precisely calibrated conventional response maintaining escalation control while leveraging ultimate nuclear backstop. 4. Cost imposition strategy. Pakistani operations imposed costs vastly exceeding operational investment, demonstrating how asymmetric approaches can create favorable cost-exchange ratios despite overall resource disadvantages. These asymmetric patterns provide contemporary validation for the architecture's proposed approach to capability development. The Pakistan model demonstrates how focused asymmetric capabilities guided by clear strategic understanding can effectively counter conventionally superior adversaries despite resource limitations, validating potential similar approaches within the broader Muslim world. Multidomain 4. Integration imperative. The crisis revealed critical importance of integration across domains. 1. Military-economic connection. Pakistani effectiveness stemmed partly from sophisticated integration between military operations and economic defense, demonstrating how security extends beyond conventional military capabilities alone. 2. Cyber-physical coordination. Operations demonstrated increasingly sophisticated coordination between cyber and physical domains, revealing emerging patterns directly relevant to the architecture's approach to multi-domain security. 3. Information operation synchronization. Pakistani success stemmed partly from exceptional synchronization between information operations and physical actions, creating narrative advantages that enhanced operational effectiveness. 4. Diplomatic military alignment. Throughout the crisis, Pakistani diplomatic and military actions maintained unusual coherence, demonstrating how strategic clarity can enhance effectiveness across all instruments of national power regardless of resource limitations. These integration lessons provide valuable guidance for the proposed architecture's comprehensive security approach. The Pakistan model demonstrates how domain integration can generate effectiveness vastly exceeding what isolated capabilities would produce, validating the architecture's emphasis on institutional frameworks that enhance coordination across traditional security boundaries. Strategic communication excellence. Pakistan's information operations during the crisis provide valuable lessons regarding narrative management. 1. Pre-crisis narrative foundation. Pakistani effectiveness stemmed partly from sophisticated pre-crisis narrative development that established interpretive frameworks before event onset, validating the architecture's emphasis on peacetime information positioning. 2. Internal-external audience balance. Information operations maintained effective balance between domestic audience requirements and international perception management, addressing tension frequently challenging crisis communication regardless of resource levels. 3. Capability message alignment. Physical operations demonstrated precise alignment with strategic messaging, avoiding disconnection between actions and communications that frequently undermines crisis management effectiveness. 4. Restraint signaling sophistication. Perhaps most impressively, Pakistani communication clearly signaled operation limitations and proportionality principles, creating de-escalation pathways essential for crisis resolution. These communication lessons provide contemporary validation for the architecture's approach to information operations. The Pakistan model demonstrates how sophisticated narrative management guided by clear strategic priorities can enhance crisis management effectiveness despite resource limitations, validating potential for similar capabilities within the broader Muslim world. Economic resilience requirement. The crisis demonstrated critical importance of economic defense mechanisms. 1. Critical vulnerability identification. Pakistani resilience stemmed partly from sophisticated identification of genuinely